The most important thing in an apocalypse is supplies, something I couldn't get a hold of in my previous life. That's why I am hell-bent on making this chance count. I arrive inside the building, checking in for my shift as a shitty delivery man. The douchebag manager cuts my salary in half for being late, but it doesn't matter because I'm here to steal the supplies and take revenge against my boss. Walking inside the warehouse aisle, I chanted, "Space Unfold," manifesting a supernatural scanning system. The system scanned for numerous resources such as rice and chicken, and quickly began storing them inside my spatial storage. With every resource looted from the warehouse, I proudly declared the power of my spatial ability. Its mechanics are simple. The minute I activate the ability, everything around me is scanned and sorted in cubic boxes according to my will. Thanks to this, I don't have to purchase supplies out of pocket, and I even managed to collect 2 freshwater lakes alongside the resources of several cities to survive. The apocalypse will unfold an era of despair for humanity, where a pack of noodles will be worth more than gold. But in my spatial dimension, time doesn't exist, so the food is always freshly stored. Overwhelmed and in awe of my own powers, I shed happy tears, because I don't have to go around eating dirt like I used to. After the storage process is complete, my fancy new system outlines the information of my harvested supplies. With tons of necessities stored, I no longer have to worry about fighting for every grain. After I used my powers, the manager and the workers decided to check on the supplies, but they're paralyzed in shock, questioning how all their supplies were. Thanos snapped out of existence. Since I'm the only person who got here before them, they began to interrogate me. Instead of chickening out like a coward, I proudly declared stealing it all, drawing shock from the men. The manager cusses me out and sends his underlings to catch me, but these losers are way too slow as I casually teleport away using my spatial gate. After I left, the men were baffled, as if they had seen a ghost disappear before their eyes. Escaping those losers, I exited out the back, sticking my superhero landing and maintaining my elite swag. What I did just now is called Space Jump, which allows me to warp within a 3-meter space. In the apocalypse to come, this ability will become my get-out-of-jail-free card, because I can enter and escape buildings and steal supplies without worry. It will even help in critical situations like escaping powerful monsters. Now that my life as a delivery man is over, I embrace the completion of my shopping mission. Suddenly, I checked my phone and discovered a message broadcast by the government. The message is supposed to suppress the panic of the people, informing them to remain calm. But I wonder if they know about the real disaster to come. Staring at my phone, I became extremely angry at the person calling me. It's Zhang Xiaoqian, the woman I am in love with. Hastily, I pick up my phone, only for this yapping piece of crap to start shouting at me for disappearing all of a sudden. All the while she's shouting at me, some douchebag is bedding and enjoying her body. And yet, she lectures me about my responsibilities as a man, and how I should surrender our house to her as a gift. Ignoring her gibberish, I asked if she needed anything necessary. But after hearing more of her nonsense, I hung up the call after informing her I'll call back later. This fake bitch is the woman who spent 5 whole years surviving with me during the apocalypse. Out of my love and devotion for her, I scavenged supplies like a madman and brought her to a safe zone. I did everything for her, but she betrayed me in the end. The traitorous woman had her secret boyfriend kill me after I stopped bringing supplies. Then, as if to dance on my grave, the bastard toyed with her. Worst of all, my girlfriend didn't even try to stop him, and called me an incompetent fool for dying. Surrendering her body, she made him her new pawn. And there I was, simping for her until the day I died. I was betrayed by the one person I did everything for. But mark my words, Haoyu and Xiaoqian will suffer in this life for what they did to me. My blood boils at the thought of what they did to me, and I'm hell-bent on making them suffer hundreds of times in return. The moment of rage fades away as I regain my senses, understanding that my next goal involves hoarding a lot of money. As my first lead, I decided to call manager Liu to sell my house for half the price. But along with this generous offer, I put up a condition of my own, demanding immediate cash. Later that day, I decided to pay a visit to the Dream Real Estate Company. Here, my demon spawn of a girlfriend and her lousy lover were waiting for me. Ignoring her ridiculous complaints, I walked past her. Acting tough in front of me, Haoyu threatened to kill me for daring to sell the house. I met his words with a response through my hands, grabbing the annoying scumbag by the throat, before slamming him into the ground. Having humbled Mr. Tough Guy, I told him that he's free to do whatever he wants. Pouncing on my back, Xiaoqian begged me to let go of her little lackey, even shouting for others to help. To shut her up, I activated my super-secret thought killer technique, the primordial backhand bitch slap. The attack is ultra-effective against the hoe, who is left speechless and shaking from the encounter. As for Mr. Tough Guy, I'm straightening him out as he's begging for a chance to breathe. Letting go of him, I assure him that he isn't going to be promised an easy death. Mr. Tough Guy squirms away like a scared puppy, while I walk up to the building minding my own business. Xiaoqian checks on his state, before turning to me and ordering me to kneel in front of her. I turn back to look at her, and my gaze is enough to scare the 2 cowards off in pathetic fashion. After dealing with them, I came inside to meet with the manager. This bald egghead wants to buy my house, thinking that he's some kind of 1000 IQ mastermind. The house can easily go over $1 million, but with its price halved, Liu is certain of making a huge profit. I sit down calmly, emphasizing that the payment must be made immediately. An excited Liu agrees to the deal and is fine with transferring ownership of the house from next week. With my terms met, I reflect that there won't be any houses to sell, so this man is a fool. The manager transfers $700,000 to my account. Satisfied with the deal, I walk out of the building thinking about the various disasters erupting all at once. Luckily, major earthquakes and tsunamis have yet to hit this side of the world. Thanks to that, the city order is still intact. Walking past a high-interest loan flyer, I stop to note down the contact details. Then I quickly phoned the company, requesting to mortgage my property with a certificate. Later that day, I arrived at the Manhwa International Sea Loans Company. Here, the man taunts me for having a low-worth house. I reply with a smile, asking for how much loan I could borrow. The ironic thing is that this guy is Haoyu's older brother, a guy who became a nice meal for the mutant beasts in my previous life. While he's eyeballing me like a hound, he assures me I am eligible for a loan of $500,000. However, I push forward for another $100,000, assuring the man that I'll make a profit in 1 week and return him the amount. My risky offer makes Dahai wonder if he's dealing with a gambler of some kind. Dahai agrees with the negotiation process. Thanks to that deal, I scored another $600,000 for free. As for Xiaoqian, she's currently hoeing around, pissed off by my actions. But ignoring their nonsense, I walk calmly ahead, not knowing that my psychotic ex has spotted me. My crazy ex executes Operation Stalking just to check what I've been up to lately. As for me, I'm thinking about the recent collapse of commercial buildings thanks to rapid freezing and water backflow. Among those buildings, Green City Hotel is the only place that managed to survive the apocalypse until the very end. Walking up to the hotel, I become excited at the thought of enjoying the presidential suite and its gorgeous swimming pool. Based on my experience, I think it's best if I use this place as a long-term base for my plans. Even though numerous warehouses became vacant overnight, this hotel is the only place that maintained its supplies with fresh meals each day. I walk up to the hotel restaurant manager, Liu Xinrui, a beautiful lady who promises to accompany me. Right away, I made a ridiculous offer to her face, ordering 1,000 tables for a large banquet. The lady is at a loss for words, but having received an order of this scale, she immediately lists out the price points for 3 or 4 different kinds of table arrangements, each of them more expensive than the last. I selected the 10,000 price point per table option, ordering a total of 10 million in amount. I attach an address for the delivery to be made and promise them to settle the amount in a week. Hearing about the 50,000 deposit, the manager instantly agrees and leads me to the payment room. Even though the cost of ingredients alone jots up 50,000, I'm more concerned with connecting to filthy rich people. Before continuing, the restaurant manager asks for my name, and I respond appropriately. Curiously, Xinrui asks if I'm getting married because of my order. I agree with her assumption, explaining that it's for my wedding. With things wrapped up at the hotel, I exit the building, reflecting on how I've made a deal of a lifetime with a mere 50,000 deposit. As for the full amount, I'll let my beloved Apocalypse nuke the planet and help me with that. After my visit to the hotel, my crazy ex and her new boy toy show up to sneak in. Xinrui is genuinely happy for the lucky woman who is to become my wife. Suddenly, Xiaoqian requests information on me. The restaurant manager is taken aback by that question and asks for the woman's identity. Introducing herself as my girlfriend, Xiaoqian learns from the restaurant manager about my grand order of 1,000 tables. She even congratulates the young lady for being a fortunate woman. Hilariously, Xinrui is somewhat unimpressed by my ex, thinking that she doesn't deserve my wealth. Both of them are shocked. The restaurant manager is a real gangster and sides with me, explaining that wealthy people like to hide their identity in order to judge the true personality of their partner. Xiaoqian wonders if such wealthy fools also like beating up others right before disappearing. Haoyu can't fathom that I have that much wealth, because in his eyes, I'm just a bootlicker who eats dirt. The restaurant manager humbles them by showcasing the immediate deposit I made. After that, there's a visible shift in my ex-girlfriend's expression. She thinks she's the special lady who is finally going to become the love of my life on the day of our wedding. Cashing in on the opportunity, Haoyu tries to get a taste of her melons, only to get swatted away by Xiaoqian. She wants to create opportunities for me to accept her in Delulu Island. Xiaoqian couldn't have asked for a better life, and thinks that the meme of her boyfriend secretly being an ultra-rich man has come to reality. Back at my place, I analyze my investments so far. I've sold the house for 700,000, taken out a loan for 600,000, and spent $500,000 on the banquet. Despite having acquired all of that, my initial zero-cost shopping mission left out a few items I couldn't buy. Scooping up on my phone, I come up with a sinister plan, thinking of taking out an online loan. I speedrun and downloaded 80 apps right away. Posing like a top-tier model, I verified my identity quickly and took out loans up to 30,000 each. Spending a few hours doing that, I made the most amount of money in my life. Nearly $1 million in online loans, but I couldn't afford to rest. Springing up from my bed, I thought about the various things I still needed to buy. Fireplaces, ice blocks, and coal were also needed. These items aren't accessible in supermarkets, but the best way to acquire them is instant delivery online. Recalling the extreme hot and severe coldness that I experienced in my past life, I understand that I need to install mechanisms in place for safety. First off, I phoned someone to confirm the rate of smokeless coal. After learning about the rate, I ordered 2,000 tons of it, confirming a payment deposit of 500,000 initially. Next up, I employed the same strategy with ice blocks at the ice factory. They called me for a meeting in person, so I went. Before getting there, this Mewtwo-build gorgeous baddie appeared. I would have acted excited if not for the fact that she was Lina, Xiaoqian's bestie. I taunted my ex-girlfriend for her fake feelings. Lina tries to play the ultimate wingwoman, pinning the blame on Xiaoqian for mistreating her boyfriend. Acting all cute and seductive, this gold-digging bitch grabs my arm. Ignoring her like the wench she is, I walked away and told her I had things to do. Rejected to the damn face, Xiaoqian is left baffled. Lina saw me booking a taxi, and this good-for-nothing clown thought that I was testing her. So they booked a taxi just to stalk me. Anyway, I arrived at the ice factory to meet the boss. The square-shaped Roblox character greeted me and shook my hand. I asked Mr. Wu how long it would take to produce 2,000 tons of ice. He laughed and proudly declared that they're the best in terms of efficiency. 3 days is all they needed to deliver that, costing a total of 800,000 for the full amount. To initiate the deal, I forked over 100,000 as a deposit to receive the order at the address. Mr. Wu delightedly accepted, and I could see his greedy face enjoying the huge sale at the sight of the deposit. Curiously, he asked for my intentions with the ice, and even offered to work with me again in the future. Explaining my intentions, I told him I was going to donate it to charity. The man found himself stupefied after I left, questioning what kind of wealth I had. Stopping by, another taxi comes to greet Mr. Wu, who was already pumped up from his previous sale. Xiaoqian comes up to ask him about the details of their conversation. Seeing the crazy lady spy on her boyfriend like this, Mr. Wu questioned her stalking in his mind. He simply tells her he ordered 800,000 worth of ice blocks. Both women lost their marbles, thinking that I was genuinely a super rich kid who hid his wealth all along. Lina inquires about my intentions with the ice, and Mr. Wu casually reveals that the ice will be donated to charity. Again, his words leave them baffled. Now that I had completed my preparations for the apocalypse, I wanted to enjoy the time I have. In my previous life, I was busy working day and night. Currently, I'm sitting at a restaurant, ordering the best butter chicken and naan known to mankind. This restaurant is reserved for the higher class, but what surprises me the most is a large question mark on the menu. The cute waiter told me that the head chef of their restaurant offers their exquisite work. The details are purposefully kept ambiguous until the meal is served. Curious to see what will come, I ordered it. Meanwhile, I grabbed a book and thought about the cause of monster evolution. From the folktale of Shanhai Jing, I remembered encountering an enormous serpent just like the one in this book. But instead of the term mutation, I like calling it atavism, fitting for a creature reawakening its ancestral traits. A gorgeous goddess boasting luscious pink hair walks up to me. She introduces herself as the head chef of the Yalin Music Restaurant. She's brought me a dish tailored for the temperament she saw in the young man. One glance at her steals my attention, dropping my jaw. She's Duanya, a satanic chef who possessed a magical skill to turn decomposed creatures into food. However, the food she made reeked of mutated liquids from the beasts, and eating them guaranteed one's death. Seeing my skeptical face, Duanya began to wonder if I was worried about the food being poisoned. She introduced the exemplary dish by calling it dual-faced life, offering 2 different sides of flavors. Munching a quick bite, I thought that the dish was a masterpiece. I also regretted what became of her in the apocalypse, or else she could have become my personal chef. While I'm having a delicious meal, my 2 stalkers are burning in jealousy at my ability to afford such expensive cuisine. After my meal, I decided to stop by a bar, enjoying the time I have before the official apocalypse descends, as these experiences will become a thing of the past. I'm surrounded by 3 beautiful ladies, goading me to drink to my delight. It's the ultimate Andrew Tate life, and I'm all for it, until I spot a girl who seems to hate her experience. One of them pours me a drink and explains that Yunyun was recently cheated on by her boyfriend. Kicking off her sob story, Yunyun confesses her hatred for men who only care about bedding women. Hearing her words, I added that the nature of a man is shown by his sexual desires. Yunyun decides to shock me by chugging down a full glass. Filled with some kind of new confidence, she demanded to know my relationship status. Next, she offered her body, lusting over me like I'm Korean Henry Cavill. Finding their way into the bar, my stalkers became shocked at the sight of me having fun with the ladies. Xiaoqian shouts at me for cheating, and just to torment her even more, I grab the young lady and demand she go upstairs with me. I took her up, leaving Xiaoqian shouting at me to stop. I made my way to a private room, pulling her in and slowly locking the door shut. Then I apologized for my sudden and forceful display. But before I can even get the chance to explain, Yunyun's already ready to open her legs for me. I snap her head to wake her drunk ass up. That flick is enough to reclaim her senses. Instead of stealing her V-card, I told her to steal supplies and stock up on food instead. Finally, I advised her not to visit dangerous places like this bar. Even though I could have cracked the opportunity she gave me, I decided not to. All because these 2 imbeciles were knocking down rooms just to find me. The day of the deliveries finally came. The 20 fireplaces I ordered were here, alongside the ice blocks. Both parties issued their warnings to me because I didn't have any equipment inside my warehouse to facilitate the ice or the fireplaces. I instructed them to move them inside without blocking the entrance. Among the numerous workers, Haoyu and my shitty ex-girlfriend managed to sneak in. Both of them were lost in thought, questioning why I'd rented an enormous warehouse for such odd equipment. Lina informed Xiao Qian about the table banquet I ordered from the luxurious hotel. The tables were properly set up, with even a red carpet lined up. The delusional clown thinks that I'm going to propose to her here of all places. The snobby Xiao Qian acts like she won't even accept the proposal even if I go ahead with it. She wants to test my sincerity, not knowing I don't give two shits about her to begin with. Xiao Qian decides to confront me, asking what I'm up to. I look at her in distaste, mockingly asking if she wants to help move things around. She finds the remark insulting to a future rich lady. Lina comes over and adds her 2 cents, advising Xiao Qian to follow my request as it might be one final test to qualify for becoming my bride. The greedy woman gets to work, and I can see her struggling being able to carry even a single box. Xiao Qian thought that this was a small price to pay to get married. Playing a fake-ass bitch, Lina also chimed in, showing off her body and thinking that she too might get a taste of my wealth. Meanwhile, I stood there in satisfaction, thinking about the easy free labor I was getting. There were 1,000 tables of food, 2,000 tons of ice needed to be shifted. By the evening, everything was sorted appropriately inside the warehouse. There she was, my ex-girlfriend showing off her dump truck like a professional hustler. She's already scheming about robbing all my money. Meanwhile, Lina is the same. Agitated, Xiao Qian questions why I haven't announced her as my bride by now. There aren't any guests around either. Her room temperature IQ bestie considers the wealthy as strange people and wonders when the show will begin. Meanwhile, I gave each of the delivery drivers a handsome tip of 10,000, thanking them for their hard work. Filled with glee at a massive tip, they thanked me joyously. Finally, my ex-girlfriend came around, asking if I was hiding something from her. But I simply walked past her, ignoring her like the worthless scumbag she was and refusing to serve her any money. Unable to believe what just happened, Xiao Qian accuses me of making a cruel joke, revealing her sick fantasies of us getting married. I turned back to question her senses, reminding her that I'd already sold the house and had garnered a ton of debt, so there's no way a woman like her was willing to stay with me. Hearing those words, Lina is shocked, questioning how I could be so broke when I had ordered so much stuff. I responded appropriately, explaining that it was all for the sake of the Alashan Poverty Project. Now this psycho is truly enraged, going as far as to tackle me, but this human trash is not worth my time, so I dodged and let her faceplant the ground. Disappointed with the truth, Xiao Qian figures out that I'm no longer the second-generation rich man she fantasized about, but it's not like I cared about a gold digger to begin with. Xiao Qian turns around, cursing me and vowing to make me pay. Her best friend makes empty threats all the same, as if any of it was going to affect me. I leave them with a gentle reminder that the apocalypse will humble them and make them regret everything. Saying so, I maintain my peace by closing the warehouse door shut and returning to business. So far, my supplies have been stored. Chanting open my infinite storage dimension, I sucked in each and every single resource inside my spatial dimension. That same night, Haoyu and Xiao Qian decided to pay a visit to Dahai. The Fatas advised her to just stay close to his brother instead. Being the gold digger that she is, Xiao Qian turns over a new life and treats him like her new boy toy. The blonde assures her that Dahai will personally exact revenge against me. Currently, Xiao Qian thinks she's struck another lottery ticket, especially when she found out that I was just a cheap bootlicker again. But I entered the scene just to rain on her parade. I was sitting here all along and taunted her for choosing just about anyone. Pissed off, Haoyu told his fat-ass brother that I'm the one responsible for beating them up and down. Dahai calls me a punk while I'm casually enjoying my meal. Big Mac Attack thinks he's got an advantage in numbers and that I've made his job easier by showing up to his place. Haoyu learns from his brother about how I managed a loan of 600,000 from Humpty Dumpty. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian is further disappointed, thinking that I'd never be able to repay that debt in my entire lifetime. While these party poopers are running their mouths, I clean myself up after a delicious meal. Dahai comes up to me, thinking he can boss me around just because I have to repay his debt. Haoyu suggests that they don't waste any time and beat me up instead. Out of nowhere, the elegant restaurant manager Shinrui makes her entrance, questioning what's going on. Dahai isn't in any mood to back down, demanding a formal apology from me on my knees. Shinrui turns to me confused, asking what's bothering these people. I calmly share that they're just a bunch of insects buzzing around. My provocative words seem to have spiked up the fatty's cholesterol because he slams the table, declaring my demise. Suddenly, another prominent figure makes his debut. This macho guy is in a higher position than even Dahai. Gao Chang questions the reason behind the fuss and demands Dahai to keep everything quiet as he's got important matters to settle. This man is famed for his reputation as an excellent entrepreneur on the surface. But underneath that facade, his connection in the underworld is vast, and it's not recommended to get on his bad side. Dahai forgets about his anger and agrees to those demands. In my own experience, Gao Qiang became the skull crusher in the first apocalypse, playing a major role with the Hell's Chef by his side. Suddenly, I remember an important detail I hadn't thought of before. Kaozu is linked with one of the first emergencies of the atavistic mutation beasts. The skill to become Skull Crusher is directly tied to him. I stood up to gain his attention, honing in on the opportunity to steal his future. Gao Chang looked me in the eye, impressed by my confident glare. The scene fast forwards to Gao Chang's meeting with his boss, Mr. Sun, who has brought him Duanya per his demands. However, she suspects this man of his creepy intentions. The crime lord praises her for her reputation as a brilliant chef and a dazzling beauty. In his gesture of niceness, he forwards her a drink. But with a single glance, Duanya can sense that the drink is spiked with another substance inside. As for me, I'm currently getting a nice little view of the whole thing from my room. In my first encounter with the apocalypse, I took Xiao Qian and hid in the basement to withstand the massive heat wave. I never even thought that right after dumping her, she'd follow me all the way here. Thanks to her, I can get a front row seat to their demise. Just below, Hao Yu and his fatty brother are starting to succumb to the extreme heat at night. The little bastard Hao Yu recommended everyone to enjoy the pool just so he could enjoy the glimpse of girls wearing swimsuits. Jorking his brother's quack, Dahai thinks he's crafted an excellent plan. Meanwhile, the girls are starting to succumb to the heat spell, wondering why the moon is so bright today. Clasping her hand, Hao Yu the Simpmaster 69 makes his move. He tries to rizz her with corny pickup lines and confessions of love, but Xiao Qian doesn't give a damn about his chopped ass and begs him to take her to the pool instead. I'm enjoying the sight, knowing their little love life is about to go up in flames. I welcome the official start of the apocalypse as the moon bursts into a crimson red. Its scorching heat is instantaneously felt by the losers below. With their skin burning alive, they run around like monkeys, doing their best to avoid the gaze of the moonlight. Hao Yu recommends them to run back to the hotel. Those who are already inside can't explain the sudden rise in temperature. Hao Yu and his long quack are the first one to leap through the doors, causing the others to shock their skin. All three of these clowns are itching and begging for a chance to find water. Locating an aquarium nearby, the restless clowns dive right in, smashing the aquarium open and taking out the fish in the process. They're fighting each other to get even a sliver of water, while Dahai's goons can't fathom what they're doing. Suddenly, a realization dawns on Hao Yu. His egghead brother is missing. Speaking of the egghead, Bro got grilled alive into a fried egg with skin burns. Revisiting the scene with the chef, Duanya refuses to drink, confusing Mr. Sun. Gao Chang tries to shift the topic and informs his boss about the banquet he's prepared. But Mr. Sun makes it a matter of his pride and considers it insulting for someone to reject his drink. In this situation, even he is helpless to defend the esteemed chef. Duanya is pissed off that this guy set her up just to climb the ranks. She knows that this creepy crime lord is known for exploiting many women in the past. She's not going to let him toss her around with the drink. At a loss for words, Duanya wonders what to do instead. Luckily, the blinding moonlight effect surges with an incredible beam that blinds everyone in the room. Hastily, the men close the curtains to avoid the sudden hotness. Gao Qiang and Mr. Sun deem the situation dangerous and decide to head downstairs for a closer look. Luckily, the chef survived the drink, and all it took was a slaughtering apocalypse. Shinrui addresses the tenants and assures them that the rescue team is on its way to help them out. Gao Chang asks Old Mao for his analysis of the situation, and learns about the sudden rise in temperature north of 70 degrees. Close to 100 people have been severely injured already. The worried boss calls Minister Zhao, explaining that he's at the Green City Hotel and that he wants someone to pick him up. Gao Chang asks Mr. Sun what happened with the call, only for the man to explain that the minister is currently busy and can't send anyone to pick him up. Let's head over to the fried egg, who is seething even when the cream is applied on his body. His condition needs immediate medical attention, but there's just no way to get to the hospital right now. Dahai intends to use one of his underlings to come pick him up. The guy in the underground parking garage takes out his van and immediately heads up to pick them up. But the moment he comes out of the basement, he is blinded by an incredible beam of light. It's so hot that the tires burst out, stopping the vehicle in the insane weather conditions. Coming out of the vehicle just to make a call, the clown explains to Dahai that his van is done for, which means he'll have to return underground for another one. Every step he takes is melting the sole on his shoes, to the point he trips over and crashes to the ground. But then he witnesses something truly horrifying. There are dead bodies with skin completely burned down to their flesh laying next to him. He quickly tries to get up, only for his skin to literally melt into the road. Dahai and the others witness truly horrific screams from his phone as the guy experiences agonizing pain. In the end, his phone is thrown aside in panic as the guy meets his demise. Now let's shift attention to the good parts. While the world is going to hell outside, I'm enjoying an AC environment, sleeping in my presidential suite like a little baby. The outside temperature has climaxed to a whopping 75 degrees, while the ground itself is ascending north of 100 degrees. 100 casualties have been reported, and people are encouraged to stay inside to prevent being burnt like toast. The city experiences a wave of heat like never before. The surging high heat malfunctions some of the electrical towers and destroys the buildings. Meanwhile, Fatty Chum Chum over here is pissed off that Xiao Dao is non-responsive. The worst part is that all of these guys have to share a room like a bunch of losers lumped up together. This is the case for the girls as well, but my ex-bitch doesn't like the idea. All of a sudden, power goes out, Remember what happened before? These are the effects now. Dahai's lil bros are pulling off their shirts, unable to survive the rising hot temperature. They emphasize that they'll all die if they stay here. Dahai knows they should act, while my shitty ex-girlfriend suddenly shares her genius idea only her single-celled brain could come up with. She highlights that I've got a presidential suite, and that they could potentially steal it for themselves. Let's circle back to me. I'm breezing and loving the pool here. In the first apocalypse, the city experienced the same outages. Despite the city's best efforts, none of it mattered in the end as electricity would still go out. This is actually the main reason why I personally chose a room with a pool attached. Now that I was done with the swim, I enjoyed the comfort of my air conditioners, all thanks to my large battery setup. Just to make things even more fun, I tossed in some ice there. I took a wine glass and enjoyed the luxury of icy cool air. That swim made me hungry, so I casually materialized a bunch of stored meals from my spatial inventory. They looked fresher than ever. To commemorate the first day of the apocalypse, I decided to go with a simple breakfast. My brain wondered about the possibility of Gao Chang's growth. Suddenly, a bunch of annoying losers showed up at my doorstep, roaring that I opened the door. The door was tightly sealed shut until I began to open it, letting out a gush of ice-cold air outside. The moment Dahai felt its comforting touch, his world was rocked. This Fatas couldn't believe that I had air conditioners running. Meanwhile, I mogged them with my lethal face card and asked what's up. The idiot's little brother howled at the epic pool and food setup I had. Lina Xiaoqian began to shout at me, telling me how selfish I was to keep a luxurious room to myself. They even threatened to hurt me, as if that was going to do anything. Big Mac Attack Dahai stepped up, reminding me that I owed him a loan, and that he could consider it as a payment if I lent him the room. While he was yapping bullshit, I decided to whip out my strap. I have only one main ability, and it's called the American breathing style, shoot them before they loot you technique. With the fatty's stomach punctured with a bullet, his face shifted to horror, witnessing the terrific wound I inflicted upon him. To make my point very clear with these lunatics, I aimed my gun and threatened to send these Satan spawns back to hell where they belong. 3 of them questioned where I whipped out a pistol, while Dahai struggled to mouth his words. All of a sudden, bro just gave up. His sudden admission stunned Xiaoqian and his baby brother. But I didn't stop, and then shot his knee, putting him on the ground. I threatened them again, emphasizing that I won't hold back if they don't disappear within 3 seconds. The countdown to their demise began. While I was busy dealing with these clowns here, Chang and his lackeys scolded Shinrui for running out of food. The helpless manager reveals that only recently, a certain person booked 1,000 tables, which means there's no food for the day. Chang's boss, Mr. Sun, didn't give a damn and demanded all of that food to be brought to him. A civil war among the survivors began, as they argued over food and water, showing their desperation. While these guys were bickering about, Dahai's party carried his injured ass back to Mr. Sun. They even shared that I tried to kill them just now. Chiang notices right away that any ordinary person couldn't have possessed a gun in a situation like this. He's pissed off by the audacity of someone acting like that. My leftover sandwich of a girlfriend rats me out for my setup, revealing the luxuries I possess in my room. Her words caught the attention of the desperate crowd, while she told them stories of how I had delicious food and every kind of luxury they could imagine. The people banded together, unifying themselves against me, thinking that their suffering took precedence over mine. Chang just watched. He sent his men just to observe for now. Well, the people got to my room, and the moment I opened the door, the same reaction followed like with Dahai's party. These disgusting vermin begged me to give them a chance, to let them enjoy the luxuries as I did. There was even a fat kid, a mini spawn of Dahai. Bro saw my juicy fried chicken bowl and ran like a freaking goblin to eat it. But right in the next moment, he got slammed in the chest with a heavy kick. His body rolled over back to the pile of filth he came from, while his mother cried for his well-being. I didn't care. In fact, I even offered to help discipline the spoiled brat for them. That alone shifted the tension in the air. The same desperate nice guys were now boiling with rage, revealing their ugly true selves and calling me a murderer. These losers thought that they could forcibly kick me out through sheer numbers. Lil bros forgot that I could use my main ability, so I humbled them with a warning shot of my fuck around find out Glock. The bullet landed a clean headshot, sniping down one of them like he was never even alive. This was enough to make my point, and so I gleefully reminded them that it would only take 1 bullet to put them 6 feet under. Let's go back to Haoyu's side, who is currently crying like a dog, questioning why they put his big bro outside of the building. The answer's simple. His ass is already dead, and they can't risk an infection with a rotting corpse. Haoyu's hatred for me exploded into outer space, and he blamed me for all his worries. Hilariously, my ex-bitch decided to show up and play stripper with her bestie. They gave me a good show, begging me to let them inside. Watching them beg was amusing enough, but I wanted to play with them personally, so I invited them inside. The excitement on these girls' faces was amusing. They thought they were being handed a lottery ticket, but Haoyu the party pooper suddenly came dashing to attack me. Bro thought he was an anime character who was going to get a strength boost after an anger trip, so I casually hit a home run with his face and sent his ass flying. Haoyu hit the girls with his body, terrifying them to a frightening extent. No longer did they want to test their luck by going inside. I told them to get lost and saw them exit the hallway. Little do they know, I've already got military equipment set up to kill them anytime I wanted to. Aside from the hotel, a military team arrived in armored vehicles. The survivors began to think that they were being rescued by the soldiers, but their hopes were soon dashed when one of the soldiers demanded to locate Liu Zhengguo. The man stepped forward as the rescue team told him that they're here to escort him. This stirred up the crowd even more as they began to question why they were the ones being left behind. These soldiers assured them that their government had already launched a full-scale rescue operation. The idea is to execute at midnight for safety at the Silicon Valley Plaza. Hearing this news, Chang and the others celebrate with great joy. Contrasting their excitement, Mr. Sun comes out of nowhere like a slob and offers 1 billion for the insulated suits. The soldier instantly dismantles this wannabe mafia lord, emphasizing that they only came for Zhengguo's expertise on geology. They don't care for anything else. Mr. Sun begs his lapdog Chang to steal the suits, but he can't do anything in front of armed soldiers. While they were leaving, my shitty ex couldn't help herself but stop them. They reported my case, of how there was a murderer upstairs with a gun responsible for killing multiple people. The crowd begged the soldiers to take care of me. One of the soldiers took off his helmet, deciding to act and betray mission orders. Xiaofeng told the others that he would follow them after dealing with this mess. He began heading upstairs with a rifle in hand. My leftover sandwich smiled a wide grin, thinking that she could snatch the room once I was taken care of. The guy kept advancing in the hall, scanning every corner. Suddenly, Xiaofeng noticed a camera hidden in a pot. Using this opportunity, I slid open the door and tossed a grenade that made its way to Xiaofeng's feet. This is the face of a man who knows he's fucked. The detonation stunned him, blinding his senses. Tear gas became his demise, and if he had only worn his helmet, none of this would have happened. While he was coughing like a dog, I popped up from behind with a club in hand. At full speed, I swung it and knocked him out. Xiaofeng later woke up long after the incident. I had stolen his gear and read his data. He was a deputy captain of special forces, reduced to a pathetic sight before me. The deputy captain was baffled by my setup just like the rest, questioning my identity and access to top-tier equipment. I kept things simple by calling myself a graduate. I didn't really care whether he believed me or not. Kickstarting my interrogation, I questioned him about the rescue points that the government planned to set up. Xiaofeng is baffled because no ordinary citizen should know about this information. Of course, I'm the exception to that rule thanks to living another life. Anyway, I told him how the mission will literally fail, resulting in the deaths of many people on the way to the rescue point. A defeated Xiaofeng replied, telling me that there wasn't another way to win. They couldn't move people via armored vehicles because of space and timing. The only thing they can do is hope for the survivors to reach the rescue points. Bro gave me an essay long's worth of explanation, so I decided to finish him off, and not the sus way, by putting a gun to his head. Xiaofeng pleaded to be given a chance. He didn't seem to care about his own life, just to convey the message to the people to use thick blankets to save themselves from the heat. To his shock, I actually sliced open the rope restraining him. Xiaofeng didn't know what was going on. The thing is, I like this guy for his honesty and commitment to the people. However, I warned him that if he messed with me again, things weren't going to turn out nice for him. Xiaofeng thought I was afraid of the backup arriving, so I pointed him in the direction of my secret weapon, a surveillance turret with auto-recognition cameras and heavy machine guns. He was gobsmacked by the idea of a simple graduate possessing elite-level war weapons. The neat thing about this thing is that it's going to kill everyone except me. Having made my point, I reminded him not to mess with me. Xiaofeng obeyed surprisingly. Later that day, he exited the hotel without saying a word. The people could see that all his guns were gone, which made it clear that I had done something to this guy. Mr. Sun was pissed off. Bro vented his frustrations by bitch-slapping Chang's face for being useless. While he was beating the crap out of his lackeys, Chang emphasized that they had to wait for the rescue operation. At the same time, I made a dashing entry with a comment. A chill ran down his spine while he stopped his friend from lashing out. Infuriated, he questioned why I came all the way down. This time I came with good intentions, so I emptied out a pot of ice cubes, shocking Chang. Ice cubes were such a luxury now that people lost their shit over them. But as always, my trusty rifle helped me make a dog out of them. Chang called me his friend, coloring me in nice regards, and asked for the deal. Both he and his friend sipped the ice cube in their mouths. They've already been trapped here for days. It's the first time they got to experience comfort. Mr. Sun came out of nowhere and kicked Chang's ass again. He called him useless for keeping all the good stuff away from him. Chang found himself annoyed, while Sun sucked on the cube like the demon he was. He taunted Duanya, the only chef among them, for having the bravado to keep her clothes on despite the heat. Unable to control his creepy urges, he grabbed her hand in an effort to force his way. Duanya hit him with a Cracker Slapper 9000, but that still didn't stop this lunatic from ripping off her clothes, threatening that everyone in this room would have fun with her one by one. With her bust ripped, he taunted Duanya for being covered in sweat. Meanwhile, an unexpected development took place. Xiang the lapdog revolted against his own master. Mr. Sun infuriatingly shouted at him, but it was already too late. With a single karate chop to the neck, this man literally ended his ass. Xiang took leadership control of the survivors, assuring them that they'll survive together. Duanya found herself baffled while I watched the showdown. My manipulation skills worked to a T, and this will help Chang's position as the leader. I wondered if this would somehow help him in his growth. Meanwhile, Xiaoqian and Li Na, the two party dolls, offered to do anything on their knees. They saw Chang sip the ice cube pot before he tossed it down at them. The girls fought each other, while Chang revealed the rescue point's distance being a kilometer away. His friend didn't know why they were helping useless losers with supplies without their contribution, but Chang is actually doing it on my orders, to keep these idiots alive. Well, midnight finally came about. The people wrapped themselves in blankets and hastened to leave the building at last. Suddenly, Xiaoqian's blanket was snatched from her. Not only that, her clothes were ripped off as this guy threatened to do bad things to her. Outside, the people are barely navigating under the scorching heat. Even at midnight, it's far too much. With no supplies or water, they're practically torturing themselves. Their very own shoes are burning from the heat. A granny ends up tripping and falls flat on the road. The result is gruesome as her skin is plastered right off her face. No one could help her, as the survivors continued to topple one by one. The apocalypse was cruel. Prioritizing one's own survival meant everything. Meanwhile, the worst had yet to come. The grilled-up bodies of Dahai and Sun experienced a transformation, while I remembered what I did in my previous life. I took the same rescue point operation, except I had no blanket on me. Tons of survivors were killed in the process. Back to my shitty ex and her bestie, they were being harassed by Chang's second-in-command. Before this virgin could enjoy their bodies, the demons arrived. Dahai and Sun, now possessed like rage-filled zombies, clawed their way to grab Chang's group. Haoyu was terrified that they'd become zombies too, so Chang used his ass as a test experiment and pushed him to one of them. Chang felt a flash of heat just by making contact with their bodies. I decided to make my dashing entry with a sword. Chang's subordinate thought I was showing off, while he himself made plans to kill me after I finished dealing with them. To explain what was going on to these corpses, the apocalypse's sunlight allowed mutation. Though these creatures weren't actually zombies and were incapable of spreading anything, they could definitely be described like demons instead. The pair of fuglies made their way to me. The interesting thing about these demons is that they're capable of bearing memories from their previous life. Thanks to Chang killing Mr. Sun, his corpse is now hunting the person responsible. The same goes for Dahai, who became a demon because I was involved in his demise. I dodged the fatty's lunge, and used this opportunity to go up and slash Sun's corpse instead. A clean cut sliced him open, popping a reveal of a crystal nucleus responsible for superhuman abilities. The same thing that belonged to Chang in my previous life is now under my control. Demon Fatty comes rushing to flank me. I quickly lunge upwards and leave him for Chang to deal with. Making my escape, I mocked them to have some real fun. Chang chose to exploit Haoyu again. Bro sent his ass to hug his older brother. Haoyu screamed for his life as they dealt with the demon. I couldn't care less and poured myself a drink. The apocalypse is generous for dropping crystals like these through demons and mutant beasts. However, the drop rate is slim, even less than 1 in 100 cases. I've already cleaned the crystal nucleus. All that's left is for me to chug it down. After gulping it in one go, my body experienced a sudden and monstrous change. Eyes turned red, and I roared with such intensity and heat that my clothes ripped the shit off. I felt like a god, but in doing so, I also collapsed as my body peaked its fatigue. While I was unconscious, Chang and his shitty men had just finished dealing with the zombified Fatas. Chang's lackey was pissed off that their water supplies had run out. To vent their frustration, they targeted Lina, who quickly outed a way for them to deal with me. Dao wasn't in the mood to fudge around and demanded answers, when suddenly Lina betrays her so-called bestie and reveals information about my past relationship with my shitty ex-girlfriend. Lina's ridiculous suggestion was to attack Xiaoqian, thinking that it would earn my mercy and I would open the door. The shitty ex-girlfriend agreed to the ridiculous request, as long as she could get meat afterwards, and at this point, I don't know which one she's talking about. Anyway, Chang's brain went in a completely different direction. This guy suggested Xiaoqian take the blade and rip Lina's flesh open for some fresh meat. Horrified, she turned to Lina's direction, to the one who betrayed her just now. Xiaoqian grabs the blade and approaches her, only for Lina to start ranting like they were sisters all along. Xiaoqian gave her a nasty glare, reminding the traitorous skank that she literally betrayed her just now. Horrifically, this psycho went on to plunder the blade into her abdomen, not once but with numerous cold stabs. Even the men who suggested this idea were chillingly dumbfounded by her coldness. Xiaoqian stood at the top of her deceased friend's corpse as she bled out a pool of red. This mad bitch laughed at her demise, and I could only thank myself for leaving her ass sooner. This murderous psycho was out for my blood too, while Chang instructed Duanya the chef to use the meat for proper nutrition. Unfortunately, this is the only way they could survive in this situation, which is why they had to reluctantly take absurd measures. Dao roared at his men to find the chef immediately. It was during this time that I had awoken in a rage. My body pulsed with animalistic speed, causing me to leap with superhuman agility. Taking one look at myself, I could sense that I gained a tremendous amount of heat resistance. I could also crush anything in the palm of my hand. Peeking at my camera, I saw Duanya popping up at my doorstep. She was the most reasonable person of the group, and thought that the people downstairs had gone crazy. I opened the door. My meat was out in the open, because I didn't give a damn. The chef clearly hadn't anticipated seeing my Omega-level T-Rex that was comparable to 19 inches of venom. Duanya shouted at me and I apologized, realizing I was butt-naked. Back at my apartment, I felt nervous and pieced together Duanya's intention. She was an excellent subordinate to Chang in my previous life, and though I wanted to kill her ass, the cringe of what just happened killed me instead. The flushed chef assured me about her background as an excellent surgeon as well as an outstanding chef. Her mind took note of all the luxuries I had in my room. I actually praised her for being a doctor, but still, I didn't really like the idea of dividing resources. Dronzer panicked and assured me she was ready to go to any lengths as long as it guaranteed her survival. Hilariously, I used this against her and casually allowed her to stay. The easy victory annoyed her, but I assured Dronzer that if she had any ulterior motives, she'd be 6 feet under the ground. The chef knew what to do and promised never to doubt me or my process. To test her will, I pulled out the worst possible request I had in mind, ordering her to strip right in front of me. Let's cut to the part where she's casually taking a shower. Dronzer knew that she was getting the better end of this deal, with promised facilities and no worries about the apocalypse. She experienced heaven while others rotted. Then again, her mind suddenly remembered what happened just a moment ago. How she was on her knees as I cupped her face, having fed her some meat. Still, it didn't matter to Dronzer considering her self-preservation. Meanwhile, I just watched her shower, just to see if she was going to pull something shady. Coming out of the dressing room, she appeared before me in the tightest nurse outfit one could imagine. Dronzer thought it was too small, but I could taste her curvature with just a glance and told her it was perfect. Suddenly, I heard Xiao Qian banging on the door, begging for my help. Outside, someone was clearly torturing her and threatening to break my door. It was here that I saw an interesting change in Dronzer. She warned me that it was immensely risky to give these people a chance when they cannibalized on Lina. This was a bone-chilling revelation to me. To confront them properly, I came out of the shadows, opening the door. The men who had devoured human meat had already become monstrous and maddened. One of them hid behind the corner, aiming to ambush me right as I crossed it. His pathetic attempt didn't meet any results, as I grabbed the blade, dismantled his arm on the spot, much to the terror of my enemies. Xiao Qian escaped their grasp, rushing towards me acting like she needed saving. In reality, this bitch had already become demonic on her own, but I guess she never needed to become a demon since she already was one. I grabbed her throat, revealing that cannibalizing leads to mutation, which means these people weren't even human anymore but literal monsters. Shang doesn't give a damn now that it's the end of the world. These vermin just care about survival. Xiao Qian laughed maniacally, talking about how delicious Lina's flesh felt. She tried to claw at my face, hoping to score some kind of damage. Naturally, I kicked the bitch to the next solar system, knocking her ass right out of the window. Somehow, by the power of plot, she managed to survive and hold on. But it didn't matter. Despite her cursing me, the exorbitant heat annihilated her body. Meanwhile, Chang and the rest of the assailants tried to gang up on me. I felt so pathetic even thinking about wasting my precious bullets on these punks. One of them tried to jump me, and suddenly I realized I actually love having a reason to shoot an asshole. Boom, one down. The rest of these creepy crawlies decided to spread out and gang up on me with their increased agility. I missed some shots, while Dao came from the ceiling, thinking that he had cornered me at last. I decided to shut his yapping by pouncing up in the air, grabbing him by the hair and pummeling his face into the ground. Next, I grabbed the blade of the guy who tried to lash me. Using the same weapon, I slit his neck. Finally, there was Chang, their leader. All I needed was my hand to stop him, before shoving him into the nearest wall, reminding him that he's not the alpha male he thinks he is. And then came an interesting problem. Xiao Qian, the demonic ex-girlfriend of mine, returned with a transformation. She had mutated even more and leapt inside with a fiery vengeance. The speed of her mutation showed me that she really despised me. First, I snapped Chang's neck, and then expressed my sheer bloodlust to personally demolish her for good. The beastly demon screeched at me as our final dance in hell began. Peeking at the fight from the side, Dronzer saw my tremendous ability to beat them down. However, she felt uneasy about Xiao Qian's state, believing that this monster was on a whole different level than the others. Interestingly, she actually wanted to help me for real. Finally, a loyal bitch in a world full of fakes. Dronzer suddenly saw something and called out my name. She came out looking like a badass with a whip, urging to help defeat Xiao Qian. This was actually surprising to hear. I thought she was only good for hiding, but she impressed me showing up to fight. I didn't want Dronzer to become an obstacle, so I told her to stay out. Meanwhile, the ugly bitch became even more monstrous and uglier. She charged at me like a torpedo, aiming to take off my head. I was far too distracted just now, so the first hit actually hit me and dealt some damage. Dronzer squealed in worry, but this fight was already over. I had entered my newly attained berserker mode and felt nothing. The demonic Xiao Qian jumped at me again, thinking the same would happen. She wanted a piece of my meat, literally, so she bit my neck. Unfortunately, my body had become so durable that her puny fangs didn't mean shit. Now that it was my turn to attack, I grabbed both of her arms and gave her back shots she would never forget. Stretching her out nice and clean, I wondered if she was ready for the pain of a lifetime. Then, I propelled in the air with so much speed that her arms ripped off of her body, leaving her screaming in sheer agony. I gained some distance and thought about how much I wanted to torture her in the apocalypse. But things escalated so fast that she had to die now. To my surprise, Xiao Qian helplessly walked up to a corpse, before swallowing it whole in her gigantic mouth. This alien used the corpse to regenerate her limbs again, returning back to full health. It looked like she wasn't going down easy, and was ready for round 2. Her sudden regeneration came as a shock to me. Duanya felt the same horror, but this actually made me feel ecstatic instead of despairing. After all, now I could torture this bitch as many times I wanted, ripping her enough times before eventually dealing the killing blow. With that ferocity, I lunged forth so fast that it looked like I teleported. Curious about the extent of her regeneration, I ripped off her arm again, causing her to scream like the dirtbag she was. To give her psychological torture, I even announced what I was going to rip off next. Pop goes to the right arm and roars as she goes screaming. The tails and the legs? Those came off too until she was reduced to a mop on the floor. But I wasn't done with this nugget just yet. No, I assured her that we were just kicking things off. The moment her regeneration kicked in again, I smiled. The same happened again as I turned her into a nugget. The third round was about to begin. Her limbs were obliterated again. Several rounds later, I even picked off her organs. We had just had to continue for 21 total rounds to erase just a bit of my disgust for this woman. The same demon who wanted to kill me now begged for an answer, begging me why I did all of this. I found it poetic. In my original life, she had plotted with Haoyu to kill me mercilessly. Here came the heel of my revenge, as I squashed her head like the insect she was. The torture session was done, and Duanya horrifically wondered if I was alright. I only turned around to ask her if she was ready. My question left her dumbfounded. Groping her body, I teased her by ordering her to reward me for putting on such a show just now. Duanya could only wonder what I meant by that. Let's cut to the part regarding the rescue point. Some of the survivors were aiming for this place, and surprisingly the temperature of the outside world began to settle down. The people treated it like a glimmer of hope for the end of their demise. The soldier I confronted told his captain about the incoming survivors. The captain was one of those MILFs who did not want to fudge with. Remember those survivors? They were no longer human but literal zombies. The captain realized they were dealing with a sudden horde and told her men to evacuate the civilians immediately. This single captain decided to use herself as a decoy to lure the horde all by herself, just to guarantee survival of civilians. Meanwhile, I was enjoying myself with Duanya. We had done it quite a few times by now, and she was starting to wonder when it would end. Naturally, I took advantage of her gorgeous curves and told her I'd leave her with some memories to remember. Giving her the back shots she'll never forget, I reminded her that she had to obey my orders. Having satisfied my urges by night, I thought Duanya was under complete submission to me. All I needed now was to make my escape before the wave annihilated this place. In my previous life, the same scenario followed, where the zombies attacked the rescue point. That wave strike obliterated many of the soldiers and civilians. This also led to the scattering of military weapons, allowing thugs to do whatever they wanted. One of these naive groups thought it was a good idea to stop me. I reacted with mild annoyance, thinking of how stupid it was to rob someone at this hour. Instead of stopping, I stepped on the gas and straight up ran these clowns over. My destination was the underground subway station. Just like in my previous life, this place collapsed because of the wave, killing thousands. The problem? They had mutated and become zombies. I could see their glaring eyes watching me from the dark. One shitty thing about most zombies is that not all of them are guaranteed to drop a crystal, which means it's a tedious process to hunt for them. Instead of focusing on these hordes, I prioritized heading over to the college, testing my luck. Having arrived here, I dematerialized my vehicle. Stepping inside the quarters, I saw a few of these demons chained to serve another group. Turns out that these guys think they're hotshots running a territory. I knew how to get their attention, so I offered them some chicken legs for a free pass. As expected, these guys went batshit crazy and begged me to toss them over. Smiling, I threw the leg just close enough to the zombies, but the greed of these maniacs overcame them, to the point they all jumped to grab it. While they fought over each other, I pulled the thread and retrieved the chicken wing. These guys were worthless scum who didn't deserve even the slightest help. They brought out their weapons in fury, hoping to kill me. But I brought a gun to a melee fight, and a few headshots later, I walked freely anyway. I didn't even have to deal with so many of these retarded clowns in my previous life because they were dead. Anyway, I came up to the labs, and with just my hands, tore off the lock. From the looks of things, it was clear no one came here. The snakes died, most of them at least. But the one I was looking for, that one was just fine. This was the Golden King Snake, a predatory beast that became the army leader in the future. This little guy eventually mutated into a beastly dragon, and nearly killed me in the process too. I know that it will only take him another week to enter its mutation cycle when the flooding begins. That's why I needed to take care of this thing immediately. I didn't know what it was about this snake, but just looking at it, I could sense that it was more dangerous and intelligent than any other creature. Suddenly, a thrashing sound caught my attention. This college campus had more groups than I thought, and they were about to ambush me. The thugs ordered me to come out, playing it safe instead of rushing in. Meanwhile, I casually walked up front, stating that I couldn't waste my time with these idiots. To my surprise, a certain woman popped out of nowhere, blitzing these assholes with a sweep kick. First, she snapped one guy's neck and then squashed another's head between her thighs. I mean, they were living the dream if I'm gonna be honest. With two down, she leapt across the room and caught the final dude, twisting his neck like he never existed. She was so busy dealing with them that she forgot about me. Despite being put in a disadvantageous position, the captain actually knocked my gun away and sat on my face. What bothered her the most was her inability to twist my body like she did with the others. Instead, I just enjoyed being muffed between her thighs. It didn't take too long for me to strap her onto a chair to remind her of her place. The captain introduced herself as the leader of the Azure Tiger Special Ops. Baikang ordered me to be civil, but I didn't care and asked her if she knew Xiaofeng. The name stunned her, while I remembered strapping him onto the chair the same as her. While this was happening, I cooked my delicious juicy steak and took a bite. She explained the story of how a bunch of thugs took over the school after stealing military weapons. The zombie horde attacked the rescue point, and Xiaofeng took civilians to safety. But some of the ungrateful clowns decided to betray him from the inside. Eating my steak, I assured the captain it wasn't her fault. Bai Cheng was starting to get ticked off being tied like this. I was okay with freeing her as long as she didn't crush my skull with her thighs. Or on second thought, maybe it was better if she did. Well, eventually I freed her and gave her a gun. Since I had personal issues to deal with, I expected the captain to deal with the college shit show on her own. Bai Kang told me about her plan to lead an ambush into the group of fugitives. She also told me that it may as well be our final encounter. Finding interest in the matter all of a sudden, I decided to help her, acting like I was doing it for Xiaofeng. In the administrative block of the campus, the thug leader sat enjoying his women and questioning how the mission went. He was guarded by dozens of men. One of them informed the boss that they're soon going to seize the students. The boss ordered them to kill any who refused to cooperate. Their plans shattered just like their door when I kicked it open. I stood there, fearlessly interrupting their meeting. The lackey standing in front questioned my identity, especially when there were 20 more of them standing outside guarding this block. Amusing them, I decided to reveal my special tactics of getting inside. A finger gun aimed at his head, before mouthing the word, bang. And what do you know? His head effing exploded right that instant. Now you may be wondering that suddenly I'm borrowing Makima's powers from Chainsaw Man, and that's exactly what these terrified clowns thought. Panic set in, they thought I was the devil himself for point-killing someone like that. In reality, my dependable companion Bai Kang had been sniping these idiots from a vantage point. She warned me of the dangerous situation I was in, facing numerous armed assailants. Bai Teng honestly didn't believe in my plan's safety, urging me to pull out. Just earlier, I had tossed her my sexy sniper rifle, instructing her to go to the roof and shoot any person I pointed my finger at. It was the most absurd strategy anyone could think of, but somehow this woman trusted my gut and went with it. Then came a new problem. The curtains suddenly closed. Panic set in for Bai Kang, who begged me for input. From her transmission, she could hear the leader laugh at my strategy. He figured it out already that there was a sniper on the roof. Using this information, Bai Chang stormed her way downstairs, hoping to help me as fast as she possibly could. She heard another transmission of the leader's voice demanding his men to shoot me. She was literally going crazy by this point, and ran so fast that it only took her a few seconds to arrive. But something totally unexpected happened. You see, I had already slaughtered these amateurs and my safety was never even compromised from the start. I grabbed the leader's throat, who begged for my mercy, while I soothed his worries by sending him to hell along with the rest of his friends. Meanwhile, the captain stood there, her brain failing to comprehend what just happened. I told her that there weren't any supplies here to hoard, while Bai Kang wondered if some other group stole them instead. The situation looked grim for the students who didn't have anything to eat. I thought about sharing my personal supplies with them, as long as they reacted nicely. Quickly, I urged her to head to the girls' dormitory. There, Xiaofeng is already waiting. By the way, even though I annihilated the thugs, one of them survived and seemed to have overheard my plan. One of the thugs winds up coming to the office, wondering if she's still in one piece. And yes, the one piece is real. The men pulled her down, freeing Jai from her constraints. Apparently, this woman had been playing the role of a spy imprisoned by the other group. She had such a close encounter with death that she begged Steelfang to comfort her. He heard that this bitch was horny and sadistically whipped her on the back. This girl had an orgasm just off of that. Anyway, Steelfang interrogates her for all the information. Jai described me as the devil who stole all of the supplies and took off. Cutting back to Xiaofeng's side of things, Captain Bai and I made it to the dorm rooms. Xiaofeng was shocked at my sudden arrival, and I quickly told him to open his wounds so I could take a closer inspection. Though he endured barely a few scratches, his condition was getting worse, and for understandable reasons. The nails of the zombies are covered with various microorganisms, which could put his life in grave danger. Xiaofeng thought he was finished, especially when they couldn't find any medicines. But I popped his worries by shoving a box of meds. Captain Bai was terrified that I managed to have so many at hand. You might be wondering why I'm showing Xiaofeng so much tolerance. In my first life, there was a being known as the God of War. His strength alone was comparable to a nuclear bomb. My gut suspicion tells me that it's this guy, and I wanted to invest in him in the long run. As if reading my thoughts, Xiaofeng told me that he knew I had a greater purpose than to just help him, and wanted to hear my thoughts. Immediately, I brought up the worst concern for the people here, the arrival of the Great Flood. Captain Bai and Xiaofeng heard my concerns with silent attention. Because of the intensity of the heat, the glaciers melted rapidly, which caused geographical instability. Soon, the seawater will rain terror upon land. Denying my warning strongly, one of the college girls shouted that it's complete bullshit and that I had some kind of traitorous plan to take all the resources for myself. This crazy bitch is actually Fang Qing, my former classmate, a rich girl and a famous boxer too. Her attention was fixated on my bag of supplies. Thinking that she owned the place, she tried to steal it. I decided to be very polite, extremely gentle with my approach, and slapped the shit out of her in response. With her face swollen and tooth broken, she now understood her place. Surprisingly, the rest of the students actually cheered my name and supported me for dealing with the most annoying troublemaker on campus. They even wanted me to kick her out. The brat in response threatened all of them using Daddy's support, vowing to slaughter them using Papa's money. Meanwhile, Captain Bai asked me if it was right to let her be. Fang King was exiting the hall when her luck ran her into the worst possible person, Steel Fang. He toyed with her body, inquiring my location. Well, having dealt with matters on the campus, I insisted on helping Captain Bai with the evacuation process. The one thing that worried me was the Golden King Snake's mutation. I intended for this guy to mutate and eventually obtain hydrokinetic abilities by then. While I was walking around, I suddenly heard Fang Qing's helpless cries. Just around the corner, she was chained and tortured by Steel Fang and his men. He announced himself as a member of the Federal Bureau of Evolution. Not like I could give a damn. Steel Fang thought I would be some kind of monster for having defeated the thugs all by myself. To make things even more complicated for me, he unlocked the container, unleashing a horde of bloodthirsty demonic zombies. Steel Fang announced my demise. It was around this time Captain Bai suspected something was up. She wanted to look for me and ordered Xiao Feng to stay, who refused and chose to come. Fang Qing looked pathetic, while Steel Fang thought of this game as a chance for me to save the princess. He was ready to let her go as long as I begged on my knees. I thought about it for a moment and confessed that saving Fang Qing was easy. Somehow she became excited, thinking I would really be willing to go that far for her. Then came my objection. She started ranting, complaining, mouthing off like a crazy woman and accusing me of going back on my word. I used her own shitty attitude against her and wondered where her daddy's support was. Clearly, they should be the ones to help her after all. Fang Qing looked like a foul dog. Even in the situation she was in, she could not help but shout at me instead of adapting to the situation. I smiled, amusingly reminding her to remember her words. And then reality hit her. The zombies were already gaining on her underneath, while she was busy shouting at me. With every bite, Fang Qing screamed, shouting that she was wrong and that I should save her. It mattered little to the zombies devouring her, but Steel Fang genuinely found himself entertained at my coldness and refusal to help someone. He was desperate to show me the advancement of their group. First, he revealed a powder. This powder somehow controlled the zombies as long as you applied it to yourself. I thought it was a reasonable idea to fool the zombies by using bone ashes. Steel Fang's face dropped in sheer horror. It was clear he had no idea he was using ashes. Bro coughed in embarrassment and instructed the bloodthirsty zombies to tear me apart. The whole swarm jumped me, while I prepared a stance to counter all of them. From out of the blue, I manifested twin swords. Then I unleashed a dozen slices that diced everything in my path. With some zombies obliterated, I set my sights on the main culprit. By this point, Steel Fang didn't even pay attention to what happened. He thought I'd already been ripped to shreds, when in fact the opposite happened. Captain Bai and Xiao Feng arrived at the scene, terrified at my situation. It was a suicide attempt in their eyes, especially when many zombies surrounded me. Steel Fang grew agitated that his zombies refused to attack. However, it was already game over for him as I wiped the dust off my shirt. He still didn't know what was going on, so I posed, aura farming to the max while their bodies severed themselves apart. I had already finished this fight, and he couldn't even bat an eye. Steel Fang expressed total shock, while I shared having no interest in colliding with the Federal Bureau of Evolution. However, now that they were after me, I couldn't help but give them a taste of their own medicine. First, I grabbed his mouthpiece, before threatening to crush it if Steel Fang didn't reveal the name of his leader. He chose the wrong words and decided to beg me to stop. Displaying total ruthlessness, I pulled his head with so much force that it snapped and ripped clean off of his body. It was like a Mortal Kombat fatality in the eyes of Captain Bai, who had quickly realized that I was a literal monster well beyond a trained combatant. After ripping his head, I felt that I had overextended myself. It really made me miss my wonderful assistant. Speaking of her, my servant Duanya was currently enjoying her wet dream of me. I had drilled our precious moments together so much that she woke up panicking, questioning why I hadn't yet returned. Duanya didn't want to be useless, ever since I told her that she didn't have any helpful qualities for me. This fueled her determination to prove herself. So she took a gun and rushed towards the office room. Surprisingly, there was no one here. Until suddenly, a zombie appeared from behind, blindsiding her completely. The zombie loomed over her, while her butt hit the table, meaning she had nowhere to run. The dumb bitch forgot she had a gun, until the zombie swatted it right out of her hand. The zombie jumped forward to get a taste of her. Duanya thought she was done for life, but surprisingly, this one didn't actually bite her. She couldn't fathom what this zombie was doing. All he did was sniff around the area. The realization hit her that the zombie was blind, which added to her luck, but she was still at great risk of danger if she made the slightest noise. Duanya reached for the gun, giving us all one sus angle after another. Her hand was almost there, she just needed to grab it, but the zombie was tailing right behind. Suddenly this thing realized that she was just laying there, so he went for an actual attack. It was this time that my words came ringing into her mind. how I didn't want her to be useless. Adamant to prove her worth, she instantly kicked this guy with the base of her heel with so much intensity that it pierced his skull. That wasn't enough because the zombie grabbed her leg. Duanya panicked, so she repeatedly blunted his face back to back. After enough trauma to the head, she managed to secure her first kill with the zombie's collapse. Here, she gained her confidence. No longer was she useless. In fact, she was eager to farm a crystal from this zombie's head with an axe. Back to my situation. Captain Bai and Xiaofeng followed my instructions for the evacuation of students. The military team of Captain Bai managed to contact her brother Ming, and they merged groups for proper safety. Finally, the snake eventually began its mutation cycle. I was cautiously watching it every step of the way as both of us stared the other down. I even brought this guy a little bucket to complete his mutation. This way, it would save me extra time. The snake made contact with the water, and the moment it submerged underneath, its structure evolved into a beastly monster. I observed cautiously as the creature eventually tumbled around and tore apart the bucket. From that small bucket now emerged a titanic beast with bloodlust in its eyes. I found myself astonished that a powerful mutation was made possible with such little water, when in reality, the flood would have helped evolve it even further. I took out my blade and set my goal of taming the creature as my personal pet. But instead of fighting head-on, the golden snake ran towards its escape, showcasing its exceptional intelligence. I bolted upstream to catch the beast. Despite the golden snake's unique ability to skinwalk, I was much faster and managed to connect my attack. However, my sword broke upon contact, which meant I needed a stronger weapon. Returning the blow in kind, the titanic snake opened its jaw to swallow me whole. I decided to keep things simple for once and imbued the fury of Mike Tyson in my fists. With a single slam, I put this fucker to the ground. But its durability didn't know when to quit, as it coiled its body around me and actually managed to securely trap me. Now the tables were switched. I was the one cornered. The golden snake figured that this would be the best opportunity for it to finish me off and reached for the finishing move. While this was happening, Ming and Kang bantered against each other. Captain Bai's brother teased her for fascinating me a bit too much. In reality, it wasn't fascination but reality. She knew I was monstrously strong in every encounter, and that was the only way she could rely on me. Back to the fight, I activated my berserker state and grabbed the creature by the throat. Now the golden snake was the one entangled in my grasp. I threatened to break the creature's neck, knowing that chopping its head off would still be dangerous. Instead of targeting its neck, I focused on its upper jaw and in supreme gore fashion, ripped it right off its lower half. After ending its life in a gruesome manner, I located the crystal that I had set my sights on. This was going to ensure my evolution to the next level. The heat had already extinguished the will of the people, but the flood was really going to demolish human civilization into the ground. Even secure cities couldn't escape its mass destruction, and only tall buildings like the administrative section of the engineering university could survive the onslaught. During this time, I had already absorbed the golden snake's core, allowing me to easily navigate through the water by gaining new abilities. My body had automatically developed scales underwater to adapt to the current. Even my eyes had enhanced vision with a protective layer. I didn't even feel suffocated, and felt as if my skin was doing the breathing for me. Even though it wasn't complete manipulation of water, it still provided me all the benefits I needed to withstand the flood. I felt at this moment that swimming upstream would be the best case scenario for me. However, I still needed to watch out for the debris in the water, even with my newfound powers. From the looks of it, I judged my environment and figured out that the doomsday winter was soon approaching. With so many natural calamities befalling upon humanity, our survival seemed like a joke in comparison. The only way to survive was to keep on honing my strength. I vividly remember in my previous life how the flood's aftermath brought the emergence of powerful entities. Northern parts of the city were conquered by the Golden King Snake's full mutated state, as well as the Corpse Queen. The southern part wasn't free either. That one became a territory of the cannibals who devoured everything. The western area was conquered by the Rat King, which looked a lot like SCP-682. The eastern part was the safest, conquered by Chang's demolition and Duanya's leadership. I recall running into them and nearly dying so many times. But thanks to the decisions I made this time, the eastern part has been dealt with, as well as the Golden King Snake. All I needed to do now was farm the rest of the crystal cores to continue my evolution. At the same time, the Devourer clan had so many numbers on their side. Even the Corpse Queen's hideout isn't guaranteed to be helpful. That leaves me with the Rat Army. The University of Technology messed up badly and experienced a rat plague. I think I'll head there as quickly as I can to obtain the crystal. I was so lost in thought that I completely forgot about my fellow swimmers in the floodwater. They've surrounded me, and it's time to teach them some manners. Meanwhile, a certain someone was hugging onto a tower for dear life, nearly swallowed by the waves. Both of these guys suddenly spotted me blitzing through the water as if I was the second coming of Michael Phelps. The guys were in sheer shock. Both of them belonged to the Evolution Bureau and felt that I was responsible for the flood. They had the gall to think they could kick me down in such a position. Luckily, Eggman was the wiser of the two and spotted something from afar. Just behind me were an army of bloodthirsty zombies swimming behind me. It just so happened that I was blitzing even faster than them, that too against the current. These guys thought they were going to scare me off with a warning, so they announced themselves as members of the Bureau. I heard their cries and found myself astonished at the Bureau's influence and reach. However, this became the perfect opportunity for me to interrogate some information out of them. Like any ordinary man would, I flew out of the water like Superman and basically cracked the Eggman's bald-ass head. The first dude fell to his doom, screaming and crying. But surprisingly, his friend grabbed his arm at the right moment, which is rare when you think about how traitorous these people can be. This guy was on the verge of his limits. His nerves were about to pop from the strength he exuded just to pull this guy up. It's not his fault that this fate-ass egghead was heavy. He even told the guy to let go because they'll both die together. I watched their demise comfortably before questioning them about the Bureau. The members didn't give a damn and were ready to lay down their lives just to keep information away from me. Applauding their confidence, I left them to their doom. One of the zombies from the wave ended up grabbing onto Eggman's leg, and well, bro fell to his death. His friend screamed and wanted to save his homeboy. In the end, both of them splashed into the water. That little act of heroism didn't do either of them any favors, as the zombies immediately pounced on them. That is until I came along and slashed them apart. I personally took care of the horde, cutting them apart like sushi for lunch. These normies watched me, finally realizing that I ain't on their level. After saving their lives, they opened up to me, knowing they owed a huge favor. They revealed their mission objective to monitor me, and even revealed the exact location of the Bureau, which was situated in the University of Technology. Chief Liu led the group, and these guys just followed orders like dogs. Recalling the connection between the rat plague and the University of Technology, I realized that the Bureau must have had something to do with it in my past life. Unfortunately, these guys didn't know anything going on inside the labs since it was restricted to researchers. But I knew that I had to act quickly before the rat apocalypse wreaked havoc on an entire region. By the way, Duanya was currently waiting in the Green City Hotel, safe from the floodwater. She found a crystal core from the zombie and managed to consume it. Despite the city of the hotel, water began spewing in, so her troubles were starting to get worse. This bad bitch found herself hornier than ever. Her body convulsed under the influence of the crystal. Out of nowhere, a water worm decided to toy with her body by tangling her legs. The slimy thing took full control over here, and it was one scene away from turning into a completely different genre of manhwa. Unfortunately, my fellow cultured people, the worm turned out to be a bloodthirsty eater of flesh with 100 gaping teeth. This thing nearly bit her face off until she grabbed it with both hands. Wink wink. The worm fought her down, wrapping her arms before entangling all over her body, forcing her under its control. Duanya was forcibly trapped, but that wasn't the end of it. There were dozens of these, and they were about to take turns. By this point, she didn't even have the opportunity to test her skills. Placed in another life or death situation, my words became her beacon of hope. I had told her about the crystal core always granting abilities, though it was uncertain what kind. She wondered how one could use such an ability when they didn't even know about it, to which I guided her to feel the change in environment and her energy. Feeling it may be a little bit too much, this woman starts sensing the weak spots of these freaky noodles. Now that she could locate their brains, she took control over them and ordered them to stop. That command of authority alone was enough to make the noodles back off, though Duanya found herself annoyed being all slimed up. Wink wink again. Donning a newfound confidence, this woman picked up an axe and assured them they'll be cut down barbecue style. The wrathful slaughter began and ended quickly, though she had no idea that someone came from behind. It was me, and though she turned to give me a murderous look, I was standing there nonchalant with my snake out. Duanya found comfort in my return and welcomed me with her stress balls. She quickly felt my snake and backed off, nagging me for not wearing any clothes again. Well, both of us decided to take a shower. I enjoyed the comfort of my home. Duanya massaged my back. I knew she had awoken a new ability, and she wondered how I was able to gather that information. It was simple. Her mouth was pretty warm earlier. My comment made her blush. I asked about the specifics and learned that she could tap into mind control. Deciding to practice the ability, she seized control over me and appeared like a vampiric goddess calling me master. Duanya's control over me broke with a terrifying awakening. My mental power was so fiercely strong that the influence of mind control didn't work. I liked it, loved it even, and decided to show my appreciation by ensuring she couldn't get out of bed tomorrow. The following day, I helped my snow bunny bad bitch learn how to aim with a gun. She didn't know why I was spending so much time with her, especially considering my mission to head to the University of Technology. It was necessary to teach Duanya the basics of shooting well and honing her abilities. Considering her additional background in medicine, I stunned her with the revelation that she was going to accompany me for the next mission. Duanya expressed her discomfort wearing the bunny outfit I commanded her to put on. She wondered if I had already been to the university before. The truth was, I actually did in my previous life. But in front of this chick, I acted like I had to save a friend there. She thought luck was on my side for being a good person. We met our destination at last. The place dubbed as the University of Science and Technology looked nothing like an academic institution. My eyes lashed towards the side. Hearing the sound of gunshot, I covered Duanya with my body. The bald fuck who tried attacking us had the gall to ask questions after shooting. I knew for a fact that this was the same location where the mutant Rat King came to rise. Acting in the interest of the Bureau, I told the watchman that we were here to join their group. This sleazy bastard became horny at the sight of a bunny girl and wanted her for the night. Luckily, Duanya knew how to be useful and offered a delicious plate of braised pork to persuade him. The imbecile folded like a lawn chair like the pig he was, and he immediately signaled for the door to open. The gate opened, and we were granted entry. All this man cared about was his precious meat as he instructed us to stop by the side. This guy's greed was biblical, not knowing that Duanya had actually conducted her mind control technique on him. You see, what he was holding wasn't braised pork, but a severed, disgusting arm of a zombie. Well, we made our way thanks to our guide. The kid showed us some refugees who looked pretty bad in their condition. The lower levels were for the low lives of the base, and he realized quickly that we weren't the type to mingle among these people. Suddenly, a kid bumped into the guy. The poor girl felt really dizzy, and Duanya's motherly instincts kicked in to support the child. She sensed that the child was too weak and didn't have any sustenance. Knowing that her parents were gone, Duanya offered the little girl a piece of bread. The little girl cutely called her bunny sister, a compliment that made Duanya blush. I chimed in and teased that it's gonna be fine, but this poor girl was skeptical and thought that food was scarce in the apocalyptic times. She was right about everyone, except me and my strength. To prove her wrong, I actually went ahead of myself and popped over a bunch of delicious meals, assuring everyone that I took good care of my women. The kid wanted to chime in, but a jealous Duanya force fed the piece of bread down her throat. The smell of food attracted the attention of some thugs. These idiots were kicking around the lowlives and treating them like garbage. In fact, they wanted all of the food supplies to be surrendered over to them and took great offense at anyone trying to break those rules. The poor girl cried for Duanya's safety, but she assured her that nothing was wrong. One look from her was enough. She sprung into action, showing off her figure as well as a bunch of fake food for the thugs. Using her mind control ability, she manipulated them, making them believe as if there was a feast before their eyes. Their gluttony became their undoing, as even though they chomped down on the delicious meat, they had absolutely no idea what was going on. This time, they targeted me instead of Duanya, threatening to punish me for breaking the rules. The so-called punishment was actually a sick ritual. These guys had enslaved some really messed up warriors and forced people into a duel to the death. But the part that stunned me the most was the fact that these two guys were the same people I met back then. The little girl watched, and afraid of what had become of her brothers, she roared and cried, begging those evil men to free her brothers from their control. Duanya stopped her, while these malicious, gluttonous fools continued to swallow meat. Turns out that because these two failed their mission, they were basically sentenced to death. But as part of their punishment, they were enslaved instead. The leader of the group had no idea that these two had shared a connection with the little girl, so he proposed an even more sinister plan. If I didn't win this fight, they would throw her into the water where the monsters could rip her to shreds. I quickly noticed that the two brothers were acting weird, which means some kind of drug influenced them. The fight began, with both of the insane humans jumping towards him. With a harmless karate chop, I knocked one of them out and bitch-slapped the other. Both of them hit the ground, while the little girl cried for their safety. The leader found himself disappointed at the anticlimactic battle. He considered them worth less than trash, so their loss didn't affect him too much. Changing course, the wannabe punk demanded I hand over my supplies, to which I questioned why. Another one told me that it was part of the university's rules to surrender supplies. The concept of freeloaders didn't exist here, and contribution points needed to be earned before advancing. This corrupt and idiotic system only served these clowns, but I decided to play smart and told them that they had just eaten the last bit of our supplies. Out of nowhere, Captain Guo arrived and terrified his men. This dude looked straight up comical. His slaves carried him with pride, as he sat on top like a gluttonous behemoth that never hit the gym once in his life. One of his slaves ended up slipping and crashing due to peak exhaustion. Captain Guo mercilessly took his lance and ended the vermin's life with a single piercing stab. His ruthlessness stunned both of us. He had personally come here to offer us a position, a job offer to work for him. Just like the rest of the horn dogs, he had eyes set on my bunny girl. In fact, this bastard had already enslaved one woman to toy with and had gotten bored of her. The punks from before heavily advised us to accept the offer, acting like it was an invitation to become the CEO of Apple. Suddenly, their own boss smelled delicious food on them. In this group, eating meat without the permission of Captain Guo is considered a straight-up death sentence. These amateurs submitted before him, begging to be spared and assuring the fatty that they'll bring him food next time. But then came Captain Guo's actual objection. He actually didn't find a delicious scent, but rather a disgusting smell coming from their bodies. While Duanya found herself confused, I realized that this guy's mental control was strong enough to see through the mind control spell. And then reality hit for these idiots. All this time, they thought they were feasting on delicious meat, but then blood started pouring out of their mouths, their grumbling stomachs killing them from the inside. All three ran to find the bathroom, not knowing it would soon become their grave. Captain Guo wanted to end their lives then and there, while I wondered why I couldn't sense any abilities despite his tremendous aura. Just his presence alone terrifyingly broke Duanya's spell, which meant that he was a force to be reckoned with. Still, my main focus was to find the mutant rats without wasting time, while this fat fudge commanded me to accept his offer. I slammed him with a straight refusal, while he acted mighty, telling me that I would regret this decision someday. Thankfully, they left without causing any trouble. My bunny girl apologized for failing the mind control, but I knew she wasn't at fault here. Both of us needed to be careful. Out of nowhere, this random guy comes up to me, calling me by my name. Turns out he's Miao Pu Yuan, and he knows me from school. Meanwhile, Captain Guo commanded his men to keep an eye on the bunny girl. This Delulu scumbag wanted to feast on her flesh, and not in a pretty way. In the next scene, Duan Ya and I were checking out the facility and discovered the state of the students who lived like shit. This one single building was their only piece of shelter. Tianyue helped everyone and considered the place their main territory. I was intrigued by the idea of a field team, which was supposed to act as a deterrent to counter the Hao tribe. Tianyue arrives with a tactical DIY outfit. His homie introduced me to him, and right away my old roommate took off his visor and hugged me with open arms. He was ecstatic that I was still alive, and that he could spend some time with me for a couple of days. Then his eyes drifted to the luscious woman just hanging around. The bunny girl is none other than Duan Ya, who used to attend the same university. Bro utterly lost it. He didn't think a goddess like her would be here stuck with losers. Duan Ya hugged me, begging that she change her embarrassing outfit. I gave her permission, which made these guys lose their marbles even more. Tianyue showed her to a changing room, a luxury space given to Tianyue for his contribution. The one thing that bothered him is how we were able to travel and bring clothes without any bags. I switched topics and asked about his missions. The poor guy was overwhelmed with dangerous missions and looked messed up. He begged me to join the team and assured me that Duan Ya could simply take care of the wounded as her only duty. One more problem remained. Tianyue took a different tone and scolded me like shit for forcing Duan Ya in an outfit like that. He gave me real big brother energy and took issue with the fact that she was defenseless, especially when the fat-ass captain took interest in women, always leading to their demise. While this was happening, Duan Ya was moments away from stripping her clothes when suddenly a spy put a knife on her neck. Terrified, she questioned this person's intention. The woman told her that she wasn't allowed to sleep around with lowlives, but Duan Ya stayed loyal to me and declined her help. She had the gall to trace her fingers over her body. Pissed off, Duan Ya forced her under her mind control ability, actively diffusing the situation. The woman let go of her, while Duan Ya realized that she couldn't take control of her for a long time, but she had gotten just enough time to escape and ask for my help. However, this maddened lady pulled out her blade and decided to stab her hand. This way, she would no longer be influenced under the illusion. Duan Ya was in danger again, as the woman pinned her to the wall, her arm squeezing against her neck. The slamming inside the room alerted the people outside as they began to question what was going on. The punk lady realized she was in deep trouble now as I slammed the door open. She looked at me with a menacing glare, acting like I put myself in a dangerous situation. At once, she lunged towards me with formidable speed. I didn't have anything to worry about, except this idiot Tianyue stepped in front of me and surprised the woman. One look at my face terrified the crap out of her, because she realized my true identity. The man known as Su Chen was declared as the devil among her peers, a monster who obliterated everything in his path with bloodlust. My aura put the fear of death in her, and she knew taking another step guaranteed I would send her to hell. Frightened, this crazy chick decided to pull an even crazier move. She dashed to my feet, offering her body to me for free. Seduction was the only way she thought she was getting out of this situation, but I just looked at her with a chilling glare and commanded to know about her real leader. Punk Hair offered her body, straight up taking off her clothes to expose her damaged goods to the rest of the world. The virgins next to me were instantly clocked, but in reality, the clothes were a deterrence. She used a smoke bomb to try and escape, but I was faster and grabbed her by the throat, putting her bare body up in the air. Terrified that I would slaughter her, she begged to tell me information, but I couldn't give a damn and chucked her right out the window, plunging her body into the ocean. By the way, Xiaomei and her two brothers were currently being threatened because of me. My friend Tianyue felt really guilty, fearing that they would all become dead meat at the hands of huge rats. The rats caught my attention and I immediately urged them to check them out. In the next scene, Captain Fatty the Eggy hollered at the little girl. He had her brothers put up for display, allowing the little girl to fight for their survival. Xiaomei's brothers begged her to leave, but this brave girl had already stepped up to fight. Her opponent? A nightmarish creature 4 times her size. The looming threat terrified the little girl as the giant rat hastened to bite her. The poor girl ended up with her arm between its teeth, screaming in agony as the beast hurled her helpless body. During this time, she remembered all the good memories she shared with her 2 brothers, who used to share food with her. The idiot among the 2 brothers accidentally ate poisonous mushrooms this one time and suffered for it. In fact, they went out to complete their mission just to help her feed. They really wanted the best of her, but now they screamed, shouting at the little girl to just run. Captain Ugly took great amusement in their demise. He decided to lower the scaffold and force them to hang. Now the little girl really had no choice but to act. Mustering her bravery in the face of pain, she clutched the sharp stick and stabbed the creature's eye, causing the beast so much trauma that it released Xiaomei, who then hurled towards her brothers, despite her injured arm. The girl wept, begging them to just hold on. She was even being chased by the giant rat, who ended up slamming her down. Egghead laughed with great enjoyment, calling them a heap of trash that didn't deserve to live. By now the girl couldn't do anything. The beast already toppled her, and her brothers were moments away from total suffocation. Xiaomei cried for someone to help them, and suddenly I answered that prayer like a god. With a single bitch slap, I eviscerated the rat's head clean off. My friends also arrived right behind me, while Captain Eggy felt frightened more than ever. Honestly, I felt disappointed. The rat didn't seem sturdy at all. The creature hadn't gained any new abilities. Captain Eggy thought he was going to scare me, so he pulled out several more of these sewer clowns from their cages. The brothers were saved by my friends, who all thanked the little girl for rescuing them. Xiaomei thought she didn't do anything, crediting me for saving their lives. While this was going on, Punk Hair, who was chucked out the window, landed in the researcher's lap. She pitched the idea that harvesting my genes would create a perfect solution against the doomsday genes. The head researcher actually thought highly of me, believing that if I died here against a bunch of lame rats, then I didn't deserve to be worthy of his attention. Well, lucky for him, I shish kebabbed my way out of these sewer clowns. Tianyue couldn't believe that I was the same dorky roommate he once knew. Even Eggman felt like his eyes betrayed him. Still, I felt bored without having acquired any crystal nucleus for my liking. Suddenly, a transmission beeps with an announcement. The researcher calls me his experimental research subject, which was the gayest thing I had heard that day. Captain Guo was then given the order to retrieve me, while my friend feared the worst. I didn't really care what they thought of me, because things weren't going to go their way. My bunny girl chose to stay, aiming to stick by my side until the very end. Captain Guo taunted Tianyue because of my close relationship with him. He wondered which person he would choose to support in this apocalypse, because he could very well choose to betray me. I looked at my friend and asked for answers. Tianyue revealed that Liu Haiyun, the researcher, is the same man responsible for creating a powerful drug that helped the university outlast the rest of the world. His drugs require one's life force in exchange for strength. I heard all of this and offered him a chance to come with me, but Tianyue had his reasons and chose to betray me. Captain Guo laughed in the face of this treacherous act. It was like a movie scene watching two brothers fight against each other. This Fatas thought he would handle things his own way, so Humpty Dumpty launched himself like a nuke from the skies. Hilariously, my friend lunged up and smashed his face with a brutal kick, revealing that he had made his choice. Captain Cannonball rolled pathetically. It was like watching David versus the Goliath. Tianyue stood over him and defied the leader's words. He no longer cared about the sickening drug either. I felt really stunned by his reaction and his words. Inside my heart, I felt relieved that Tianyue was willing to go this far for me. He was straight up willing to protect me and die for me. So he lunged forth like I was a princess and he was a hero. Not even joking, this man took Saitama's training and launched dozens of serious style punches. But Fatty was not weak to such attacks, not after he had consumed a level 2 version of the same drug. Tianyue clearly didn't anticipate this clapback, while Fat Guo boasted his ultimate defense and prepared his dual maces to strike him down. Challenging his strength, Tianyue contested by grabbing both the maces. He suffered a huge backlash, while Guo enjoyed tormenting him. To make his agony even worse, he activated shock mode from his hammers. Tianyue was moments away from enduring real pain, when suddenly I jumped and kicked the maces so hard that their handles ended up stabbing the fat blob. Tianyue and the rest of my allies were shocked, while the sight brought great annoyance to the researcher. Captain Guo didn't appreciate the pain of his own weapons. Ultimately, he was on the ground without much effort. The researcher watching me and my skills only felt more interested. The same guy has been responsible for spending all his efforts in achieving the next level of human evolution. Watching me destroy an upgraded version of his test subject really impressed him. Extending his offer, this loser thought that I would voluntarily give myself up to become the first perfect human on his list. Hilariously, I question if perfect human implies transforming into a rat. The researcher felt proud that I knew about his research and highlighted the similarities between humans and rats. I felt at this point that he just had a weird rat fetish. Anyway, Liu Hoyan explained that he'd use his army of ratmen to ultimately conquer the world, shifting the apocalypse into a world that belongs to him. Bro was talking like a creep, so I just called his bogus idea even more stupid. He felt shocked that I couldn't understand the greatness of his slimy rat idea. The researcher decided to show me a visual example of his brilliant research. Mohawk Girl fired a rifle, launching a dart just next to my face. It landed right into Guo's corpse. Upon first contact, the needle began transforming his body into a vile creature. Witnessing his creepy mutation, my friends were alarmed, questioning what kind of inhuman experiments this mad scientist had been conducting. Captain Guo's body transformed into an eldritch monstrosity. It felt like watching an alien standing before my eyes with numerous eyes stuck inside its limbs. This is the level 3 version of the drug, one that enhanced strength and even allowed regeneration abilities. The researcher even went on to say that I was no match for this kind of monster, and questioned if I could see the greatness of his research now. Using my ultimate technique, I showed him the "fuck you, I don't care" middle finger attack. This really hurt the scientist's ego, who got rage-baited and ordered his minion to kill me so he could extract my Sigma genes. Mutated Guo screeched like a bug and ran full speed like a damn cannonball. Bunny Girl worriedly shouted for my safety, but let's be honest, I wasn't gonna move anyway. I just used both my hands to stop the creature, before crushing the batteries installed in his body. After plucking those batteries, I shoved it straight inside his damn mouth, and then forced the creature to swallow it. The result? A Michael Bay masterpiece as the explosion blew the creature's head. The researcher felt stunned that I was able to use such a tactic. One small issue: level 3 experiments are capable of regeneration, which is why this ugly fugly came back to life, uglier than ever. The researcher hailed this as the might of scientific evolution, but I went right back in to beat the shit out of this thing. With a punch shoved right inside its face, I continued to hammer it down with dozens of attacks from every direction. The thing is, I didn't want to use any of my powerful abilities because I preferred not to show my hand, but my punches alone caused so much impact that the dust blinded the spectators' sights. The researcher questioned what I was up to. I flung myself up and started to admire Haeyun's research for a moment. It was true that he had created a monster with excellent regeneration abilities. But the thing about my inventory is that it's got a lot more stuff than just supplies. For example, I cast open a pack of debris. This swarming strike is used as a secret weapon. The good thing is that no one can even see what's going on because of the dust. By the time the dust settles, I'm aura farming at the top. I'd already buried mutated Guo under the debris, so he wasn't going to come out again. Haeyun roared at me, cursing my name and assuring me that trying to provoke him was a bad idea. I just sat there chilling, not giving a flying fuck as he pointed me to the army of rats he had conjured all around. But I actually welcomed this as the perfect opportunity to kill them all. Bunny Girl and the others felt surrounded by the army. The rest of the men working under the researchers also began transforming into rats. I knew that my main target was Haeyun, because these rats were just never gonna end. So I casually decided for Tianyue and my baddie to handle them all by themselves. Bunny Girl felt really terrified, but also wanted to prove her worth, so she assured me she was gonna handle the task. Before leaving, I reminded her to call me in case they needed to help. Kicking into gear, she rounded up the group and activated her ability. Her strategy was to control the horde, but the main problem came in numbers. She couldn't control all of them at the same time, but she was willing to give it a try. This would allow Tianyue and his buddies to take out the rest. The researcher thought of them as traitors who would nourish his army of rat men. Haeyun's balls dropped in his throat the moment he realized that I was actually smashing my way into his building. Haeyun felt offended that I had broken into a specific room. He prepared himself to enter the fight on his own and ordered his men to inject him with the Doomsday Gene. Even though it was far too unstable and the risks were too many, Haeyun's ego couldn't take it. Lil Bro wanted to be Mini Aizen, but failed at his job. Anyway, I arrived inside his gallery of messed up human experiments. Here, all kinds of specimens were present in tubes. One of these experiences happened to be Yun Yun, who really surprised me. She's the same girl I met at the bar, never realizing I'd run into her again. To prioritize her survival, I whirled my fist and punched open the tube. Bad bitch acquired, I took her in my arms. She realized right away who I was, and I promised to help her get her out of this mess. Strangely, Yun Yun stated that she felt hungry, something I couldn't understand. Suddenly, a voice demanded that I let her go. 2 bolts of blue launched towards me, and I caught them at the right moment. Haeyun had found me and ordered that I let go of his woman. I broke the ice bolt and realized that he had a superpower of his own. I clapped back at him by saying that he's not claiming ownership over a woman. Haeyun revealed that normal people in the apocalypse are insects compared to someone like him, a man destined to rule the world. Bro thinks Yun Yun is getting the real benefits by having to be with him, but this Mewtwo build baddie was for my collection, and it seems she's operating on my wavelength because the chick hugged me just as quickly too. Jokes aside, she was terrified, begging me not to leave her. Haeyun's blood boiled watching his girl simp for me. Bro lost it like an animal and flung himself towards me like an incel. I called him a noisy clown and kicked a table towards him. Haeyun blocks the attack, sure, but could he block the long kiss I was gonna give her next? Absolutely not. Yun Yun parted her lips and stated that I at least owed her this much for leaving her last time. Right after that kiss, she fainted. Well, Haeyun couldn't handle it anymore. Bro thought I was really fucking with him like that. He ripped his shirt off trying to act tough and this time promised to send me to hell alongside her. The effects of the drug finally took over him as his body began morphing, giving him a transformation much different from the rest of the rat army. He had a strangely muscular and humanoid build, with long hair and even the ability to speak. Bro thought he had become God, but my nonchalant aura paired with a free opportunity to smash his girl after this fight outdid his transformation. I put girlfriend number 2 down and told her to eat some chocolate until I returned. But while I was doing that, this creep already pounced right up to attack me. With a single smash of my backhand, I vaporized his body out of existence. Honestly, I even felt disappointed by how easy it was. Munching on my chocolate, wink wink, she asked if my friends were fighting down there. Yun Yun told me that she wanted to return the favor. She casually took an office chair and flung it into the window like it was a piece of paper. Before heading out, future Smash Piece told me to be careful about Haeyun as he isn't done yet. Saying so, she jumped down, descending right into the army of rats. Her landing wasn't proper at all. Smash Piece number 1 and my friend were terrified seeing her crash like that. She moaned loudly about hurting her ass, while the rest of my buddies suddenly began questioning what's happening. You see, Yun didn't just fall down, she had literally become Godzilla-sized. Her jugs were now the biggest jugs in the world, and she began crushing the rats like insects with each step. It really confused her why these rats roamed around like that. To her, they're just regular-sized rats running up to her. And well, that scared the shit out of Yun, to the point she began crying. Ironically, her feet stomping crushed the rats and scared my friends away. They were beginning to think this chick was crazy. Watching it unfold from the top, I realized Yun had come in possession of a powerful ability of her own. Meanwhile, the remains of Haeyun transformed into tiny rats that began mounting on top of my body. These rats then merged their flesh and formed a cage around me, devouring my body completely. Meanwhile, Haeyun also materialized back. I had just vaporized him to literal pieces and he returned like a phoenix out of its embers. The mad scientist really thought he had ascended to godhood with this immortal body. As for his army of rats, they suddenly stood still and baffled my friends. In reality, they were looking up at their superior. The figure at the top was none other than the Rat King, one of the catastrophes of the apocalypse. The rest of the rat army kneeled to their new king, worshipping him as their supreme leader. Meanwhile, Yun finally outgrew her fear through her anger and started flicking the rat army away. She felt supremely pissed and targeted the Rat King, questioning what had happened to me. Haeyun acted all nonchalant and Sigma, stating that I had already been killed. The Rat King then commanded his minions to attack Yun, overwhelming her titanic body through numbers. Tianyue and the others fought off the berserk rats, questioning what made them so violent all of a sudden. Yun collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the army. Meanwhile, the Rat King glazed himself, stating that he would become the god of the new world with his new army. Suddenly, I stuck my hand out of his ribs, apologizing for taking so much time finding the crystal core. Mutated Haeyun's rat ass thought that I was completely devoured, but in truth I tore apart from his flesh, fully powered by the crystal core. With his body torn in two, he became helpless without his precious crystal core. I stared at the catalyst for my next evolution. Some of the rats popped out of different locations, using every opportunity to gangbang my team. Tianyue signaled everyone to be cautious of the underground drainage system. One of the brothers was caught and immediately dragged by the army of rats. This guy begged to be let go but knew he was going to die. Before he could even say his final words, the rats dragged him down into the blocks and tore him apart. Tianyue and the others felt fatigued fighting them off, knowing there were too many of them. He was at his physical limit, his body was sore and he was breathless. Yun fought them while they pounced on her jugs. Bunny Girl thought the situation looked desperate too. At this moment, Tianyue thought that only a god could save them from this hell. And that's when I shot from the roof and descended like the Demon King himself. My body was covered in shadows and I looked like a level 1000 monster. All of them assumed that I was the Rat King, that the nightmarish creature was going to end them all. But every step I took exuded fear into the rat army while I was covered in shadows. Smash Piece number 1 thought I had failed, but I just towered over her, assuring the bunny that I was here. My voice gave her some surety, but the problem was that the crystal core's power was trying to consume me. I was fighting my hardest to keep control, and luckily that was my strong suit anyway. Tianyue felt shocked and relieved watching me, while I warded off the control of the essence and praised him for holding on for this long. The rat army looked prepared for the smoke, eyeing me down. All of them lunged at me, thinking that their numbers would give them the same advantage as it gave to their previous fights. Tianyue screamed for my safety, but with a single glare I shouted, "Get lost," and scared the literal ghost out of these fudgers. That glare alone made them run like humans as they turned tail, scattering in every direction just to get away from me. That entire army that looked so tough early was now a bunch of cowards, sniveling away in every hole they could possibly find. The rest of the brothers were shocked, questioning how the rat army flew with just my presence alone. Tianyue couldn't even fathom how me saying 2 words managed to scare them all off. At this point, the same crowded ground looked so empty. We had officially won, but my focus was on the Rat King's crystal core. Thanks to its raw essence, the rats understood my fearsome command. Unfortunately, Tianyue felt really fatigued and began coughing. He had overdone his body ever since the fight with Guo. Yun came with a few facts about the drug, although it fills you with immense strength. But over time, the poisoning effects are amplified too. I asked her if there was any way to save his life. Yun pointed me in an odd direction, stating that there is a corpse chained up in Haeyun's lab. Using its blood, a serum could be made to neutralize the poison's effects and save Tianyue's life. I'd arrived at the lab she mentioned, already feeling the immense pressure coming off of it. It felt like I was being pulled into a black hole. The moment I stepped foot inside the room, I felt a strange sensation, as if I had passed some kind of mental realm. One thing really surprised me. Yun talked of a corpse, but there was a curvy babe sitting in front of me instead. This woman called me classmate Liu, while all of a sudden my body transformed into Haeyun's state. Now I realized that I was in an illusion, while she politely offered me a seat. I knew that I had invaded his memories somehow. What surprised me was this woman stripping her clothes. The idea of a scientist getting bitches is astounding. But don't worry, she just felt hot. Both of them had a crab on a tray. Apparently it inhabited a parasitic organism called the saculina. This thing coexisted with the host to ensure personal survival. Getting hornier and hornier, the lady hovered around my body. Haeyun, or in this case, I felt uncomfortable with her melons striking my face from the back. She was getting really serious and began praising my physique. Taking full use of the opportunity, I decided to enjoy the experience. She was mounted on me now, staring me down and begging for some real hands-on experience in the lab. And well, that turned into a few hours of a really good time. While I was doing her, the apocalypse suddenly struck. Both of us felt tired and despised the idea of living in a messed up world. Supplies already ran low, but the moment this lady asked for some of Haeyun's food, he turned into an animal. This guy hounded her while she was just asking for food. Bro took out a knife and hastened to kill her. I just want to know what kind of post-nut clarity this man was experiencing, because what the fuck is that reaceton? Anyway, bro ended up going too far and stabbed her intestines out. He just wanted to be with his food again. Then he fed her remaining parts to his test subjects. Thanks to her blood, he made a new serum to neutralize poisonous effects. But the thing that surprised him the most is how her body began mutating even after he ripped her apart. She became his perfect specimen. Haeyun treated her like a masterpiece. He found the results so impressive that he called it the Doomsday Gene. Next, he hounded her brains and took those too. Haeyun promised her that he wasn't going to let her die. Then this mad clown brought a chainsaw to rip her even more. She looked at him, questioning if he found the crystal core he was after. She demanded that he eat it, but Haeyun stopped himself. Instead, he crushed it, surprising her. Haeyun's face shed as my face emerged from the illusion. She was shocked that someone managed to escape her illusion. This time, I wanted to open her brain and look inside too. The defeated woman begged for mercy. She had already been tormented enough by Haeyun's experimentation. She was willing to give me a spare piece of my power. However, I reminded her that a Sakulina had already taken over her consciousness. She was a monster who deserved no mercy. And so I crushed her head, stealing the crystal core for myself. With her body withering, I found it easy to upgrade myself again. But that's exactly the problem. With her gone, there's no cure for the poison. Let's talk about the Sakulina itself. After finding a host, it eventually spreads its control all over the host's body. Eventually, the body becomes the slave of the parasite Sakulina, and there's no hope in saving it anymore. In the next scene, the floods have subsided. The dead bodies inside of the water eventually mutated. But it didn't matter. I was moving with my squad. Both of my smash pieces walked next to each other. Yunyun asked Duanya where we were headed, and learned that the university was no longer a suitable place to live. The surviving students became a rare group for the apocalypse, so the plan was to use them properly. Yunyun showed everyone her goods and kept on saying how she felt hungry. She couldn't contain herself and ran to come up to me, but my bunny girl stopped her. Duanya explained that she had to obey orders for her own safety. By the way, I became way too excited last night and used her as my punching bag again. Consuming the crystal always turned me feral, so I grabbed her face and enjoyed her all night. Every part of her felt it, but now she was feeling a little flustered, wondering if the crystal core really influenced my thoughts that much. The thing about the flood is that even after subsiding, all kinds of bacteria and microorganisms ended up getting affected by mutations. This meant that ordinary safe zones without doctors all fell to ruin. Doctors were the rarest thing in the apocalypse, and I needed them to create a personal safe zone. There were all kinds of opponents in the future that I had to plan against. The good thing is that we found Yun who managed to create the serum as well as some potions. She had Tianyue and the rest healed to full health. At the same time, I looked through all of my inventory and stored important things from the lab. Finally, the Rat King's crystal core added more than I thought. First it boosted my berserk mode, then it also increased my normal strength. It gave me ice abilities, though I couldn't control much of it. It was a good start. Well, there's also the mutated female corpse we picked up along the way. Thanks to her crystal, I gained 2 new mental abilities. The bumming part is that I couldn't get my hands on hypnosis. The first ability I got was mental perception, something that came from the corpse's instinct for blood. This helped me read heat signals of the surrounding area up to 30 meters. Right away, I knew this was a trap by the Devourers. One of my homies pointed at the hanging lady on the pole. This woman was actually Rui, one of the classmates at the university. The group wanted to help her right away, but sensing it was a trap, I told them to leave it as it is. This came as a shocking reaction to Rui's friends. They thought of me as a cold-blooded monster who didn't want to help humans at all. While the rest of the group left, this girl stayed and called us losers for not being man enough to rescue the girl. Anyway, 2 of them tried undoing the knot. But the moment they did, spears came right for them, killing 2 guys immediately. Now, the same woman who wanted to play righteous and good felt struck by fear. Devourers jumped from the top to surround them. These cavemen-styled hunks surrounded her. They enjoyed her body, calling her a foolish kind girl who could be used as bait to draw out others. Before using her as bait, the Devourer asked his fellow brother to use her for some good fun. As for the other guy, he tried playing hero and ended up getting cut down by the monster. The monster grabbed her by the head, tore off her clothes, and decided that she should be used for breeding purposes only. Hearing their screams, my group realized they were in trouble. Duanya asked me if the hung-up woman was being used as bait. I was happy that she was able to see the obvious trap. The thing is, our worries didn't end there. We were practically surrounded by Devourers in this territory. Tianyue and the others felt panicked the moment I said this, but I found it as the perfect chance to use my second ability, Corpse Control. This ability helped me manipulate the dead for my own needs. The army of undead that came from behind alerted the devourers. Frantically, they turned back and started slashing the nearest ones. The two of them felt overwhelmed by the mutated zombies, but this actually caused some of the group members to run off. The devourers started descending from the windows to catch the humans, but they only found the icy glare of mine staring back at them. I farmed aura literally while telling them how weak they were for not having crystal cores. The rest of my mutated undead army came out of the blue, overwhelming these guys. Soon after this, we headed to the safe zone of Hecheng. Here, my smash pieces presented themselves at the forefront with the rest of the group members. They wanted to seek protection from the safe zone people. One guy lunged from the top and slammed his feet into the ground. This guy was buff as hell and a real macho guy who didn't care about bitches. Finally, a dude who has some self-worth. But still, Duan Ya attempted to use her mind control ability on him to get her way. He recognized her offensive magic and had enough mental strength to come jumping towards her. Her huge ass wasn't going to save her from this ability user, until a certain someone jumped ahead to protect her. My homeboy told Captain Sun that these were good people, even though Sun thought that they were spies trying to infiltrate the group. That's until I came along and assured Captain Sun that we can easily take our platoon of doctors to another safe zone. The second Captain Sun heard the word doctor, he got one-shotted. Like I said, doctors were like diamonds in the apocalypse. Xiaofeng took notice of me and immediately vouched with his life that we were good people. Some of the other guys in Sun's group said the same, which gave enough trust for Mr. Tough Guy to give us a break. He accepted taking us in, with the condition of using the doctors to heal the injured patients. The people celebrated welcoming the new guys into the safe zone. Xiaofeng personally apologized to me for Captain Sun's rude behavior, but I didn't mind, knowing that this world was full of shitty people anyway. Xiaofeng thought we'd come at the perfect time, stating that there were a whole bunch of patients that needed a doctor's help. Unveiling one of the patients, we got to see another 10 out of 10 lady with mushrooms growing on her body. Both of my women were weirded out by the mushrooms, while Xiaofeng added that they didn't know the cause of such an infection. Despite shaving them all off, they would always regrow even faster, sucking the life force out of the person. I had taken one glance at her condition and immediately knew that she was infected with mutated fungi. I told Xiaofeng to be careful about getting pricked by any plants around the area. Duanya figured that the mushrooms were using the infected person as a source of energy, while Yun went to find something to help the patient. The thing is, this kind of mutation is nothing. These looked pretty now, but they eventually gave birth to pretty nasty zombie plants that attacked humans. When the infection spreads and the humans of the safety zones are busy fighting back, the devourers will invade and use these people as livestock. That faction becoming stronger would only hurt me in the long run. That's why I couldn't get comfortable in the safe zone and needed to scope out the situation. In the next scene, a loudmouth who thought he owned the world came with his jeep shooting at anyone who came his way. He treated them all like dirt, while I began wondering why a guy like him was allowed to shoot a rifle in the safe zone. Xiaofeng felt really troubled to admit that the team was in shambles. It's mostly because this dude is the son of the city lord, so he literally runs over children and senior citizens because they're useless. This monkey actually spotted the new refugees and slid over to Yun's side, offering her a chance to slobber on something good for once. Yun gave him an easy bait and requested that he carry her, which overstimulated this monkey's brain. Xiaofeng thought she was in danger and tried to stop Zhang He, but I told him it's fine. The monkey asked her to come so he could carry her. Yun smiled and launched herself directly into his arms, but right at the last moment, she transformed into a titan with a devilish grin. Unless this guy is secretly Superman, this guy can't catch her jugs. And while that happened, bro had to bail out at the last moment even though many men would have accepted this kind of death. Yun fell and got up real fast after crushing him. Captain Sun was drawn to the noise. The same goes for the other captain as well. Turns out he wasn't crushed, just too scared to move his legs. The towering woman loomed over with a sarcastic grin, calling him useless. The others came over to help the useless young master, who instantly turned into a victim and ordered them to shoot at the monstrous lady. Right then, Duanya kicked into motion with her mind control ability, manipulating the two men from doing anything. Instead, they blamed the young master as she built this narrative into their heads. Zhang He was now humiliated and lashed at them, threatening that he would call his dear father for help. Captain Sun was genuinely intrigued on how this was going to unfold. Not long after that, a man arrived in a premium escort. This dude really did call for his trust fund daddy. I watched him arrive with his show-off presentation. Bro stepped out and looked like a midget next to his bodyguards. The city lord wanted an explanation. Xiaofeng tried to explain the situation, but nothing mattered to him. Zhang He blamed them for hurting him. But then came the parental bitch slap to humble his kid. Turns out that his pops was actually sane and wanted his idiot son to respect everyone. He didn't give a damn if his son was the young master, and humiliated Zhang He for berating everyone in the apocalypse. This impression of him actually gave the refugees hope. They knew they were in good hands if the city lord was a good guy. He even extended everyone an apology and wanted to throw a feast for their troubles. The rest of the people celebrated, while Xiaofeng turned to find me and realized I was already gone, a technique I learned from Batman. I actually went to catch up with my women. Duanya questioned the goody two-shoes act of the city lord, while Yun teased that we were gonna sleep together. Weirdly enough, she was more than down for that threesome, even begging Duanya to be her teacher. While they were messing around, I told them to shut up after hearing a presence. Some of the soldiers working under Zhang He actually tried to flank us. They weren't finished with us just yet, but I welcomed the opportunity. That's why I came all the way here to bury their bodies. The bald tough guy thought I was just acting tough, but with a single punch, I took his upper half and vaporized it to dust. I learned that technique from Saitama, by the way. Next up, they were scared shitless and wanted to shoot at me, but with my dual katanas, I slashed them one after the other into sushi. The last dude, the one who was trying to get one over me, now begged for his life, even vowing to share a secret about the city lord. Intrigued, I let him talk. Turns out that the city lord is actually secretly affiliated with the Devourers and intends to use the refugees for a trade. He was going to send these refugees over to them for supplies. This secret pissed off Yun as she slapped his bald head. Want to know an even more sinister part? The city lord is actually using literal Devourers as his bodyguards. They service his defense by eating some of the other people, literally ripping their heads off with a single bite. All three looked mortified upon the realization that the city lord is actually a psychopath hiding his intentions. I thought this was an excellent chance for me to use this captured guy even more. Soon after, we hung him like bait in front of the Devourers. Call it a mocking trick. They wondered why this dude was just hanging there. Deciding to knock the daylights out of him, they punched the guy out cold, calling him their next meal. Right then, a glaring red eye stared at them, exposing her presence. Yun was the one holding this dude all along, a real mousetrap. The Devourers feared for their lives, while she picked one of them up like a figurine. Then we executed another attack from the window. The whole idea behind this strategy is to test the durability of these Devourers who have evolved to a level beyond bullets. Duanya brought a sniper. Now I call that a badass woman. She shot a few shots, landing headshot one after another. The monster was stunned that she shot him 3 times at the same place. At the 4th shot, his head exploded from the round. As for the one Yun handled, this guy managed to break free from her grip. But little did he know, I was hanging around him. I gripped his bald, ugly head and smashed it to pieces in the very next moment. With that plan finished, Duanya asked me why I doubted the city lord in the first place. I actually heard rumors first, but then confirming it with one of the soldiers made me convinced. In our bedroom, I decorated the space with a nice bed and a feast for us to enjoy. Well, I was busy devouring my meal Duanya first. I could have built a proper base during all of this, but it would make things complicated. I wanted to find someone capable of doing that for me. That person happened to be in this safe zone. Yun came all dolled up in her outfit, jealous that we started without her. I was surprised by their sudden passion. They were more than happy to offer me full service for allowing them luxuries in the apocalypse, and so I enjoyed both of them all night long. By dawn, the city lord discovered the bald man we had set up. This made him wonder if the Devourers actually backpedaled on their deal, so he ran to them for a conversation. He complained to their leader how his soldier was injured, but the leader was even more pissed off that 3 of his men died. The tyrannical leader wanted double the amount of men to be sent as part of compensation. It was a ridiculous proposition, but the city lord accepted it. That's when I decided to pop up like a ghost, catching the city lord right in the act. He questioned how I even came here, so I politely revealed my interest in their close relationship. The Devourers realized that I was the one behind the scenes taking out their men, and thought of me as an immediate target. Their leader couldn't fathom how I managed to take out 3 of his soldiers, and thought that I was dead meat for ever stepping foot in their territory. The city lord even sided with them, stating that after killing me, they must go and deal with the refugees who recently entered the safe zone. So this guy actually went all the way back to the safe zone, announcing that there were traitors inside the safe zone. Lord Zheng pointed towards Tianyue and the rest of the refugees as the traitors who only pretended to be doctors to infiltrate the base. Then he pinned the blame of making a deal with the Devourers on them. This was his only way of salvation. Before the people could lash out into a war, the party captains came along. These guys actually vouched for me, highlighting how I was a trustworthy guy. General Gao's authority stunned the people, and they began wondering why he was personally speaking for me. City Lord Zhang pushed further, questioning how the general and his captains could prove that the refugees weren't traitors. One voice roared from the top, and it was my own face. Lord Zhang felt literal fear, questioning how I even managed to survive the onslaught of the Devourers back there. General Gao felt really impressed by me, while I mocked Lord Zhang for hiding the real ugly truth. Both General Gao and Lord Zhang were terrified that I had wiped out the entire clan of the Devourers and made their leader my bitch. Roaring the only truth, I forced the leader to reveal that the city lord was the one who actually made the real deal. This filled the people with rage, as they felt utterly betrayed by this disgusting pig. Lord Zhang called it slander and tried to fight further, but General Gao was already on his ass, bitch slapping him to the max. I guess like father, like son. After that single bitch slap, This dude folded and exposed himself like Light Yagami, confirming that he was the mastermind. He didn't care about anything, especially when the whole city was riddled with the traps of devourers. He had the gall to say this to General Gao, that the people didn't matter as long as he could sacrifice a few of them. General Gao responded in the only way he could, by punching the shit out of him. I watched, taunting that the world had definitely turned into a hellscape, so sacrificing felt normal. However, it was still the coward's way out and made people no different from monsters. I then turned to General Gao, extending my hand and proposing that we built a new and proper base for the future of the human race. Back in my previous life, I once came across the ruins and reached a safe haven. Here, I felt no discrimination and faced any problems. The reason was simple. General Gao Yue built that base and maintained it for the good of all. However, so far he was only the deputy city lord here. He only eventually built his own base after discovering the horrors of Lord Zhang's corruption. That's why I went out and accelerated those events for his motivation. The captains argued that building a base wasn't going to come easy, but some others thought that it was the only viable solution here. Lord Zhang scoffed, taunting them for acting like saviors. He reminded them all of how beasts and zombies were everywhere. Normal people had no choice but to suffer. His insufferable son chimed in and suggested his father to let these people leave, as they would soon come crying back. Some of the other city members took the easy way and wanted to stay with the city lord. He felt ecstatic to have their support and assured anyone to leave as long as they believe in delusion. Meanwhile, I looked at the situation with patience and argued that food wasn't a problem at all. The people didn't believe me, but they knew that I had turned the monster leader into my slave, so he could hand their resources to their survival. The clown young master doubted me, calling me an attention seeker and someone who didn't understand how much effort the supplies of a base needed. I personally vouched that I didn't have much supplies, only enough to last 2,000 people for an entire month. Hearing that, the city lord was stunned, questioning how the hell I managed to get my hands on as much supplies as them. Now let's shift perspective to Yun Yun, who is busy taking out Lord Zhang's men. The reality was that I had already stolen the supplies from this base, so I wasn't even planning to waste my own. Duanya signaled me her confirmation, while I pressed Gao to make a decision. Gao roared that the people of this safety zone suffered a lot without having clothes or food to be taken care of. He wanted to build a proper base, and so he committed himself to my cause of establishing a new base. With his commitment, the rest of the people felt conviction. He wanted them to help realize this ultimate dream for everyone's benefit. Both sibling captains followed his lead, and soon the influence of the city lord shattered apart. He screamed at them for forgetting their place as his army, but they didn't care and banded against him. Lord Zhang erupted in rage, thinking it would gain them all back, but they were ready to blast the shit out of them with their rifles. The young master began shooting out of nowhere to quell his rage. This little fucker actually managed to graze my face, not knowing he was digging his own grave. I launched my way up to him at hyperspeed, grabbing him by the throat while he squirmed and begged like a bitch. With his son's safety threatened, Lord Zhang ordered his 2 bodyguards to stand down. I told General Gao to take everyone away, leaving me to finish up the waste disposal. They were planning on regrouping with me at Shangyun University. At this moment, City Lord Zhang gained authority again, and thought that he had won after only I was left. He had a sniper pinned on a roof scoping me down, but I knew that and signaled my girl to shoot this guy down. Duanya released her shot and obliterated this dude's head. Lord Zhang couldn't fathom how I had arranged a sniper too, an eye for an eye. I decided to return the city lord's proposal by returning him to his son. Tossing his body right into Zhang's arms, I muttered a bone-chilling question by asking him about the taste of human flesh. Lord Zhang caught his son, not knowing that I had stuck a literal grenade inside his mouth. It was already over before it even began, as the detonation eviscerated both father and son from this world. Shockingly, the father survived with a mutation effect. All this time, I knew about the rumors of the city lord being a secret devourer from my previous life. It seems those rumors were true, except I had no idea he was a stage 2 monster. I assured him that the next time we faced each other, he wouldn't survive the encounter. After this shit show, General Gao took the refugees to a supermarket where all the supplies were stored. The plan was to eliminate the tribe of devourers around the area to secure the supplies. Captain Sun's team launched the invasion attack, but the moment they pounced out, they were shocked. The devourers had already been slashed apart, so they had no difficulty stocking up supplies and prepared to go to the new base. Captain Sun was underwhelmed by how easy the mission was, considering it a waste of time. Sun also learned that General Gao gave me a critical mission, but normally they would be handled by Sun's faction instead. Bro felt offended that I looked like a pretty boy while killing more monsters than him. As for my 2 girls, they were wondering where the captain went. Duanya explained that I actually destroyed the devourers a long time ago, so this was the easiest mission ever for them, and yet they haven't returned. Yun Yun is worried about the people starving to death even though their current goal is to provide medical care. Duanya spotted the group returning back and told Yun Yun to get ready. Captain Sun met with Gao and brought the supplies. The refugees were happy but chanted only my name for being the savior. This made Sun feel really jealous, and he thought that I had somehow brainwashed everyone. One of the soldiers suddenly informed everyone of signs of a new devourer tribe nearby. Gao heard this, but Captain Sun felt even more eager to handle the threat. He wanted to show everyone that he was the true savior to their needs. Meanwhile, I was currently having a talk with the siblings. I intended to raid the armory, but they warned me that it was full of mutated corpses walking around. They felt that not even the three of us could carry all of that equipment out. I assured them that I had a plan, as long as they could take me there. The captains were ready, but they needed a vehicle to the rescue first. That was the easy part for me, so I just materialized one for them. Both captains freaked out, questioning if I was using magic. I didn't care to explain and told them to just get in. We raced off to the location. There, a devourer was ordering around his slaves to throw some items into the water to bait out ghouls. Those items were actually humans they had captured. They kicked them down for attention. The water ghouls were now watching them. The devourer told the humans that one of them could have the chance to snag a lady if he personally went down to open the door. One virgin loser came volunteering as tribute, stating that he never had a girlfriend, so this was a good motivation. More people joined him, while Xiaofeng watched in secret how the city lord's remaining army behaved. The captain told us of another way around the water ghouls, which would help us avoid this confrontation altogether. I followed her lead as we dove deep underwater. The captain suddenly felt terrified at the sight of dozens of water ghouls surrounding us. Because of her shock, she blew out air frantically. I came to the rescue, telling her not to panic. Then I kissed her because that was my main ability, to kiss gorgeous women. In reality, this helped her regain lost oxygen. The more pressing issue was that dozens of water ghouls were currently aiming at us. Ultimately, this pretty babe tried to protect me using her body, but to her shock, the ghouls stopped attacking. She saw them completely stuck in one place. That's because I had used my corpse-controlling ability to brainwash them. She figured that one out quickly, as I ordered them to get ready to hunt. By the way, a new muscle mommy was secured. Some of the other water ghouls came along and I thought to use my army against them. I slammed these zombies around and instructed the two soldiers to go up. They luckily made it to the top, while Xiaofeng questioned how I was able to control some of the zombies. They were starting to wonder how many powers I even had at this point. I came up shortly afterwards, having hunted them all down. Luckily, I obtained a white core crystal, even though it took some real farming to obtain. The captain thought that I was complaining for no reason as the crystal could significantly amplify any one of my abilities. Completely unexpected, a black cat was watching the crystals shine and snatched it right from my hand. All of us wondered where this thing even came from as it began running with a crystal in its mouth. The captain explains that they were probably used to deter rats away from the area. It seemed that this one survived even after the apocalypse. But the shocking part was how it managed to steal the crystal from me of all people. Feeling cornered and straight up annoyed all the same, I whipped out a fish snack and offered it to the kitty. Its godlike reaction speed snatched that from me too, pissing me off way more than I thought it would. I couldn't believe how a cat had outsmarted me not once but twice, confirming that any creature that outlived the apocalypse was a mutation on its own. Xiaofeng pulled a lever and turned the power back on. That's a great thing for this shabby place. We made our way to the armory, while the muscle mommy explained how survivors had to evacuate the base before the flood. They didn't have any time to take the goods with them, and so they left an entire fleet of weapons. I saw it with my own eyes how this equipment could easily arm 500 men. Xiaofeng was trying to look for a tank, hoping to help arm 1,000 people. But the captain felt a real obstacle. Just how are we going to handle transportation? She knew the city lord's army was going to be here any moment, so their only chance was to fight. Suddenly, Xiaofeng astonished us by actually discovering a freaking tank in the armory. One small problem, a fucking gun-shaped monster was currently chasing him. This gun-devil-ass monster shot a huge beam, nearly taking him out. Xiaofeng begged me to act because this creature could very well destroy the entire armory. Urgently acting, I used my spatial ability and emptied the entire room inside of it. Now she knew how I was planning to take it all back. Even the cat felt stunned by this one. Xiaofeng thought of me like a god and begged me to store the monster away. Except I couldn't store living creatures like that. The captain wanted to personally lure the monster away, but I stopped my bad bitch from going anywhere. She thought it was a crazy idea because if something happened to me, the supplies would be gone. Meanwhile, the mutated gun monster prepared another blast and shot it right at the tank. Xiaofeng's tank was cooked in the process. I put her down and asked her to check on Xiaofeng and decided to handle the creature all by myself. She begged me not to die, but the kind of thing I was staring at, it was hard to say. This type of creature never even appeared in my previous life. In the end, all I cared about was stealing its crystal core. The Devourer group had no idea where they had just heard the sound of an explosion just then. Their soldiers noticed the sudden drop in water levels and suspected the sound to come from underground. Double Chin became furious that someone had already invaded the armory before they even arrived. He wanted them dead, so he ordered his soldiers to kill them all. But to his shock, his men had already gone crazy. The humans were literally salivating over the sight of a mere rabbit to devour its meat, not knowing that this little furball was grinning like the devil for them to come and try. The leader caught on, and immediately noticed how this rabbit was acting strangely. This thing literally came out of Five Nights at Freddy's, and started evolving into an enormous beast. Double Chin and his men witnessed sheer horror when this thing mutated and invaded his consciousness. Now he was under the control of the monster. Meanwhile, I was busy trying to slam the boss monster in front of me. Normally one punch was enough to obliterate my enemies, but this thing held strong. It aimed its thundercock barrel at me and launched a laser beam. I had to dodge, which I did successfully. These monsters were tougher than steel when it came to durability alone. It's the same reason I didn't pick a fight with Lord Zhang's mutated state, because my punches wouldn't have been enough to take him down. The creature tried to squash me with his hand, but I quickly jumped up, knowing that I still had a few trump cards up my sleeve. My main strategy was to eliminate the parasitic vine that was inside the monster's brain. While I was doing that, the creature quickly used its vines to take control of my body, ensnaring me from limb to limb. Now that I was trapped, it aimed its giant barrel at me and shot out a load, laser. There was absolutely no way I would have survived that hit, so I used a spatial jump to escape the attack, realizing that this was going to be way tougher than I thought it would be. Suddenly, the same cat that tricked me twice came out with a pulsing orange aura. This thing was ferocious, and I could sense its energy of a mutated beast. The creature began to transform before my eyes. As for Xiaofeng, Captain Bai managed to remove all the rubble to rescue him. Luckily, he was doing fine inside the tank. She just needed to put all these blocks away. But right as she was doing that, the group of parasitized devourers came out of the blue. She thought that they were just the ordinary devourer group they saw outside. But then Captain Bai's eyes widened in shock. She sensed that something was wrong with them. Their demonic eyes and grins made that abundantly clear. Things weren't looking so great for her all of a sudden. On the flip side, this damn cat actually turned huge. I was stunned to say the least, and it confronted the same monster that I was having difficulty defeating. Now it was a fight against two really powerful mutated beasts. I realized that these two wanted to claim territory for themselves. I also now realized why the cat even stole the crystal from me. It was to lure me to come here. It annoyed me that this furball wanted to use me for its own goals, but I ultimately decided to team up with it. Mounting on top of it, I made the new kitty my pet and initiated round 2 of my fight against the gun monster. The cat roared for some reason, pissed off that I was sitting where I was. Still, the monster ahead of us didn't give us any time to argue. Venting off its frustration, the agile beast slashed the creature with its sharp claws. But I knew that the attack wasn't going to kill this thing. It was way too weak. I urged Orange Strip over here to coordinate with me using its speed to get around the vines. Then I could easily handle the rest. Following my instruction, it pounced full speed after dodging the beam of the monster. Pouncing across the room, we managed to flank the creature's vines. Just like last time, the creature tried to use its vines to ensnare us, except this time the cat slashed them to pieces. Satisfied with this opening, I launched myself at the cores. Targeting the weakest spot, I slammed a heavy fist against the creature's face. This was the definition of an ultra-effective move, as it dealt a considerable amount of damage, so much that it even surprised the cat. But that wasn't enough. We redid the same strategy over and over again, outmaneuvering the monster and overwhelming it with a flurry of strikes, until eventually we shattered it completely, winning the fight. Its incredible purple crystal dropped and, well, the bastard cat tried stealing it from me again. Luckily I was faster this time and snagged it. I quickly put it in my mouth while the cat swore at me in its own language. While we were so busy avoiding the beams, we didn't realize that the area was heavily damaged, causing the floodwater to seep inside. I knew that the entire base would soon be submerged, so we needed to escape. What caught my attention was how this same damn cat who was acting like a cat earlier, now drowned begging for my help. So I caught the little thing and toyed with it. It was annoying, but I offered it a chance to come with me. The cat had a temper problem, so I threw it back in the water. This was the best way to discipline this fucker, as it quickly came racing back into my arms, this time accepting my offer. I reminded the stubborn little furball that it made its own choice in the end. Back to Captain Bai. She's out here having to deal with numerous enhanced devourers who just won't go down. The trapped Xiaofeng told her to escape and leave him on his own, but it's like she could do that either with the passage blocked. Captain Bai suddenly noticed the strange rabbit who was the cause behind all of this. This little nightmarish sleep paralysis demon was the one puppeteering the devouring group, sucking their energy to power itself further. Having grown to a massive size, the freak bunny used its vines to grab control of Captain Bai's legs. Xiaofeng even warned her, but Captain Bai was already getting torn apart. It was like reading an adult novel and a horror novel at the same time, because this thing looked really damn scary. The creature was about to devour her when boom, Xiaofeng drove the tank into its body, doing his best to kill the creature. Shooting a blast at point-blank range, he annihilated the creature right at its weak spot. And that's how Xiaofeng saved the day, much to Captain Bai's surprise. He was now completely exhausted and panting for breath, when suddenly the creature's crystal core dropped from the top, leading to a chain of events that would alter Xiaofeng's future forever. The crystal descent goes straight into his mouth. Xiaofeng hadn't even noticed what was going on, and began to choke on the crystal. Captain Bai felt worried for him while his body began to react strangely. Meanwhile, I came along with a kitty in my shirt, realizing the homeboy had freshly eaten one. Xiaofeng wonders why he can't feel any access to new powers. I told this idiot that the easiest path to finding out was entering a fight, but it was important for us to escape this place first. Captain Bai gave me some angles while questioning why I was borrowing a cat in the apocalypse. I told her that it was going to be fine as long as it stayed with me. Let's turn the page back to the girl who disbanded from the group. She's now being threatened to become the same bait. A devourer is ogling all over her body. They made her scream much to their own enjoyment, playing with her until she became their slave. She was afraid of being hung up like that, so she was willing to offer her body to them. Her mind broke and she accepted her fate, to please these monsters with her body. The devourer enjoyed hearing her miserable acceptance. While they were digging into her, a vehicle came along and stopped by. A guy stepped out of the vehicle and stole their attention. They were enjoying a nice time, and now it was ruined. Captain Bai realized that I was planning to use Xiaofeng to take care of these monsters and test his abilities. My only job was to help him become the Fengshen of my previous life, the human nuke who would become a force to be reckoned with. Xiaofeng stood there as 3 monsters jumped him to tear his body apart. They swarmed him with numerous hits from head to toe, to the point even Captain Bai felt worried and thought it would be best to help him. But I told her to stay put, knowing this was the only way to test his real powers. The monsters found themselves stunned. They had just attacked Xiaofeng dozens of times, and yet he wasn't even moving. The soldier revealed how he had just absorbed all of the hits and made it a part of his own powers. In an effort to shut him up and try again, the monsters used the same jumping Jujutsu Kaisen strategy. Except this time, the homeboy released the excess energy from his ability called the Plunderer. This ability actually siphons the energy of the monsters around Xiaofeng. It's a tremendously powerful ability, which means that Xiaofeng's growth will continue to make him even more powerful. Meanwhile, I looked to my left and saw an axe flinging towards our side. The same axe actually sliced all 3 heads of the devourers at once. This weapon belonged to Captain Sun, who had just arrived and acted mighty for saving our lives. In return, he wanted our food. I was in the mood to deal with this guy personally, so I told Xiaofeng to return in the car. Next, I went to grab a box full of food. I tossed it in front of Captain Sun some dog food, something that I thought was befitting for him. Doing so, we ran off in our car, rage-baiting the hell out of him. Sun's henchman questioned why he didn't kill Xiaofeng right then and there. Turns out that Captain Sun actually aimed at him too, but the axe missed. This meant that he'd already betrayed us, and even the general's orders. Everyone knew that Xiaofeng now had powers with him. But Captain Sun didn't care. He just wanted to brandish himself as the new leader of the base and became hungry for power. While in the car, I asked if Xiaofeng had a tussle going on with Sun. Turns out that this guy had always been a prick. The only reason that Sun's axe even missed is because I threw a pebble and altered its trajectory. I knew that things looked sketchy if they were this desperate to kill him. But if there was an agenda, this meant that Captain Sun wanted to create his own leadership in the base. Back at the construction site, Yun-Yun's side allowed her to make construction really easy. The efficiency of the workers doubled, and she was happy to service them in exchange for tons of food. While she was building the barricade, Yun-Yun noticed my car and became ecstatic for my return. After my return, the cat immediately pounced away from the top. I told this thing to behave or else it would scare everyone. Luckily, the furball obeyed and found happiness in the outside world. Xiaofeng thought I was worried it would run away, but I knew this thing had already gotten used to treats. Anyway, I came up to check on the empty warehouse that I asked for. It was during this moment that General Gao realized I had access to spatial abilities. His eyes widened in shock by how I managed to transport all of the armory equipment into one space. With these weapons, now we don't have to worry about safety or defense anymore. General Gao found himself stunned why I was only just revealing my powers now. I told him that I finally began to trust my comrades. Even Gao knew that without my help, this base would be in shambles. That's why he was willing to keep my powers a secret from getting exposed. Now as for Captain Bai, she suggested for the base to have a name. Su Chen, or in this case my name, translates to Dawnlight, so they dubbed it the Dawnlight Base. I was surprised at how quickly they finalized the name. In my previous life, I vividly remembered how General Gao's base was the only base that outlasted the apocalypse. Knowing that this base would be remembered forever made me feel honored. As for Duanya, the cat found its way to her area. Thanks to her medical skills in surgery, the other doctor students felt really proud of her contribution. But even she knew that this environment wasn't ideal for every patient. It would be better if we could have obtained some medical supplies from the hospital nearby. The moment the cat saw her scalpel, it realized that this was the weapon used by humans to cut away its damn balls. The poor, traumatized, ballless cat scowled at her. Duanya figured it must be hungry, so she took the kitty and offered it a chance to come with her. She wondered if I would let her keep it, not knowing it was already mine in the first place. She took the furball to a certain room, a temporary shelter. Duanya took off her heels and entered the room, not knowing that I had already flanked her from the back. Pinning her on the bed, I towered over her while she wondered when I even came back. I was surprised that Duanya was able to figure out that it was me. That's because her psychic powers don't work on me. Later, we sat in the bath together while she played with the kitty. Duanya figured they could call their new pet Gold because of its color. I was sitting just behind her, toying with her in the bath. She asked about how my mission went in the armory, and I showed her a new crystal that would help transform me into a level 2 human. Gold realized it was the same purple crystal. Well, I knew I couldn't consume the crystal back then, knowing that it made me hornier than ever. So I returned home and got Duanya to my side before devouring it. Now she was in great trouble, and felt the real power of a level 2 human. Duanya's voice shook and she could barely withstand my T-Rex. Meanwhile, Yun towered over from the window and saw that we were having fun. Jealous that Duanya was the only one having fun, she shrunk to normal size. She saw how Duanya was barely able to connect sentences, begging for help. Yun came up and saw a literal monster in the body of a human. I wasn't satisfied with one, so I figured it was time for me to destroy the other. Both women felt the power of a level 2 human. They couldn't withstand me until eventually hours went by. Having destroyed them completely, I put them on the bed and regained normal form. I apologized for going overboard with the crystal absorption, while Yun thought that they also needed to level up, or else they would get obliterated by me over and over again. Now that I became a level 2 human, I needed to test my new powers. Channeling Steel Body, I gained the combined strength of Berserker as well as the durability of the Golden Snake King. With energy pulsing all over me, I wondered if I should release it. With a release of the pressure, I sent both girls and the cat toppling from the same bed. I laughed and realized that I needed to control it better. Next, I needed to test the extent of my spatial ability. With this evolution, I could open multiple spatial portals all at the same time. Yun and Duanya were really annoyed by my treatment of them. The third ability was the ice ability. This time, I could condense an ice layer on top of my body. It's still not as tough as I wanted it to be, but then I figured out another use case for it. Circulating energy on the ice blocks, I tossed them inside the spatial portals. Thanks to multiple of them now, they would shoot out from different directions to target a single opponent. The speed was comparable to that of a bullet, and it would easily be used for an ambush-type attack. Watching me flex my new abilities left both women astonished. Finally, I needed to test out mental perception. To my surprise, the depth of perception didn't change much, but I could sense the movement of every cell in my own body. Suddenly, I felt an external influence taking over me. This influence transported me inside a mental space much to my confusion. Here, the woman harboring the space was none other than Heiyun's smash piece, the corpse that was influenced by the parasite. I felt shock and anger, questioning how she managed to survive what I had done to her. I was trapped inside her realm. The same parasite managed to fuse with part of my body after I absorbed her crystal core. Both of our essences had fused, and I realized that I was the one who got outplayed instead. All of my abilities were ineffective here. From the outside, Duanya and Yun couldn't reach my senses. But on the inside, a bakery was sitting on me making her demands. The woman expressed just how lonely she felt, how she had been waiting for me to come here. Before she could make her way with me, I carved usage of my ice abilities and created a whip. Using that, I pulled her neck, using her like a bitch. Now she was the one under my restraint. She clarified that she was never even strong enough to possess my body, but I felt like she was too dangerous to trust. So I trapped her in a cage of ice. Now that she could do nothing, I told her that I would freeze her forever. Even then, she told me that despite being weaker than me, she could use the conscious realm to her advantage. A cage built up around me and trapped me into an egg. Weirdly enough, now both of us were trapped and incapable of getting out. We were now in a stalemate, staring at each other down. She thought that it was a good idea to spark conversation now that we were stuck anyway. I wondered what was on her mind. She revealed her interest in absorbing a bit of my energy to continue surviving. This absorption wouldn't affect me, and she was far too weak to take over my body. I didn't trust her at all and questioned how she would exit my body. Apparently, she needed abilities to survive, and if she left on her own right now, it would mean immediate death. Unless I could help find her a suitable host, someone with enough suitable powers and good looks. I laughed, calling her picky, and that it would be difficult to find someone like that. She was ready to pick on her own without me actively searching for someone. Then again, she was actually happy to lend me some benefits for some energy absorption. I didn't give a damn about those. I just reminded her bitch ass that if she even tried to take over me, I would obliterate her. She agreed to our deal and begged me to release the ice magic. Both of us undid each other's spell at the same time. Just then, I regained consciousness into the real world. Yun and Duanya were worried something had happened to me, but at the same time, I also felt concerned. Making sure to minimize the risks for good, I ended up freezing the entirety of the conscious realm in which she resided. This way, she couldn't escape and was trapped until further notice. Still, it was a temporary solution, and I needed to find her a suitable body. Then I realized that there were other women at the base and begged Duanya to take me to them. This request was strange in front of both of my girls, because they thought I wasn't satisfied with them. Casually, I smiled, clearing the misunderstanding. In the next scene, we were out looking for the ladies. This base housed around 1,300 people. 400 were soldiers for security. They've helped fight against devourers and mutants. The rest of the men are focusing their powers on construction alongside Yun's help. For the women and children, they're clearing any signs of mutated plants within the base and handling basic logistics. The injured patients who were affected by mutated plants fortunately received full recovery thanks to Duanya's help and other doctors. The people were working hard to establish the new base as fast as possible. Then they could finally maintain their peace after its completion. But I knew that even then, we wouldn't have the luxury of relaxing. Now, the security of the base and the food supplies were secured, but not for long. It was a short solution, and we needed another expedition to wipe out the devourers in the hospital. General Gao discussed his plans with the two sibling captains. One of them highlighted that a total number of 100 monsters reside in the hospital. Sending Sun would be wise on this mission. Captain Sun felt really pissed off that I wasn't attending this meeting. Despite having established a new base, I was rarely seen around. Gao told him to speak politely of me, but this guy's arrogance was off the charts. The general knew that Captain Sun was too short-sighted. I had already handed over the base to Gao because I didn't have any interest or time playing as the leader. However, I did remind the general that the stakes were very high and that if he didn't do an exceptional job, this base would ultimately meet its destruction. Accepting that strong responsibility, Gao rose to the task. He knew that a powerful person like me never stopped increasing their power. Gao even assured Captain Sun that I would intervene if the base was severely threatened by a powerful force. Captain Sun clapped back, saying that the tribe inside the hospital was a good enough enemy to use. After all, he wasn't willing to risk pointless casualties of his squad. General Gao added that Xiaofeng would be assisting them on this mission, and that I would be advised to join to ensure total success. Captain Sun finally agreed to the mission and headed off to prepare for the mission ahead. His henchmen questioned why the captain was backing down from his plans of seizing control over the base. Captain Sun revealed that he feared Xiaofeng and I being capable threats, especially when we were ability users. Instead, he wanted to use this mission as a way to get rid of both of us, which would lead to an easy takeover. Watching them leave, Gao and Captain Bai's brother were testing Captain Sun on my orders just now. The general wonders if this guy will flunk this mission. On a side note, he was curious about the reports of the men they sent to scout the city. The field team should have been here by now, and according to the information I gave them earlier, something big was going around behind the scenes. In the refuge zone of He City, Tianyue's allies felt annoyed that I didn't share the crystal cores with them. Tianyue vouched for me and emphasized that those cores are difficult to obtain. Besides, I had saved their asses multiple times and didn't owe them a favor. It annoyed Tianyue's group that they had to fight endless mutated beasts and zombies without powers. The field team quietly observed a bunch of slaves coming their way. A bunch of these slaves ended up approaching the safety base. Apparently they were held captives, one of them being Mohawk Girl herself. They figured this was a nice loot, and that it warranted taking these girls to the city lord to make bank. By the way, Lord Zhang had now established his sheer dominance as a devourer. He felt great enjoyment finding these girls and offered them one chance of survival. If they could breed him a new son, they would live. Grabbing one of the girls, he began pumping her down, reminding her of her worth and usage. One servant came to inform the city lord about my plans to attack the hospital soon. Hearing this, he was pissed. Lord Zhang wanted the entire platoon to be sent to kill me. Even though his servants had been starving for so long, they could only do it if they turned everyone into devourers. Suddenly, Mohawk Girl raised her voice, stating that she could help them on this mission. Lord Zhang kept toying with the girl and questioned her offer. Later that day, 2 of his servants are buried in dirt until only their necks are left. They're begging the city lord for an answer. Lord Zhang brought a giant bat full of nails and explained that the girl would help him build a powerful army of devourers. But before that, she requested him to kill a bunch of humans as part of the potion. These poor guys realized that the chick was lying to their leader. But Zhang was already a monster who didn't care. He just wanted to test the theory, so he whipped the bat in full velocity and literally cut their heads clean off. Those same heads ended up landing in a special blood pool where humans were being grilled alive. The girl applied second-generation serums to speed up the evolution process. Despite the unstable process, she relied on its effects and had established her position in Zhang's army. The humans were forcibly tossed inside like meat bags, and then the scrum began taking effect. She taunted them for being the lucky ones who were chosen for the transformation process. They looked at her in fear, while Mohawk Girl revealed that she picked the strongest warriors to transform into the city lord's servants. This was her act of revenge and rebellion against me, because after her enslavement, she suffered endlessly. She wanted to make me pay, so she gave birth to a new breed of devourers much more terrifying than ever before. Tianyue and the field team were watching everything unfold with terror in their eyes. They knew that eventually, all 2,000 survivors would fall into Zhang's control. Tianyue knew that they couldn't sit around and let that happen. He wanted to inform their base before facing annihilation. But their troubles only worsened when the devourers came out of hiding. Turns out they were spying on the spies too. Now the situation has become really bad. Tianyue offered himself as bait so his buddy could escape, but these hungry behemoths wanted both to stay so they could use them as dinner. Back at our dawn base, Xiaomei came around looking happier than ever. She called herself my woman, which was weird as hell, but I didn't mind. General Gao came along to inform me about Captain Sun's situation. He wanted to send me to help them out just in case the mission became difficult and I was ready to help. Additionally, it seemed that Gao had another request for me. Gao told me that the hospital would eventually become a problem later since it's too close to the base anyway. The medicines inside of it are going to be used in the future too. That's why he begged me to leave the medical supplies for the base. I promised him that I would only take what I absolutely needed. Before leaving, the general shared that he brought all the ability users from the base and gathered them in one team. These people were going to follow my lead in the mission. I was happy to take charge and caught everyone's attention. I told them to stay behind at the base without contributing to the mission at all. This stunned them because I only tasked them to watch for He City invasions and nothing more. My presence would obviously draw them here. As for Tian Yue, he was currently surrounded by multiple devourers with nowhere to run. The only way out was to defeat a bunch of them at the same time. He told Xiao Miao to follow the same tactic they used during the crisis missions. As a veteran field operative, he followed Tian Yue's lead. The devourers didn't give a damn about their plans and only cared about slicing them down. Tian Yue lunged forward with a helpless punch, but in reality it was actually him throwing lime powder to blind their eyes. With the devourers distracted, they made their immediate escape. Xiaomio made himself a target and asked them to chase him. Unfortunately, the poor guy was stabbed with a spear piercing his abdomen. Tian Yue screamed for his friend's loss. City Lord Zhang had secured himself a new snack on a skewer, while Xiao Miao's body lingered in agony. Zhang didn't like the fact that this guy was skinny. Instead, he handed him to his new fleet of devourers as a treat. The poor guy was ripped to shreds. Even when Tian Yue tried to help him, it didn't do him any good as he was attacked from behind. Xiao Miao's final request was for his brother to return. Subsequently, his body was cut in two and he became a Kit Kat, like a certain blue-eyed, white-haired king. Tian Yue screamed, ignoring his own pain and injuries. A deep sense of anger filled him, but he wanted to escape first. Tian Yue ran as fast as he could with the devourers throwing spears at him. Luckily, he managed to jump into the water, where they couldn't track him anymore. The monsters were infuriated that their meal ran away, as it was the easiest piece of meat. To help them satiate their hunger, Lord Zhang ordered his new army to go after Dawn Base and devour the people who inhabited it. His roaring order was immediately accepted by his minions, who were starving and maddened by their own hunger. They just wanted to eat a piece of meat. Lord Zhang was ecstatic at the thought of exacting his revenge against me. With this new army, he felt confident in his victory. But my main mission focused on the city hospital. Here, a woman had just freshly given birth to a devourer infant. She had been used as a breeding machine for these monsters. Feng Pangzi was the leader of the tribe in this area. He was actually a mental patient of the hospital too, and became the first devourer in the hospital with a fantasy for using women. The poor lady wanted to escape, but she wasn't going to let her rest. He grabbed her leg and wanted her back to how she was before. Meanwhile, Captain Sun's men had begun infiltrating the hospital. They killed devourers in the area, with him cutting a few down. He was even annoyed that I wasn't doing anything and threatened us to clear a path. Xiao Feng took great offense, but Captain Sun reminded them that his own men didn't possess any powers. They were just ordinary people. I stepped up, answering his little threat. He argued that ability users needed to contribute and take charge. So I just used the opportunity on my own and emphasized that if a stray bullet came my way, I wouldn't show any mercy. I took Duan Ya and Xiao Feng and we began moving. Captain Sun's strategy was for us to deal with the devourers, and only then they would swarm us with 100 guns. They also felt a great pity wanting to kill Duan Ya with her gorgeous looks. A sudden voice came and told them to leave her behind. While they were busy fantasizing about her, I had already taken my team elsewhere. In reality, it was actually Duan Ya using mind control magic to make them unable to detect us. Even then, she knew that Captain Sun would sense something was wrong. I decided to help her out with my ability by casting a few portals up in the air. Then I began shooting them with ice shards, creating a sense of panic among his soldiers. Captain Sun and his men went the other direction while they were being attacked by the ice shards. None of them could detect the source of the enemy's location. Meanwhile, the same woman from before ended up meeting a pathetic death. The devourer had ended her life. But when Pangzi turned around, he saw his men ogling over the other women. They wanted the same thing as their leader. Their senses had been overridden with lust. This rebellious action annoyed their leader. A burning rage filled Pangzi as he began demolishing his own men. The same wave broke into Captain Sun's platoon. Pangzi came out of the wall and astonished himself with the sight of humans. Even Captain Sun thought this guy was huge for a devourer. And then his men frantically pointed to the hundreds of devourers on every floor. All this time, they were under the assumption that there were only a few dozen. But now, Sun's group was completely surrounded. Sun initiated battle and told his men to fire at everything at once. But despite their best efforts, their rifles wouldn't shoot. For some reason, someone had already messed with their guns. Pangzi called his tribesmen and instructed them to make nuggets out of these humans so they can be roasted later. And when I say nuggets, I mean cutting off their limbs. The devourers unleashed their rampage, literally demolishing Captain Sun's group before his very eyes. He swung into battle with his axe, cutting a few of them at once. And then he spoke to the rest of the survivors, ordering them to fight without guns and cut them all down. Captain Sun quickly realized that I was the one who trapped them here all along, and he was aching to kill me next. Captain Sun's rebellion to survive began with his soldiers marching forward to deal with the immediate devourers. It was now a melee battle between two forces. Some slashed the monsters while others dropped dead. Some of them even feared facing these monsters and figured it was best to hide. One guy watched a baby devourer on the table, freshly born. And this kid literally dug into the shadows before popping from underneath. Then he slashed this guy's leg and began chomping all over his body. Imagine losing to a newborn child while being a soldier. Probably the most humiliating L I've ever seen in my life. The kid grew after consuming little by little. Captain Sun was single-handedly dog-walking the devourers and raising the morale of his soldiers. Despite having killed a dozen of them at once, Pangzi was not impressed at all. Captain Sun charged with his battle axe, thinking that it was the perfect timing to cut this fat monster in half. But before his axe could land, Pangzi easily caught it, surprising this guy with his reaction time. To make matters worse, his little child had also flanked Sun from behind. Embarrassingly, Sun's arms were slashed as he screamed in agony. The little devourer danced over his body until a certain someone came and kicked the daylights out of the brat. The infuriated brat was pissed off, but playtime was over and I wasn't gonna let Sun get off that easy. Pangzi didn't expect our arrival, but just like all the other monsters, he set his sights on Duanya's curves. He began celebrating like a monkey as if he'd scored another girl. He even offered me a choice to choose the way of my death now that I had brought her. But I was already annoyed and responded with my punches. I chose to slam the shit out of him so hard that he was knocked away like a cannonball. My choice? My choice was to send these Satan spawns to hell. Despite having torn a literal hole through his stomach, Pangzi had the capability to regenerate. He knew that I was an ability user and ached for battle. Meanwhile, Pangzi's kid already had a loudmouth on him and called Duanya mid as hell. The only reason he didn't attack her is because his pops liked her beauty. But damn, that pissed her off. He promised not to eat her after eating some meat. But he did feel the urge to drink some milk from his mother. Completely pissed off, Duanya chucked a kick at him from above, slamming the kid's face into the ground. But this little demon spawn only ended up liking the experience of being beat down by his mother. Duanya's second kick came with a powerful thrust, wiping the smile right off his face. As if that wasn't enough, she jumped and literally foot-slammed him with her heel. This kid was literally getting the Asian parent treatment on steroids. Even then, the demon spawn enjoyed the beatdown. To retaliate, he wanted to show her what he was capable of. Duanya was stunned that this guy also had abilities. He popped up from behind, using the same strategy he used on the soldier to slice her legs. But before he could do jack shit, Gold came purring and thrashed him. Duanya was flustered and told the kitty to hide behind her. The good thing about her mental ability is that she could track the movements of this little demon. The kid tried to kill the cat first, not knowing that he was dealing with one with superpowers. After being cut down, the demon spawn hid behind the wall covered in wounds. Duanya didn't even get what happened just now, but this fight was as good as over. Well, Captain Sun's men weren't having a nice day. Xiaofeng took charge and told them to stay close to him. The devourers were baffled how this one tough guy thought he could stop all of them. They called Homeboy skinny and pathetic, while Sun thought he could use this opportunity to escape. Bro was looking like a chicken nugget and still had the ego to call himself team leader. Xiaofeng was happy to protect him, but before that, he needed a favor. Using his ability, he began siphoning Captain Sun's life force. The guy was useless already, so he could be used as ammunition to kill the rest. The drained Sun thought he had been betrayed by his own teammate, but Xiaofeng reminded him that they were the ones who tried to kill them in the first place. And now that they were enemies, he actually used all of the surrounding men in the area and siphoned their strength too. Because of my warning beforehand, Dawn base members spotted the arrival of a huge army of devourers headed this way. Captain Bai had everything set up, while Yun appeared sad. She didn't want the devourers to destroy the very thing she helped build just now. Captain Bai flinched, blushing as she asked a question. She really wanted to know how Duanya and her didn't mind being with me at the same time. Yun argued that while she felt strange at first, nothing in this world mattered in the apocalypse. Using this topic, Yun asked if Bai had any interest in me, as she always flinched talking about me. Even now, the captain turned her blushing face, but Yun understood her feelings, describing me as a handsome and powerful man. Bai eventually accepted this side of her. But before the conversation could continue, one guard pointed to the horde of devourers approaching the wall. Both women were terrified at their sheer number. They weren't expecting such an enormous army. Quickly, she tasked one guy to alert the general. Yun ate her snacks and prepared herself for the fight. Captain Bai didn't have any plans of abandoning the base, while Yun emphasized that they couldn't let these devourers destroy the isolation wall. She didn't care about the devourers as much as she was afraid of what I would do to her in bed as punishment. Taking out an enhancement potion, she injected her body and transformed into a titan. Yun was going to hold them off first, and ushered Captain Bai to prepare soldiers for the fight, making sure no one abandoned the base. Then she fell down all by herself. stunning Captain Bai with the level of loyalty she had for one man. Yun landed, taking note of the surrounding trees. She plunged one out of the ground and challenged the devourers to fight her, refusing to let them pass. Yun realized that the serum's effects were exceptionally amplifying her body's strength as well as size. This gave her the necessary confidence to take on an entire devourer army by herself. Lord Jing thought she was arrogant for foolishly stepping forward all alone. The first few devourers came running to attack her. They scooped around her legs, while she raised the tree up high and literally began wiping them out as if they were hit by a broom. Some of the devourers impressively jumped high up, matching her height and even managing to climb her arm. Yun was in trouble, but she used her other arm to crush them with a single slap. Captain Bai was stunned by how strong both Duanya and Yun were. At the same time, it was clear that even this titan of a woman wouldn't last very long against the army. The original defense of the base was already in shambles. She ran all the way down to configure a new solution. In the meantime, the tree lady was busy smacking these cockroaches around like they were bugs. Some of the devourers felt genuine fear coming from her wrath. They didn't even want to challenge her strength. But then came the Mohawk girl again, giving them an incentive to take her down. The devourers diverted their attention from Yun and fixated on targeting their own leader. She just stood there and eventually speed blitzed all three of them like they were babies. With a smack against their heads, she planted a special kind of plant. This mutated substance began sprouting immediately. Before being captured in Hecheng, she actually stumbled upon a bunch of mutated plants that she further amplified by using her blood. However, the cost of using these plants resulted in the devouring of one's soul. She saw one of the devourers further evolve to a maniacal extent. Its brain was now fully under the influence of the mutated plant, and it resembled an alien. Yun began to notice trouble coming her way. The three evolved devourers had become kaiju-sized creatures, so now this fight is going to be tougher than before. Lord Zhang laughed and felt happy over his forces. Using the rest of the devourer army, he told them to target and attack the base, invading it and eating whoever was inside. The devourers lunged forth with a desire to slaughter men and to enslave women for later. But then a yellow beam came from out of nowhere and vaporized one of them. Confused, they wondered what was going on, not knowing that a bunch of tanks had arrived to incinerate them. These were the defensive forces of the base, who intended to open fire and raze the battlefield to ashes. The devourers were blasted while questioning how the humans managed to get their hands on literal tanks. Yun felt glad that reinforcements had come to help her out. Her problems didn't end because one of the mutated devourers used its vine and trapped her arm. The humongous alien overwhelmed her with its bite, but luckily she managed to use the tree to buy some time. Yun was crashing into the wall when another mutated devourer came from above. She knew she was cooked because she was totally defenseless here. A drone suddenly swung her way and blasted against the devourer, stopping its attack and dealing considerable damage. This was all thanks to Captain Bai remote controlling the drones, which were part of the armory supplies I brought back. The problem was, there weren't many drones to stall for time. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, I was busy tearing bigger holes in Pangzi than I did with Duanya. The devourer praised me for wielding a magnificent level of strength, but even then, he called me weak for being unable to finish him off. With his fist hurled at me, the woman in my consciousness began to wonder what was going on in the outside world. This chick was still blaming me for sealing her inside this realm, stopping her from interacting with the outside world. Dying to escape the area, she used her powers and began drilling a hole through the icy prison I made. While she was busy doing that, I was busy evading Pangzi's hits. Even though I knew that this guy was a difficult opponent that I couldn't defeat quickly, I needed to use whatever options I had. In that same moment, she escaped from the prison. At the same time, I was so distracted by her that I didn't dodge Pangzi's hits. Bro slammed me until my clothes tore off of me. I was once more transported into that shitty mental space. Here, she pounced on top of me from above. This time, this crazy woman was clutching my body with her legs even. She casted a cage all around us, making sure that I didn't escape. This cage was further fortified to the point I couldn't do anything about it. This was her way of telling me that I could no longer manipulate my ice abilities. Though she was trying to punish me, she had absolutely no idea that I was butt naked. My super rod was actually out in the open, and she began accusing me of being a pervert when she's the one who dragged me to begin with. Suddenly, she felt my rod from underneath and begged me to control my instincts. But it's not like I could stay calm when she squirmed tightly around my body. Both of us were trying to figure out a solution. Pangzi, on the other hand, began punching my unconscious body. Each slam caused such a destructive blow that it shook the mental space. That much movement really got this woman even hornier than before. Another slam nearly gave her an orgasm. The Fatas couldn't stop punching me while she was out here having all the fun as we went up and crashed back down. She was beginning to lose it, questioning how things even ended up like this. But outside, Pangzi had grabbed my unconscious body and was moments away from putting me in his mouth. Suddenly, he felt the sting of bullets grazing against his thick skin. It was my woman, Duanya, who came by herself to protect me. Pangzi felt offended that she aimed a gun at him even when he was planning to savor her. Duanya didn't give a damn and straight up felt possessive about me, wanting me back. Bro felt some real jealousy and realized this fatty never even had the chance. His backstory is pretty trash. The dude looked like Pennywise except a bigger clown. He was the ultimate simp who loved a woman even though she really didn't care about him at all. This ugly blob of flesh thought that he was the one who was wronged all along, when in reality the girl pitied him and took his gifts to make him happy. That's until she dropped the bombshell of being pregnant. She told him to get lost, but he wasn't done yet. What he did to her afterwards was horrifying. Pangzi relived that trauma and transformed into a gaping monstrosity. Gold and Duanya ran for their lives while at the same time prioritizing saving mine. Xiaofeng pulses with his new power, ready to take on the horde of devourers before him. Finally, my homeboy was ready to throw some real fade checks. But before he could get his aura farming moment, my bitch came flying with Gorlock the Destroyer behind her. This ugly blob was about to catch her with his nasty tongue, but the golden cat transformed into her supreme state and saved her life. At the same time, Xiaofeng activated Plunder to siphon the force, but his ability didn't even work because of the sheer gap between their power levels. Duanya emphasized that they needed to escape for now as they had no other choice. Xiaofeng bolted away from the nasty tongue while this evil Pac-Man bit his way through walls and chased them to hell. Meanwhile, I was laid out after being destroyed in that fight, all thanks to the stupid bitch in my consciousness. She felt relieved that the situation was under control, and I told her to behave until I returned. But this horny woman was now eager to help me just to make me return more for the same kind of pleasures, becoming addicted. Outside, Bai's brother and the rest of the ability users were busy attacking the devourers. They were hacking and slashing with tremendous speed and taking out dozens of them at the same time. The three mutant monsters were handled by Yun Yun, who shoved a pole and stabbed their bodies with a fatal blow. Captain Bai's teamwork was going smoothly, except she didn't anticipate a literal effing tank flying in her general direction. The tank obliterated her and tossed her into rubble. Yun Yun's expression dropped low while the devourers began to overwhelm our forces. A super irritated Yun Yun had had enough. The walls had been breached and the tanks were destroyed. Things were going the opposite of the way she intended, provoking a demonic side of her. Lord Zhang felt happy to lead the upcoming charge and felt arrogant. But Yun Yun's death by feat ability came in as she squashed two monsters like insects. The mutated city lord hadn't anticipated her return. He was the one who went on the offensive this time, pouncing all the way to catch up to her and take revenge. Yun Yun attempted to smash him with her hand, but Zhang managed to escape. He lunged upwards, hurling over her arm. Then he charged a powerful fist, landing a clean hit against the Titan's face. Meanwhile, a bloodied and injured Captain Bai came out of the rubble and screamed for Yun Yun's safety. The giant toppled to the ground, with Lord Zhang landing back on his feet. With the main threat eliminated, he felt unstoppable, believing he had the upper advantage. But something inside of Yun Yun ignited her soul to fight harder than ever before. She wanted to protect the base all because of me. Just her dominating presence struck fear into the city lord. She got up, towering over the insect as she stared him down, declaring that she was going to kill them all. Breaking hell loose, Yun Yun prepared her fist and hurled against the bastard who hit her earlier. This time, the air pressure from her punch alone was enough to put Zhang on the ground. He screamed as her actual fist collided with his body, shattering his body until her fist plunged into every floor of the building. No one would fucking survive that attack. At that moment, the air pressure was so strong that it reached the likes of General Gao. The other captains were terrified at Yun Yun's newfound strength. She was out soloing the entire army, but General Gao thought that even this wouldn't be enough. Yun Yun went berserk and began roaring with sheer ferocity, deafening the humans in the area. Her body was convulsing and overreacting, as she'd entered a berserk state where she was no longer an ally. Gao knew that I was their one last hope in this confrontation, so he signaled the ability of the team to prioritize their focus on finding me. As the only speed-type user among them, the girl volunteered and popped off like a phantom cutting through the air. Meanwhile, I slowly emerged out of the hellhole. I'd already killed most of the devourers here. To my surprise, the woman's aura oozed out of my body and she appeared free. She wanted us to follow the tracks of the bad guy, but I already knew that as it didn't take Sherlock Holmes to figure out basic clues. She wanted to help me, but I only saw her as a bunch of trouble. Annoyed, she wanted to prove to me her usefulness. Using her freaky-ass hair, she used a building pole to swing like Spider-Man. This crazy woman began swinging us both from building to building. It was definitely a faster mode of travel. Suddenly, both of us noticed something. My eyes widened in shock witnessing Yun Yun's enormous state. Both of us could tell that something had happened to her, causing her to enter some kind of berserk state. At this rate, her body was at great risk of self-destruction. Somehow this crazy lady teased me for it. She hovered into the air and showed me that Xiaofeng's side of things didn't look great either. He was facing much difficulty controlling his new powers. Then there was the mutated cat. Even with both of their combined strengths, they didn't deal any damage against the Tier 2 Devourer. Instead, all it took was one tongue swap to knock them down. Pangzi fixed his full attention on Duanya again. With a flick of his tongue, he tore her clothes. Professor Babe was trying to seduce me into accepting her powers, knowing I had to make a choice to protect Duan Ya or Yun Yun, who was at the edge of destruction. It was true that Duan Ya was moments from meeting her demise, until a tight strand of hair came along and stopped the nasty tongue from touching her. The woman was stunned that I actually overridden her powers and used them for my own good. The good thing was that no one else could see her besides me. To them, it felt like I was the one doing the heavy lifting. I came to Duan Ya's rescue, who was happy to see me back in top shape. Pangzi was ticked off that I had interrupted his little meal, but I was really looking forward to using my new powers. The shadow strands had become part of my own, and I was itching to test them on him. They were sharp enough to pierce through his tongue, even engulfing Pangzi as a whole. With every part of his body wrapped in place, Pangzi taunted me for using petty tricks when in reality I couldn't hurt him at all. But he soon forgot about my real goal, the building behind him. Using those shadow vines, I tangled his body like a spiderweb on the building. Now he was stuck in place, and I began to amuse the possibility of slicing him to tiny pieces, just to see if he could still recover from such a pathetic state. Forcing my hand, I used the sharp restraints to tighten harder and harder. With enough pressure built up, Pangzi exploded alongside the building after being unable to withstand the force. Duanya felt starstruck watching me progress a level even further beyond. She really wanted to keep up with my growing pace. Meanwhile, I just told her to relax and stick with the cat. I left Xiaofeng in her care too. Luckily, both of them were fine. As for the speedy bullet lady, she was searching all over the place to find me but couldn't find a single trace. Completely exhausted, she turned to her right and saw me flying at her. I looked like Ken Kaneki with my Shadow Kaguna. I had acquired so much travel speed that even a speed-type user like her thought it was impressive. She tried calling out to me, but there were more important issues to take care of. I needed to go to the base and take care of the mess that was made. The crazy chick also worried for Yun Yun's safety, while I felt adequate in using my spatial jump skill. With it, we jumped through space. The speedy lady was still watching me and couldn't even fathom that I possessed something like this under my belt. The thing is, my jump only covered 3 meters back when I first had it. Just using it 3 times killed my stamina, but with level 2 of human state, I could jump 8 meters ahead. Transforming into a steel body, I enhanced my power. The woman worried about what I had planned, while I was in the mood to test the fullest extent of my abilities. I began spamming the use of spatial jump, literally traveling so fast that I vanished from the naked eye. Meanwhile, Yun Yun was wreaking havoc like an actual titan from Attack on Titan. Most devourers felt afraid of her, but some freaky clowns wanted to climb her curves. Bro was lost in the sauce at the wrong time and didn't care about the damn apocalypse. He just wanted to get in there. Well, so began the journey of one man's climb. Bro was moving fast and his buddy quickly followed him. The rest of the troops did the same to climb the giant lady. They had almost reached paradise, even though the colossal woman had prepared a huge building for them for breakfast. These clowns actually had a valid strategy to invade her back door and attack from the inside. General Gao used his army to shoot at the devourers in order to stop them, but the sheer pressure from Yun Yun's rage was enough to threaten their lives. Gao knew that none of them were safe if she was going to keep this up. But Captain Bai noticed a certain presence. My presence. I leaped atop the tower and revealed myself at last. The dangers of Yun Yun worsened because she was at the verge of exploding. I needed to knock her out and wake her up before that went to pass, so I asked for her attention. She knocked on the very tower I was standing on. This allowed me to leap onto her arm and travel all the way to the top. Now I was truly certain that she had lost it for good. I ended up getting slapped around and landing on her knockers, but that was okay because I could always use this opportunity to beat the crap out of the devourers first. During this life-threatening crucial moment, the stupid professor bitch was asking me about Yun Yun's durable stockings for enlarging along with her. Anyway, I focused my attention on the devourer group that was climbing her. These clowns thought that they had obtained real victory, that they were going to step into heaven. But then I shattered their dream by choking them with one of my shadow tendrils. I hung this guy up, who thought I was betraying the squad by refusing to become a man of culture. Similarly, I deployed numerous strands to control and throw away the devourers. I was also speed blitzing them and taking them down. Mohawk Girl was chased at the edge and actually got confronted by a group of devourers. This time she had nowhere to escape. They even took off her robe, stealing all her aura. She used her useless cane and flung it at the devourer's eye. But that wasn't enough. So she leapt off the cliff, choosing her own fate. Turns out that the staff wasn't actually useless at all. It had a secret infected plant attached that began mutating the devourer, transforming into a powerful monster. This very same monster drew the attention of Yun Yun. Meanwhile, one dude had managed to sneak in without me noticing. She raised her leg, shaking many of them off like bugs, but some held on tightly, staying true to their mission. With a single slam of her feet, she obliterated the mutated devourer with a big smile on her face. She was truly the villain here, and the devourers could barely hold on. That's where I swooped in, to finish the job on her behalf. I sliced these hornballs with my shadow tendrils, and then launched myself up in the sky. With the devourers completely taken care of, there was just me against her now. But Captain Bai felt terrified watching this side of me, as 2 berserk monsters met face to face with each other in a battle that would decide Yun Yun's fate. The berserk Yun Yun clasped both her hands to aim at me. I was dead meat by this point, unable to dodge, and even both Gao and Bai knew that fact. Luckily, I used my only get-out-of-jail-free card, my portal, to escape. Here, Yun Yun actually thought she had obliterated me to pieces. Just the air pressure she created from that move alone ripped apart buildings and roads to shreds. Much to her surprise, I wasn't there, puzzling the general and the captain while they wondered about my position. Right now, I feel a bit strange. The reason was actually because I was hiding in her cleavage. She tried looking around but was unable to find me. Suddenly, a flash of light began piercing Yun Yun's body. I noticed this immediately, realizing that this was the worst case imaginable. Using a spatial jump, I came out on top. She was radiating from every part of her, and it felt like she was about to explode at a moment's notice. I feared the worst. This girl's body was no longer obeying her, and ultimately she was going to meet her end. Deep in her own mental state, Yun Yun was brought back to her memories. She was trapped inside a tube. Her life was a miserable hell of darkness. They experimented on her constantly. Hundreds of needles pierced her body. A lab rat was the only way to define her. Yun Yun desperately begged for a god to save her, to change her fate, and that's when one man's voice came through. I was that man, the man she interpreted as her god. Even now, I tried to remind her that she had to prove her use to me in her final moments. I lunged at her bakery with the Ass Slapper 9000 and delivered the powerful blow. That ultimate spank rocked the shit out of her, leaving Bai stunned for words. Even at the verge of exploding, this giant lady felt ecstatic. She remembered all of those memories of the times she shared with me, how I led her out of her despair. She remembered the memories I shared with her, how I pierced her darkness with my lightning, or well, lighting sword in this case. Yun Yun felt like she owed a great debt to me, so she was willing to lose it all. Blinding light came out of her body. Everyone knew she was a goner. Her body erupted, and eventually the explosion caused her to vanish into nothingness. When General Gao opened his eyes, he was astonished how there wasn't any damage. All of them desperately tried to look for us amidst the remnants of the explosion. In the aftermath of everything, Captain Bai fell on her knees, believing that I had perished in the process of saving my side hoe. She regretted not being able to say things to me, whatever that meant. Yun Yun also saved everyone and sacrificed herself. But at that moment, the general noticed something in the sky. I descended with a heavy crash, Yun Yun's body secured in my arms. Both of us appeared fine as I walked up to my friends. I had the bag secured with double G cups, but it was damaged goods and we needed to tend to her condition. The general quickly commanded to find a doctor, but right on, a flying cat came bolting all the way here. The OG smash piece had arrived on top of the kitty on steroids. Since she's a doctor, she vowed to take a look. Hopping off the creature, she approached me with a questionable backshot panel. Duanya checked Yun Yun's condition, deeming her to be in critical state, which meant she was very close to dying. It was necessary to retrieve her back to the main base. Shortly afterwards, we went there and submerged into the bathtub. Duanya then poured in all the water, which didn't make much sense to me. Apparently, the regular form of treatment was useless for the condition Yun Yun happened to be in. Duanya needed to apply different procedures. Her plan revolved around using the recovery serum we acquired from the evolution base. Putting on new clothes, she urged me to inspect if Yun Yun's wounds were healing properly. From the way I saw things, I couldn't feel a difference. There were still yellow strands all over her body. Duanya felt grim, because even after her refinement of the serum, it seemed to have failed its process. That made me think of another idea. Maybe these wounds required some kind of ability to heal instead. The idea in theory made sense, but at the same time, Duanya had no clue what was the goal here. Her cheeks blushed a bright red when she saw me doing something out of pocket. I began kissing Yun Yun's head. Ah yes, my divine kissing medication technique that I learned from Sukuna in the Heian era. To my utter surprise, the yellow strands actually withered, restoring some of her energy. I couldn't believe that this idea worked, so Duanya quickly turned around, hastening to leave, knowing that I needed to kiss every inch of Yun Yun's body. I didn't even realize what she meant at the time. She came to find Xiaofeng and Bai, who freshly learned that I was healing Yun Yun at the time. They wanted to heal their injuries too, but knowing that I'd have to use my mouth, Duanya declined. She wanted to talk about the stone, and learned that it was found in the remains of the Devourers after they killed him. The stone glowed a strange color, so Xiaofeng knew that it had to be a crystal core. The realization stuns Duanya because only I could handle the level of power that came from such a gigantic core. She was already shaking from fear because of the side effects and how much she'd have to suffer alone. That's when Captain Bai offered help. Duanya felt uncertain at first, but her intuition was hinting at the captain's interest in me. Duanya personally went to Xiaofeng, urging him to exit the room. The poor guy had no idea why she wanted him out so bad. Bro got yeeted out of the room, causing Duanya to feel embarrassed. Before talking to Captain Bai, she figured that my thirst for boobs, thirst for power, would never stop. So she came here to Bai with an urgent confirmation. With a bit of hesitation and shame, Duanya directly confronted the baddie captain and asked if she liked me. The third smash piece agenda was about to become a reality. Right after, Duanya returned to me, thanking me for healing Yun Yun properly. Now she just needed to take some rest for proper recovery. Also, apparently she told me about Xiaofeng's recent discovery of a crystal core which he thought would be useful to me. Duanya instructed me to head towards the reception room right outside, and I got curious enough to go right away. But the moment I opened the door, I found myself in complete shock. The crystal wasn't a tiny little orb like it used to be, but a gigantic black stone. It made me wonder if Xiaofeng and the others confused it for the crystal core. Regardless, I was going to make some use of it and prepared my fist to smash the object. I already knew from the experiences of my past life that odd materials in the apocalypse would appear even outside of my knowledge. Interestingly, when I punched the stone, I found it quite durable, which means it's a pretty rare material even if it came from an apocalypse. I couldn't help but think that this rock shared a legacy with the Black Blade King Wangsong, a ruthless warrior before his regression. He was supremely overpowered and cut down every creature in his path with his blade. Rumors went around that this weapon was forged from the black stone. Now that I had access to the same material, I considered myself extremely lucky of the possibilities. The legendary warrior's weapon could now become mine. Temporarily, I wanted to store this thing away in my dimensional space, knowing that I could only make use of it after finding a powerful blacksmith. But before my interaction with the stone, Captain Bai's conversation with Duanya resumed. You see, Duanya wanted to prepare my next meal beforehand, so she explained to Bai how every time I absorbed a crystal core, I would also be hit with a curse. Dealing with the curse was important because it could spell danger. Unfortunately, Duanya couldn't satisfy me, especially when she needed to take care of Yun Yun. At that point, the captain volunteered to single-handedly take care of the curse all by herself. Now, she had absolutely no idea what this curse was, and Duanya was doing her part of trying to explain. But the captain didn't care for the details. She was just ready to help. What she didn't know was that Duanya would have her prepared in a maid suit shortly after. Bai felt completely baffled, not knowing what kind of curse she needed to deal with. It was so embarrassing that she felt tricked by Duanya. The problem was, Captain Bai knew that I needed to be in top shape, or else it would become a problem for the rest of the base. She gently approached me in the same room of the crystal core. Bai had convinced herself to play her part, no matter the situation. The moment she came in, I felt stunned by her appearance. She was looking like a Thanksgiving feast, an all-in-one meal. She even called me master while serving me wine, just to stun me even more. At the same time, Duanya was tending to Yun Yun's condition, believing that she did the right thing by recruiting the captain's help. But the problem was that she left the poor captain all on her own with a demon like me. She already knew that the captain wouldn't be able to endure for long, so Duanya eventually wanted to help me out later too. The scene cuts to just under base perimeters, where a bunch of soldiers are busy cleaning up the corpses after slaughtering the Devourer army. Unfortunately, they can't risk a plague haunting them, so this ugly job needs to be done. Suddenly, the men find themselves astonished to discover that there aren't any bodies around. All of the corpses, every single one of them, seem to have vanished in thin air. This cropped up a trembling fear in those men, making them realize that something had gone terribly wrong. Around this time in my consciousness space, the annoying woman felt a tremble. At long last, the moment she'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Still, she couldn't decipher the exact location of her target, and figured it would be better to ask for my help instead. Back to my toy time with Captain Bai, I realized that Duanya had done something to her. She poured me a drink and just looked flustered, as if she wasn't expecting anything like this. The same captain who was a menace on the battlefield was now a submissive girl, happy to do anything that I wanted. I just couldn't bear with the hilariousness of the situation and spit my drink out. The alcohol had gotten to me, so she decided to test the drink herself. Before the captain could drink, I checked the bottle and saw a whopping 64% concentration of alcohol. It's unsurprising that this woman was now at a drunk fest. It was her first time drinking, and she was now completely out of her senses. The captain felt freakishly energized and flipped the table, literally. I couldn't even believe that she got drunk off of one damn drink. Assuming charge, the captain smacked her heel just under my crotch, showing a more vicious and domineering side to her, taunting that she couldn't ever be drunk. Now that she was completely engulfed in her most carnal desires, she wanted to help me extinguish the curse. This side of Captain Bai looked even more salivating, and I wasn't going to reject a feast. But it seemed like I needed to remind her who was in charge here. Before the captain could comprehend my words, I whipped out my dominating aura, reminding her that she was the one who was supposed to call me master, not the other way around. Enraptured with my aura alone, she sat down on her knees in a pleasing position. I liked it this way and wondered if she was feeling better. Captain Bai excitedly called me master and expressed how wrong she was. It was nice to see her admit her mistake, but I wasn't going to let her off with just this. Unfortunately, at the same time, I felt a shift occurring in my consciousness. I ended up getting my ass yeeted back in that stupid dimensional space, ruining my fun time. Right then, the annoying woman jumped to shove me with her rack. It was a murder tactic I didn't expect or had any defenses against. The annoying woman wanted my help and didn't even explain anything. Well, it turns out that she had finally found a suitable body to take over. I realized that she was talking about the promise I made to her last time, But what really troubled me is why she forcefully dragged me here. Unfortunately, she couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the body and required the use of my powers. Closing me inside a cage like last time, she intended to use me to increase the range of her sensory ability. As for her chosen method, I found myself baffled watching her devilishly stare down at me. This bitch was gonna toss us again. Before I even got ready, the cage smashed down, making this freaky idiot enjoy every second. All we needed now was to project our consciousness together. The moment we did that, she and I came in contact with a horde of corpses and their ruler. A wave of undead monsters was being controlled by a leader, a corpse queen. At that moment, I figured that her goal was to steal the corpse queen's body for herself. Luckily, we were both in spirit form, so the queen couldn't pose any threats to us. But I guess she spoke too soon because at that moment, something happened. By the way, Captain Bai didn't figure out what was going on and just followed whatever she wanted. Now I was dealing with two problems at once without being able to focus on any one of them. Much to my own surprise, we were found out. And while we were found out, Captain Bai was doing tricks on my stick. The corpse queen dashes with intense speed to confront her, while we barely have any time to escape. The threat is genuinely terrifying because she's nearly gotten us. This murderous pile of death opens its enormous mouth and chomps us down, forcing us out of the consciousness experience. The next thing I knew was that I had awoken in my bed, having no idea what went down. My head was ringing with confusion and pain. That same lousy parasite girl explained that my energy ended up being drained, but that I'd also recover very soon. She seemed much better than me in comparison, with the whole bakery and all. That was a close call with the corpse queen, a threat that wasn't easy to deal with at this point in time. Just her command over tens of thousand corpses will be a pain in the ass to deal with. With more of the zombie wave increasing over time, her strength will continue to dominate. That's why not even I was going to place myself at death's door just to get this parasite dumbass a body. That is, unless she gave me something in return, something that could act like an equal exchange. She felt that I was being fair in that request. Following that thought, she knelt down, accepting full loyalty towards me as my new servant. But I thought her words weren't going to be enough, so she wondered what it would take to satisfy me. Naturally, I asked to hand over her ass, her crystal core. She took issue with this idea because the crystal core dictated her life. At the same time, I wasn't here to negotiate and gave her the final say. In the end, with great frustration, she trusted me. Summoning her crystal core, she surrendered it, hoping I'd keep my word. This was the only thing I cared about, and assured her that she's mine from now on until I could help fulfill her wish. After hearing that, she wanted to head back, but I stopped her, reminding her of her place being a servant. She was being disrespectful by not calling me master even once, but instead of saying a thing, she left. I was happy to let her disrespect slide this time. She did give me her crystal core after all. My greatest issue right now was dealing with the corpse queen, who had led a powerful horde in my previous life, completely annihilating the Shangdu region. If I let her do that again, the world would be full of undead zombies running about, so my next big goal is to put an end to her existence. In the next scene, Captain Bai and Xiaofeng were seen together while I left. The soldier curiously wondered why his captain didn't travel with me. In reality, she felt really weak in comparison, and wanted to become much stronger to remain by my side. A little while afterwards, Duan Ya and Yun Yun sat by a fire under a gas station. Yun Yun thought it was a dangerous idea, but this doctor wasn't playing around and told her to stand in the rain instead. This time, I had left without them, so they were worried about what was so urgent to me that I had to go. Then there's the concern of fuel being a limited resource in the apocalypse, and supplies were also running short. They were having a conversation without being aware of a man approaching them. This man acted weak and helpless, stating how he was freezing to death. His body showed signs of ice, and he felt cold enough to jump straight into the fire. Duanya and Yun Yun couldn't even stop this guy from practically rolling in the flames, incinerating his butt off. Suddenly, Duanya realized that something was wrong with the smoke and told Yun Yun to cover her face. Unfortunately, this had all been a trap set up by a bunch of goons. They used the old man to spread the poison to take control of the two girls. Naturally, these men were the scum of society who wanted to have fun with their bodies before selling them off. Duanya pulled out a gun to show them the American way of going about things, but it meant nothing to an ability user like him. The same weapon ended up jamming because of the cold, and now the two women were helpless. Yun Yun threatened them by raising my name, but this arrogant loser told them I'd also been marked for death. After all, anyone who dares to try to target their leader was courting a date with death. The Corpse Queen welcomed my arrival, for daring to enter in a small location against her. She thought it was an invitation to death, but for her, she couldn't be happier about this area. With her mouth, she exerted fumes that engulfed the atmosphere. This green smoke filled the place as she called me handsome, urging me to come out and play. The green substance was actually a toxic gas, and inhaling it meant imminent control. She could manipulate others with this gas. Finally, she saw a figure emerge from the smoke. The woman welcomed me as if she was my big sister, but I honestly think she had a kink for the "step bro, I'm stuck" situation. To her shock, I sent an uglier version of Saitama, a doll I had cropped up to steal her attention. Then I popped up from behind, sending a chill down her spine as I asked about her identity. The woman immediately used her whip to punish me for tricking her, but I easily managed to grab it, even with the spiky ends. I grabbed the jagged weapon and wondered if this weapon was forced by some blacksmith. Next, I swiftly maneuvered my hand and grabbed her jaw, pinching her face before questioning her where she found the artisan. The woman was clueless, while the parasite girl inquired if the blacksmith was really that important. I needed to forge a powerful weapon to deal with the dominating horde of the Corpse Queen, which was why a new weapon would be the answer. Manipulating her powers of the consciousness, she invaded the woman's memories as she helplessly questioned what was happening. In little to no time, Parasite Lady managed to find the location of the blacksmith. Apparently this person resides in another base called the New World Base, though exact details are unclear for now. The woman goes on her knees, begging not to be killed. Her brain was now tangled as a slave, and she feared that this woman could destroy her brain in an instant. Even I felt confused, but apparently this woman felt so terrified that she went down on her knees, willing to serve me as the most loyal dog as long as we spared her life. Ecstatic, I wanted to test her loyalty with my own 2 eyes. Going back to the other women, Duanya and Yun find their bodies radiating from the inside. She questioned if these punks put something in the smoke, only to learn that it was a substance to make things more fun. Their leader was planning to enjoy the 2 women properly before letting his brothers have their turn. Duanya ended up figuring out that they were dealing with a drug, but strangely both women seemed to break free. The same poison that is potent against normal people didn't do well against ability users. This revelation came as a shock to the men, who immediately grabbed their water guns, deadly weapons, to spray them down. Even Yun couldn't fathom why these idiots were using water guns, but apparently they were high-pressure cannons. Thanks to their leader's ability to control water and ice, he could swarm them from all directions. He roars fire, shooting out spears of ice, but to his shock, the ice bolts end up piercing their leader's body instead. He was dumbstruck by what had happened. His own men seemed to have betrayed him. But in reality, it was Duanya's mind control ability. She carefully waited until the precise moment. The main man got played and realized he let his guard down too easily. Next up, the woman who became my latest dog, Lady Poison Master, came to the scene. This guy thought that he had won the battle now that she had joined their side, only to get the Asian bitch slap of hell smacked in his face. His face showed ultimate betrayal and confusion, not knowing why she was hitting him. She ordered him to shut his mouth, further berating and confusing him. Then she turned around and came to me, calling me master. She was even ready to kill this pathetic vermin for me. I put my hand over her head, patting her for being a good dog for serving me, before letting her finish off her prey. In the next scene, the men of the Corpse Queen were tumbling around carrying gasoline barrels so that she could present them as a gift to me. The barrels were a pain in the ass, and these guys were being worked to death. They felt shocked that Lady Poison had succumbed under my total control. The guy with the ice powers yelped at Lady Poison and tried to make her reconsider, but she is now my permanent bitch and smashes her whip against the loser, slashing all 3 of them with a single hit. Yun and Duanya appeared stunned with her ruthlessness, but I didn't want her to finish them off yet. The delinquents called me a pretty boy who had taken control over their master, and even threatened me using the name of the New World Base. But I just couldn't give a damn, and personally wanted to take care of parasites like them. Using my powers of manipulation, I extended my grasp and reached straight into their nerves, parsing through their memories. But what I found was surprising, even to myself. Their brains began to explode, horrific enough to terrify Lady Poison. Not even I expected this ability to be so strong. Professor Xiao, the dumbass living in my consciousness, actually saw an existing parasite also lurking inside Lady Poison's head, but the brainworm they found inside was already dead. Professor Xiao assumed that the parasite was linked to the toxins, somehow making her immune to brainworms. When I tried to kill the brainworms inside their heads began exploding, as if someone was intentionally using the brainworms to manipulate beings. This was a matter so threatening that I wanted to make Duanya and Yun immune to its effects. I called for Lady Poison, who bowed before me like a dog for new orders. Apparently she knew how to drive, so I materialized a vehicle through my dimensional space and handed her the responsibility to take the wheel. During this run, there's a perspective shared from Lady Poison, who was a minor leader in the apocalyptic world. But currently she was just a slave, who didn't care about the means of survival as long as she lived. However, what really destroyed her was seeing us 3 enjoying a delicious hot pot while she was salivating out in the front. The girl was devastated and she couldn't even figure out how we managed to find a hot pot. The smell made everything worse, and she couldn't even take it anymore, begging for a chance to get a bite. In the end, she warded off her feelings, refusing to put her life at risk for the sake of a simple meal. But the moment one of us opened a soda can, she flipped. Lady Poison's ultimate weakness is cola, and she couldn't believe her senses that it was here. Offering a nice gesture, Yun came up to give her some cola. She genuinely felt astonished, not having any experience of drinking a fresh beverage since the apocalypse. Yun even lightly teased that I just liked it when girls called me master like it was a kink. While was busy mocking me, Yun also introduced herself properly, calling Lady Poison a comrade. She didn't know how to react to all of these sudden developments, and understood that women would naturally rely on men in times during the apocalypse. Lady Poison tried to resist my harem agenda, but the moment she saw Lamb coming her way, this woman began opening up her jaw like an OnlyFans model. Yun kind of felt a little bummed out with her exhaling poison, as it's part of her abilities. Lady Poison explained that her poison achieved two effects. Men would fall from exhaustion and women couldn't contain their desires. After hearing that, my brain clicked a sudden solution. I could basically use this ability to make both Dwanya and Yun immune. Well, first I had to take care of Smash Piece number 2's lustful desires, because currently she was ovulating head over heels for me. Lady Poison couldn't believe her eyes when she saw her leap over me as I gently wrapped my arms around. Dwanya also appeared out of control, and wanted to use this time to learn more about the New World base. Lady Poison was hoping to eat some food after the explanation, especially after watching us feast. The first thing we learned was that Lady Poison joined the New World base via a beauty pageant. We arrived near the brutalized infrastructure that could be called the New World base. It wasn't the largest base in the world, but it had everything one needed, from auctions to black markets, pageants, and even gladiator arenas. This thing was packed with many people waiting at the entrance. These were called the scavengers, and to them, the New World base was basically a new start at life in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, not every one of them could make it inside the base as the requirements are tough. I wanted to take a look personally and figured we head inside. Right away, we were stopped with an identification authorization area. The midget wannabe pirate who wishes he became Jack Sparrow told everyone that an ID was the most important thing in the base. It meant the survival of everyone because resources were promised, but for that, people needed to undergo a test. The New World base didn't look for people without any promise. That's why spots for the tests were also limited alongside harsh test requirements. People panicked over each other, and shockingly, women weren't also allowed to join this test. Lady Poison informed me that I had no way around this trial because the city lord was out of her control. Yun thought that this was a boring way to go and preferred slaughtering people on her way in to get the blacksmith. But this was a dangerous route because every single city lord was an ability user who could become a problem. Even Dwanya added that the blacksmith himself is supposed to be a cautious person, which means if he discovers there's a terror attack going on about, he'll hide and possibly make it difficult to find him. Hearing all of their suggestions, I ultimately decided that we lay low. I was going to handle the test myself, leaving my girls with Lady Poison to sneak their way in. At the test area, I approached one final team before the test began. We were explained the details of the test. The goal was to eliminate mutant spiders in the mountains and prove our worth. The examiner with some seriously gay-ass Andrew Tate shorts told us not to venture deep into the forest. Any person with 5 corpses or a single egg would pass the trial before night. One of the members complained that it was a really cruel test because both options were basically like sending them to die. But the examiner didn't care and emphasized that it was either one way or the other, and if someone didn't want to participate, they could always leave. But if they do that, they would eventually become victims of the spiders down the road anyway. So my trusty team leader of losers took charge and told me to follow them. I already knew right away that these imbeciles wanted to use me as bait, so I left to work with myself, curious to check out the spider nest lingering in the forest. The team members felt frustrated and even wanted to try to kill me, but their punk-ass leader thought I was so puny and weak that I wouldn't survive much longer. Their personal goal was to wait here for the rest of the teams to return so that they could hunt them down and steal their collected prey. Long story short, these guys were pussies. Anyway, I took my sweet time looking for the spiders, not worried about going deep in the forest. Suddenly, I felt the presence of numerous spiders popping down from the trees. This made me curious if there was a mutant queen also close by, but with such a nasty swarm of these creepy crawlies, I needed to first focus on farming them for crystal cores. The bloody massacre began the moment I lunged to smash on the spider, ripping its head clean from its body. Then I sprung like a torpedo to target the next one. While I was doing all of this, I felt a terrifying glare. The queen had arrived. Meanwhile, my girls were playing James Bond over here and trying to sneak their way in through a beauty pageant. This wasn't the typical beauty pageant either. It was meant for wagering on women and renting them for a night. Unfortunately, this was the only way for women to survive in the New World base, and the fastest way to collect money. The good thing about Yun and Dwanya was that they were gorgeous top to bottom, so they had a good chance of getting through here. The pageants were held every week for a monthly championship title, and the only women who reject this path end up facing off the wrath in the gladiator arena. There had to be one way people needed to use to survive, but for women of this apocalypse, food and safety meant everything, so they didn't care about their bodies. Saying so, Lady Poison asked my 2 women to change, feeling a little jealous that both of them enjoyed the richest life with me unlike everyone else. At the same time, Humpty Dumpty Jack Sparrow came and requested both women to be summoned to his room. This guy was the city lord's personal guard, Lord One-Eye, but he wanted a piece of the women for himself and was willing to offer both of them identification cards if they treated him kindly. Lady Poison didn't want them to be treated this way, but she couldn't refuse Lord One-Eye's demands. She knew she was cornered and had no other way but to tell them about the situation. In the end, Lady Poison exhales her poisonous ability in the room, forcing Duanya and Yun to burn with bodily desire. They climbed on top of each other, questioning her betrayal. Both of them were so ready to play scissors without rock and paper, but this was the only viable option that Lady Poison thought would succeed. She watched as they lost their minds against each other. Meanwhile, wannabe Jack Sparrow enjoyed a drink with Temu Andrew Tate, both living the life of kings. They were lucky for the apocalypse to come, allowing them a chance to enjoy beautiful women. Their latest batch arrived. Yun and Duanya were here to please both men. From just a glance, Lord One-Eye figured they were influenced by the effects of the poison and acted like a virgin who was excited for the first time. His brother even gave him the choice to pick any, and naturally, he picked Duanya, who looked the hottest out of anyone, even placing his hook against her chin. The other guy played with Yun, finding her appealing. Lord One-Eye was even happy to reward Lady Poison for this incredible gift, but as it seemed now, they wanted to play with the beauties. Hilariously, they didn't even know they were about to kiss each other. The gay accusations actually doubled down with the step-bro accusations too, because these men were straight up tonguing each other out under Duanya's influence. Even Lady Poison felt terrified with the use of her ability, while Yun thought that her move was reckless to poison them just now. She tried to explain, but in reality, Lady Poison had a reason behind her actions. She wanted to prevent them from getting parasitized from the brainworms of the City Lord's guards. Duanya's cannonballs thought it was the right move, believing they had to remain in a constantly poisoned state to prevent an infection. Yun did her absolute best to resist the poison's control. The good thing was that they managed to collect the ID cards here, but as for the two guys gay kissing each other out, Duanya forced him into a permanent illusion, so they weren't stopping soon from literally giving and receiving backshots. That aside, from my side of things, people were looking for the Spider Queen's crystal core too. The teams cared more about the nest than the mission of the corpse collection. To their astonishment, there were tons of corpses laying around. Every single one of them had their heads severed for their body, thanks to me already taking care of the mob. My current problem was the ferocious Spider Queen, who used her limbs to pin me down. When that didn't work, she even shot out a powerful web, entangling my arm. I was taking the fight too lightly and got stuck in position. The Spider Queen towered over me with a huge tangled cobweb. I had no idea that a monster as powerful as Tier 2 would pop up here. While I was soloing the boss, these losers watched me in hiding and thought it was best for them to leave me to die. They mocked their high horse, waiting for my doom. But I'm literally him. I'm the guy she tells you not to worry about, the second coming of Diddy, and so I detangled myself, pulling the web with full force. The spider didn't expect this move and got slammed on the ground on its back. Having exposed its weakest position, I smashed a powerful punch and annihilated the spider with a single punch, stunning the spectators. They wanted to switch strategies and steal the crystal core, but their arrogant leader believed otherwise and pinned a blade to this guy's neck. With the perfectly sharpened blade against the dude's neck, he won't be complaining anytime soon. While these guys were bickering against each other, I was casually eyeing down the crystal core. At that exact moment, this person casted the ability called Position Swap. What it did surprised me. I felt a tingle, and my body was transported to the same spot this other guy had been. Now I was the one chained, with 4 different sharpened katanas at my neck. The other guy caught the crystal, assuming his victory. This is what he came here for, but I found myself most astonished with the rare ability of Position Swap. Then these guys installed a brilliant strategy with chains and blades, meaning they got plenty of experience scamming people like this. Well, they thought I was finished, and at the verge of their mercy, so I had to casually remind them that I was the hornier version of Sung Jinwoo, and I think Sung Jinwoo was a hunter, so I'm that too. Anyway, my speech didn't do much to these guys. They just wanted to chop my head off and leaped from every direction to stab my ass. All of their weapons collided against my body, each slash connecting with every body part. But that's the twist none of these idiots expected. I could see their jaws drop right before my eyes. Their so-called sharpened blades practically broke just upon contact against my skin, making them wonder what kind of material I was made of. One dude was starting to question my ding-dong being just as hard. Anyway, with this much proof, they concluded me as a Tier 2 human, a fact that was difficult for them to accept. Some of the others felt that it was the only possible explanation, as my skin was comparable to the thick skin of a Tier 2 monster. They thought they had the upper hand with the chains until I started to use this super overpowered ability called just walking. They used the Naruto jump out of the place, acting like ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. I was bored and put down the chains, deciding to entertain my prey by showing off my own powers. My first target was this guy dashing off acting like he was some hotshot, the same one with the position swap skill. I striked from above like a nuclear warhead. My punch nearly obliterated his face, but this guy ended up chanting position swap. He replaced his homie's position with his own and fell to the ground. That was a close call for him. The only reason he lived was because of his shitty ability. But he also held a grudge against me for humiliating him like that. As for the poor guy who got transported, I accidentally ended up blowing a hole through his stomach, finding it pathetic that this guy used his own friend as a meat shield. It didn't matter much because I jumped like a chimpanzee and found the other guy too. Bro was terrified watching me about to obliterate him. Yet again, he cheaply used position swap and helped himself escape the dangerous situation. He panted for a while, questioning how I kept finding him over and over again. One thing was clear, that I wasn't going to stop. He wanted to run, but he didn't know which way to go. Deciding to use the fuck it we ball approach, he began sprinting. Meanwhile, I looked at the corpse of the second target I butchered. I knew well that I couldn't let this annoying insect escape with my crystal core. To my shock, Bro was actually running towards me instead. He kept screaming at me and cursing me, not knowing I was standing right in front of him. The moment Bro turned his eyeballs around, he shit his pants and pulled the brakes, skidding all the way here. Once more, he was genuinely confused how we kept running into each other. To fuck with him, I emphasized that he's the one who found me, not the other way around. He walked into the lion's den, and somehow still began roaring about his ability. I had enough of his yapping and basically eviscerated him with a single uppercut. Despite his position swap ability, it meant nothing if I could speed blitz him. Aside from that, gold was actually hiding in Duanya's bag. The three women were at the backstage area of the beauty pageant, with Lady Poison gesturing all of them to head inside. But then they saw a bunch of angry bitches eyeing them down. Lady Poison figured that this competition was going to be so easy if this was their competition. Duanya felt uncomfortable among them, looking as gorgeous as ever. Meanwhile, Gorlock the Destroyer over here stopped them. To resolve their drama, one lady with dominatrix energy waltzed right in to discipline them. This woman is the superstar Lynn Meyer, someone even Yun Yun knows about. The superstar had one point to make. She was the top dog here, and that it was pointless to face her in the competition. Duanya didn't back down, showing her who's boss by calling her a skank who slept with the director for her fame. Somehow, both of these knew each other, to the point that this psycho bitch completely ignored everyone and raced to attack her. With one leg raised, she attempted to kick Duanyan's melons, but the lady in red managed to escape her high-velocity kick, and somehow these baddies were moving better than the characters in One Punch Man Season 3. Another kick flew in Duanya's direction, but she was ready and retaliated with a kick of her own. The battle of the scissors began as they matched each other's baddie levels. Meyer didn't expect Duanya to survive through the apocalypse, while the other two women were hoping these two had a positive relationship. Apparently, these two have some generational beef going on, because goddamn the superstar even ended up cracking the director just to get one up over Duanya. While they're bickering about, Yun Yun points out how it's the first time she's seen Duanya pent up in such a way. The pop star flexes her fame, explaining how every man wants to bed her, but Duanya emphasizes that there's no one who cares about her in the apocalypse. And once again, I have absolutely no idea how in the actual fudge these two are still holding their legs like that. Let's just say they want to settle their score through the beauty pageant. The announcer excitedly shares the beginning of the beauty contest. And as always, the Gooners of the Apocalypse have come together like the Avengers. These people are so crazy they saved up money to buy women from the pageant instead of focusing on food or drinks. The winner of the pageant will share a personal meeting with the City Lord, and to everyone's shock, the City Lord himself is here. Finally, Duanya realizes why that wannabe pop star wants to win so badly, because this way she can acquire privileges from the City Lord. The good thing is that if these two win, they can use the City Lord to find the blacksmith. Unfortunately, both of them are still under heavy influence of the toxin. As for the pop star, she's confident in her victory, believing that her competition is a bunch of ugly 3s and 4s who can't even compete on her level. She's also recruited a bunch of them for her way to shift the tide of the event. The announcer presents some of the judges. Two of them are the gay brothers who railed at each other earlier. Neither of them can tell why their ass hurts to the point they can't sit. If the guy in the middle, Mu Yinxiao, didn't wake them up, they'd have slept through it. Speaking of him, Yinxiao remembered finding these two guys actually going ballistic over each other's bodies. It was a real war, and unsurprisingly, they can't even sit anymore. Bro is traumatized with this discovery, and even wondered if he was going to get executed for discovering the secret of these two lovebirds. Anyway, the showdown between the ladies of the pageant is underway. Our trio is up to challenge the rest of the women, who are actually going crazy and bringing out weapons to cut them down, refusing to make it a fair fight. But this is exactly how Duanya expected things to go. Nobody cares about fairness in the apocalypse, and everyone wants to make their own rules. Yun Yun wanted to personally deal with these fat bitches on her own, and warned them that she had a way bigger fist than their puny weapons. Using her gigantified form, she uppercutted the shit out of Gorlock the Destroyer. The rest of the ladies are terrified to see the sheer size of this woman. Yun Yun casually bends down, mocking the ladies and wondering if she should blast the rest of them next. While this was going on backstage, Lynn Meyer made her tantalizing appearance on stage, earning 9 points from each of the judges, a near-perfect victory. The people in the crowd actually recognize her even before the apocalypse, while she smirked in her absolute victory with Duanya gone. But her eyes blast open in shock the moment she realized another contestant was entering the stage. Wearing a majestic outfit, the angelic Duanya took center stage like an angel descending from heaven. Yun Yun even sent women flying in the background to use as fireworks, giving her an even better entrance. The scammy pop star was quick to realize what happened. Smushed and severed body parts fell from the sky, horrifying her as all the ladies she gathered were demolished. The heartless pop star couldn't even fathom what kind of monster brutalized them like this. The judges didn't even give a damn, practically making it seem like a normal occurrence. Even Lady Poison thought that Yun may have overdone things a little. Pulling out one final move, the pop star grabs her balloons and rips open those bad boys out for the world to see. Instantly, she gets a 10 out of 10 rating from the judges and a roaring reaction from the crowd. This was her last resort, and she found herself confident having become the champion. Even Duanya thought that this girl was batshit insane. According to the orders of the city lord, 3 special identity cards were sent down for the women. Even the judge was stunned by how fast the city lord sent these cards out. The woman presented them to the contestants, while all of them shared interest in meeting him in private. They all grabbed a card each, as the city lord commanded another order. First, he crowns Meyer the champion, allowing her to have the privilege of residing by the city lord in the elite circle. Yun couldn't believe that Duanya lost, because this way they won't be able to meet the city lord. The good thing was that they managed to acquire the cards they needed. Anyway, Meyer was soon presented in front of the old man. The New World city lord was Kang Ming, a man who had long lost his lustful desires. Even something as insane as the apocalypse was a boring event for him. This man was the definition of a psychopath. He didn't care about doing the birds and the bees with his fossilized stick, and instead carved a mermaid accessory out of Meyer, keeping her as a pet. This was his way of rewarding the superstar. She looked at him with horrified eyes. This was not the elite reality she was expecting. Instead, he reminded her to be grateful to have become a pet. Next, his servant presented a healthy child, one who is physically very healthy. The old creep comforts the child, asking if he's afraid. But the kid is just grateful for the city lord's help for feeding him. Just when you thought there was one thing nice about this man, he ended up sucking the literal life force out of the kid, accessing the boy's ageless gene. This gene is something only children have, and now that he'd salvaged it from the boy, Kang Ming could temporarily enjoy its effects. His servant assured that he'd already gained control of all the women, so they could all be bred many times to create enough children for absorption. Even then, the greedy city lord felt that it wasn't enough to upgrade his abilities. He wanted to use this apocalypse as the starting point of his eternal life. His servant followed suit and intended to help him acquire crystal cores. She was also instructed to personally deal with the defective women. Back to the trio, Yun and Duanya were having a spicy time again because of how energetic Lady Poison's toxins made them feel. It was the only way to deal with the brainworms, so they had to endure it. Duanya suggested they head deeper into the city, when suddenly 2 men popped over to the stage to confront the women. These 2 are the gay brothers again, who expressed deep interest in desiring the 2 women. Lady Poison then explained that even after acquiring identity cards, women were still used as toys. The good thing was that they were being offered a crystal core for each person for being bought. Both of them boasted themselves as strong, but Duanya isn't in the mood to play and instantly uses her mind control powers to remind them of the memories they shared together. Both brothers remember the intense heat they felt for each other, their desires coming back to them. Meanwhile, someone managed to find the smashed corpse of the giant spider that I slaughtered. This guy seemed to have already been targeting the queen, and didn't set his sights on the crystal core. He cut up the queen's legs, acquiring the pincers as his loot. But just then, he felt a trembling presence as I came out of the open to punch him. Surprisingly, he actually matched me with a punch of his own. Both of us surprised the other, realizing we were both strong. The man immediately clarified that he shared no interest in fighting, but I was skeptical. To gain my trust, he told me that both of us were strong, and an all-out fight would just not benefit either of us. All he cared about were the spider legs. Wang Song thought that it was a good idea for us to become friends. And there it was, the name I was looking for. He was the Black Blade King who became unstoppable with his sword. With that information, I decided to befriend him and let him keep the legs. He asked for my name, knowing I was new, so I introduced myself as Su Chen. What made me curious was his goal regarding the legs. Apparently someone commissioned him to find the legs, and before leaving, Wang Song gave me an important tip not to touch the identification card of the base. I wanted to inquire deeper, but he kept it vague and just told me not to touch it. This made me wonder if there was some kind of mystery surrounding the card. In the end, he was my best bet at finding the blacksmith, so I decided to trust and follow him. Some idiots on the way thought it was a nice idea to threaten Wang Song and steal his loot. They thought ganging up on a homie and jumping his ass was going to be enough to get them what they wanted. The result? All of them were massacred and turned into sushi. I was watching from a distance, and exactly how I thought of Wang Song, he was obliterating these punks at the same level I was. However, soon after absorbing the crystal core in my hand, I just knew I could break past level 3, ignoring the side effects. After my meeting with him, I headed back to the base area, where Wang Song submitted his unique ID card in front of the guards. They were calling him a weirdo until I came along with a gigantic spider for them to collect. They were starstruck how fast I ended the hunt, but this was enough qualification for me to earn an official ID card to become a member of the New World base. After interacting with the card, I began to ponder on Wang Song's words, who told me not to touch it. Suddenly I found sparks of black emanating from the card. This smoke stuff seemed off. enough to alert Professor OnlyFans to come out of my body, even though she couldn't fathom what I'd just done, and explained that a bunch of brainworms forced her out. Luckily, she killed them fast. Apparently, this ID card was emitting some kind of brainworm invasion to anyone who touched it. Looking at the card, she figured that it was a medium for the brainworms to cross over, which meant that both Duanya and Yun Yun were going to be in trouble. In the main headquarters of the city lord, the old man sensed something, realizing right away that an intruder had gotten into the inner city level. From his suspicion, he gathered that the three ladies on stage were responsible. Yun Yun found herself splurging with intense heat, going feral and barely containing herself. The poison was luckily acting to contain the brainworms, while Duanya focused her best to manipulate the two brothers with her powers. Her illusion broke, and instantly, these deformed eggheads came flying at them like a missile. Duanya managed to evade the attack, as the arena spiraled into chaos. Some people were enjoying the fight, while others wanted to run away fearing for their own lives. Lady Poison found herself bewildered that the Iron Head technique managed to demolish an entire building. Apparently, both of these brothers gained the ability to sharpen their skulls, causing them to grow a mountain on top of their head. People made fun of them, but thanks to their godly baldness, they killed their haters. Launching again like a missile, they tried their best to prevent Duanya from activating her mind control ability. The ladies knew they were in deep trouble and hastened to dodge, when suddenly the third judge intervened and grabbed her arm through an invisible grip. Even Yun Yun found herself pinned down, not knowing where the attack was even coming from. The sharp Duanya immediately sensed the culprit from the judging stands, who thought that it was already game over. Meanwhile, the bald missile approaching her at Mach 12 speed cried, "Penetration strike," to end her. Duanya locked in at the last moment, and thanks to the help of Yun Yun, they managed to grab him before he could make an impact. The third clown had no idea what happened. In reality, Duanya actually executed a genius strategy. She had already prepared some guinea pigs under the stage by mind controlling them, so they caught the invisible body that was pinning Yun Yun down. Pointy head number 2 wailed and flew like Super Saiyan Blue Goku trying to take down a titanic monster. Bro thought he was going to play the hero, but Yun Yun was on some villain shit and wondered which of their heads was sharper than the other. She angled Big Bro's ass directly towards Lil Bro's head, causing this idiot to zoom right up his ass, literally and figuratively. Call that a penetration strike. Yun Yun sarcastically apologizes for accidentally giving them the most brutal ending of all time. With the brothers tossed, she turned to the final judge to finish him off, deeming him an insect. But the moment she tried to squash him, Yun Yun sensed an invisible man crawling up her thigh. Upon contact, her gigantification ability was neutralized, which meant trouble. Lady Poison tagged in to help her, but this invisible figure pinned both ladies down with ease. Duanya tried to help them, but her own puppets ended up getting cut up and annihilated before her eyes. The third judge admired her tenacity for sacrificing her own puppets just to survive. However, he'd already wrapped the two ladies in red, having them at his mercy. Duanya was now alone, but she wasn't going to give up. She tore apart the clipped wings with the intention of using them as weapons in this battle. They seemed completely harmless, but she was confident that it was all she needed to seize her victory. The creep found himself insulted at the idea and agreed to play with her a while longer. Meanwhile, I was inside the inner circle of the city. The place seemed all right, but it was clear as day that the wanderers were basically corpses at the edge of their lives. My goal was to follow Wang Song from a distance, knowing he'd head right back to the blacksmith. The future Black Blade King arrived in a certain alleyway, before climbing up some stairs and approaching his destination. He had finally brought the materials that the blacksmith requested. This wasn't your ordinary blacksmith either. This muscle mommy had a goal of saving her own grandpa. Both Wang Song and Fu Susu wanted to save him before exiting the base. She assured Wang Song that as long as they could save her grandpa, they could then help him create the strongest weapon the world would ever see. Susu and Wang Song began climbing up a certain building, thanks to the Spider Queen's claws aiding them. Apparently, her grandpa was being held hostage on the top floor, which made Wang Song wonder why they didn't just bash their way in from inside. Susu strongly rebelled against this idea, emphasizing against making such a reckless decision. From a distance, I watched Miles Morales over here trying to climb up the building with Spider-Gwen. I followed them inside instead of going up, and invaded through a vacant room. Professor Batty found it suspicious that there wasn't any security, making her wonder why those two preferred climbing up instead. From the shadows lingered a terrifying claw, and instantly attacked me. Luckily, I dodged just in time, before realizing what was really going on. After scanning the room one more time, we finally realized why those two preferred climbing up instead. Erupting from the building, I came out and used shadow tendrils to latch onto the building like those two. Wang Song was shocked to find me just behind them, but I was more focused on the girl, Susu, curious to ask if she was the blacksmith. Just behind me, a bloodthirsty amalgamation of evil exploded out of the building, leaving both of them frightened for their lives. Wang Song climbed for his life at the speed of light, fearing these insects on steroids. The blacksmith's granddaughter panicked, so I swooped in to catch her and navigate faster. My lunging ability was much faster than Wang Song, and I even used his body as a means to jump even higher. The poor guy crashed down as I discarded him to handle the burden alone. Wang Song was confused, but before he could process his confusion, the tumultuous storm of violent insects sprang upon him. This guy had some kind of generational beef against bugs as a kid because bro started throwing hands as if they swore at him or something. Meanwhile, I secured the baddie and introduced myself, requesting her assistance in forging a weapon for me. Susu didn't trust me or share any intentions of helping me, so I offered her any wish she wanted as a reward. Of course, we needed to climb to the rooftop before that, so I extended my tendril to advance. Meanwhile, Susu's grandfather was busy reminiscing about his granddaughter when boom, we nuked into his place like the IRS does when you forget to pay your taxes. Susu proclaimed waiting to save the old geezer, who was looking like a pathetic mess. He didn't know who I was, and Susu was getting tired of me carrying her around. The blacksmith immediately took issue with her bolting into a dangerous location, while Susu explained to me how this old geezer was the real blacksmith and the person I was looking for. Using this moment, I told the old geezer to make me the ultimate sword, but first we needed to get him out of this place. Interestingly, when I tried to shatter the chains, they wouldn't break. Grandpa Fu explained how these chains were actually special, made from mutated materials that no one could break. After all, he's the one who made them in the first place. Bro was proud of his creation, but Susu had to whack his head and remind him that they're the very reason he's stuck here now too. That made me wonder about the possibility of making an even stronger material to forge a weapon. Grandpa Fu believed it would be achievable then, but his granddaughter couldn't stop beating the crap out of him. Checking my inventory, I materialized the special blue stone. Susu was terrified while her grandpa was shocked, realizing that the stone held a power never seen before. I asked him if he could use this same stone to create a blade so powerful that even his impossible chains would break. The only problem was, refining such a top-tier stone required top-tier materials. The blacksmith turned to me and vaguely told me that it all depended on me. We went to the room where this old fart kept his special tools to create equipment. Unfortunately, it required a proper team for operation. All of those men were unavailable right now, so I was the only one at his disposal. I took off my shirt to Aura Farm and mogged them with my physique, and began working like a dog. The first step involved tossing the stone into the furnace to melt it. This was a risky maneuver because the stone would basically lose all its value. Still, he urged the start of the operation. The old man didn't even want to participate or rush, believing that it took 3 hours for users to heat the furnace. But I had no time for that jazz, so I started freestyling my way and generated so much flame that it stunned both of them. The blacksmith couldn't believe his eyes. The same task that took others 3 hours took me only a few seconds. He was in awe of my inhuman strength. The temperature in the room became a cause for concern, so the old geezer urged Susu to hurry up. Both of them had to bear through the intense heat, but luckily the furnace process was now underway. While I was busy working my job, the devil on the wheelchair came to greet us. The city lord was infuriated that someone had invaded his tower. Susu instantly grabbed her blade and lunged to attack, seeking revenge against the man who trapped her grandpa. She clearly connected a slash that should have cut them, but the city lord's assistant responded in split-second speed, cutting Susu down with her mutated transformation. Blacksmith Fu screamed for the girl, who was at the mercy of the mutated bodyguard. This woman was batshit crazy to protect the city lord, and was ready to slaughter anyone who dared to threaten her master. Her blade was about to cut Susu down when suddenly, the bitch got slammed with a haymaker coming from Wang Song. My man came with the equal rights, equal fights hook to the face and pissed her off. The two engaged in combat, but quickly Wang Song managed to catch her lopsided. Using all of his strength, this man gave her the meanest bear hug and literally destroyed her body to pieces. It was a gruesome sight, especially as her head toppled to Susu's feet. Wang Song asked if she was alright while she was out here and swooned that he saved her like that. Bro's cool moment unfortunately ended up getting destroyed when a simple bug scared the crap out of him. Susu got up to kill it for him, and formally thanked him for saving him. The two of them were out here acting lovey-dovey and wrapped up in emotions, but forgot about the dude in the wheelchair. The city lord threatened Wang Song for killing one of his own, while the young man taunted evil Stephen Hawking for being helpless. But then, out of the remains of the bodyguard, emerged an even more sinister creature. It was like that one centipede villain from One Punch Man Season 2. The creature was now in its true form, and it was gigantic enough to be seen from below. The scene cut to the beauty contest arena, where her servant ended up growing roach ears. Duanya was confused and realized that the city lord had called for reinforcements. This meant that her opponent was now going to kill them. Duanya was getting slammed with those backshots repeatedly from the attack, unable to keep up with her surroundings. The other two were helpless. But the good thing? Simps in the audience actually started taking her side. After receiving a beatdown, Duanya bled from her mouth, but refused to give up. She was dealing with an invisible opponent, making it impossible to keep up. Not even a mind controller as good as her could manipulate their brains. The next attack was going to be the decisive hit to finish her for good, causing Yun Yun and Lady Poison to shout in worry. What Duanya did next was shocking. She was suddenly able to keep up with all of them as if she could see them. Watching her leap around like that with ease even made her opponent question what happened. She was out here showing her curves and flexing until she towered over the bastard judge, giving him a view no man would reject. While this roach fucker was pondering how she managed to keep up, he quickly caught on that the invisible figures were actually struck with bloodstains. Remember her wings? Duanya smartly used blood and splattered it around, allowing her to track the invisible figures. Next, she slams her heel directly into his mouth to shut him up for once. She even mocked him while toying with his mouth, while the rest watched her look cool and hot at the same time. Well, one small problem. The gigantic mother of insects just behind them was wreaking havoc, causing Duanya to wonder what the hell happened. Yun Yun and Lady Poison turned around in horror, quickly realizing that they were dealing with the most evil bugs on the planet. The bug swarm began scattering among the audience, chasing them down. The judge, who was still yapping even with a foot in his mouth, spelled the end of the people with the release of the insect swarm. She properly shut him up by driving her foot around his mouth. The dude was in pain and begged for help from his invisible assailants, except Duanya knew what he was doing and planned for this. She quickly took out her heel, before loading her leg back and slamming a kick so hard against his damn face that his head took off like a football. This transformed the figures into visible puppets. All three of them flopped powerless to the ground. Lady Poison couldn't believe that they were just a bunch of rabbit puppets in the end, while Duanya took the guy's bag and retrieved a controller. She was curious what it did and played around with the buttons, suddenly seizing command over the rabbit puppets. Now she knew what was really going on, as they stood up shortly after she fidgeted with the controller. The controller was a special device that ran on psychic energy to manipulate such puppets, so now they were under her leadership. The same bloodthirsty puppets actually began to warm up against their new master, massaging her back and shoulders. The use case is very easy to control too, but while she's out here getting a massage, Yun Yun was screaming for her life, as the two women were seconds away from being devoured alive by the bugs. Duanya basically experienced an "oh shit I forgot" moment and seized control over the final puppet, who stood up and held back the swarm with its body, giving the two women enough time to survive. The puppet used a large boulder as a shield against the barraging insects. In fact, all of the puppets took a wall each and closed it into a square. This way they were safe against the surrounding insect swarm, but still needed to act quickly if they wanted to survive. Duanya wanted to help untie her friends first, so she quickly did that. Meanwhile, Yun Yun recommended they come up with a plan fast, because some of the insects were actually starting to invade through the tiny cracks between the walls. Yun Yun found them at her feet, while Duanya told them to be careful. Finally, Lady Poison came in with the rescue by activating her poisonous gas. The closed container suffocated the bugs and forced them to return back outside, so that was a really good development. One small problem though, it made the girls horny again. Duanya and Yun Yun embraced each other's bodies, realizing they were affected by the same poison again. Lady Poison couldn't focus on their Sesbian Lex, and suddenly glanced at the towering swarm of insects just up top. Yun Yun begged Duanya to let go because the insect swarm was about to reach them, but neither of them could release the other. While they were busy being hornballs, the insect swarm manifested a gigantic humanoid figure. This monstrosity was going to be the end of them, so Lady Poison forced these idiots to wake up fast. The humanoid figure raised its leg to squash them and their tiny square. Its foot was descending full speed, implying doom for the girls. Cutting back to Wang Song's side, Bro got serious and took out an unrefined version of his energy blade. He was one man against an enormous centipede boss monster, but had belief in himself to chop her down. The centipede declared him a naive human and attempted to banish him to the Shadow Realm, but Wang Song speedily reacted to her claws and jumped up top for an aerial strike descent. This man rendered a dozen different cuts all across and over the centipede's body, concluding his attack. Even though he had slashed the creature several times, he ended up getting knocked down just as fast. Susu came up to check on him, while the centipede used this opportunity to kill her as well. The insect's pincers were making its way to impale Susu from behind, when suddenly Wang Song dashed right in, using his own body as a shield to absorb all the damage. Susu felt destroyed watching him take all those hits. She grabbed his injured body, while Wang Song told her that they were dealing with a powerful monster, so she needed to secure her grandfather fast. The creature extended its limbs and erupted spikes from the ground, ensuring that none of them escaped. This was a death trap that was going to end up from every direction. Both Wang Song and Susu embraced their demise. That's when I came along and smashed through the spikes, grabbing both of them. I dragged them while they processed in shock alongside the centipede. After securing both to safety, I instructed them to protect Master Fu while I personally tended to the boss monster. Before this fight, the blacksmith and I were having severe issues trying to melt the black stone. No matter the effort, the flames just wouldn't budge, which made me wonder if there was an issue with the stone. Master Fu expressed the opposite, stating that the only person who can melt the stone is someone of his own caliber. Unfortunately, the method comes with a sacrifice, so there's a condition he wanted attached. I was ready to follow through with that condition, which was to take his granddaughter far away to Freedom City. This was a surprising request, because Freedom City was supposedly the final destination and the last place of human establishment that the government built, but it's a place I couldn't even discover in my last life. I asked about the details of the city, and so Master Fu returned to the topic of the stone, believing we should talk later about the city. I was interested and wanted to get to know everything later, but the blade needed to be made first. Anyway, back to the big bug I was facing. I casually walked up to it as it roared at me with terrifying force. The creature arrogantly attempted devouring me whole, only to earn the meanest right hook as a response for its first meal. Despite my immense strength, I couldn't deal even a single scratch on the creature's body. In retaliation, the centipede fired back with another attempt to open its jaw and devour me whole. Our fierce exchange continued, ravaging the building as we danced all over the battlefield. It was so intense that Wang Song worried we'd collapse the structure, while Susu wanted to grab her grandpa and run. After hearing the old man's cry of pain, she and Wang Song ran to find him. But when they got there, what they discovered was unsightly. Grandpa Fu had just sliced off his calf, causing Susu to weep and worry in agony. She felt pissed off and thought I was the reason her grandpa was pushing herself. But the blacksmith roared at her, emphasizing that the best materials in their world required spirit, and only the blood of a blacksmith could release their true potential. Of course, it would come at the cost of his leg, but at least he didn't end his life. For a blacksmith, he just felt happy that he could create the strongest weapon known to mankind. Wang Song quickly patched this old dude up, reminding the geezer that he still had to make a weapon for him as well. Blacksmith Fu begged them for their help so he could finish his task. While all of this was happening, my cat Gold stepped foot inside the secret room containing mermaids. Gold saw horrific sights as the women were kept captive. Centipedes flew in and out of their mouths. Back to the old geezer. The black stone was finally picking up the pace. Thanks to the sacrificial ritual he conducted, the stone could now melt faster and faster. Wang Song grabbed the giant stone and wondered if the blacksmith could use it to forge a second weapon because of how huge the stone was. Unfortunately, it was only enough to create one weapon, and Wang Song felt sad because he found himself having an odd connection with the stone. Anyway, Susu could take it from here on out in the welding process. She slammed her hammer back to back to give the material its form. Back to my fight. The centipede and I were having generational beef. The creature commended me for my strength, but argued that it had fought someone even stronger in the past. The same armor that the beast is wearing now was once made for that person. But with this same piece of armor, the centipede ensured my demise. Curious, I asked about the identity of the man who was supposedly stronger than me. The centipede refused to reveal the information, believing it was pointless as that day would be my funeral. Interestingly, the centipede seemed to already know about the weapon forging process. That's why it came extra prepared. Remember the mermaid chambers? Those women suddenly began bursting out bugs from their mouths, scaring Gold as the creatures overflowed out of the tubes. The cat ran for its life as the raging swarm made its way after her. Gold made it all the way to the rooftop, where the weapon was being forged. Susu had no idea why the little one came running, even urging the tiny thing to get out of here as it was dangerous. Well, the insects came shortly after, haunting Gold's eyes once more. The trio was now surrounded by insects from every direction, meaning they couldn't forge the weapon and fight them at the same time. I heard their cries, distracting me enough that I couldn't focus on the incoming attack. The centipede nailed me down, as we clashed once more all over the building side. I was overwhelmed, and the same was happening to Duan Ya's side of things. They were about to get crushed by the humanoid insect swarm. To clutch the situation, Yun Yun entered the gigantification to hold off as best she could. Even then, the insects mercilessly bit her blocking arm. Lady Poison couldn't help ward them off with her gas because of range, and Duan Ya knew she had to intervene. So she used manipulation on her own ally as well as the bugs in order to access their mental space. Yun Yun held off as best she could, until Duan Ya unleashed a wave of psychic energy so powerful that it sent the swarm flying. Lady Poison noticed what happened and turned to face Duan Ya, who was now a completely evolved person. The marks on her body meant she became a level 2 human and gained new abilities. With her help, Yun Yun could now use her dominating strength, so she kicked the crap out of the swarm titan. Yun Yun followed up with another kick, hitting the monster's face once more. She went in for a third hit using a punch, but unfortunately her injured arm got in the way, stinging and stopping her from striking again. While she wailed in agony, Lady Poison realized that some insects had actually latched onto her arm and bit her down. Doing her best, she navigated the Valley of the Balloons and activated her poisonous ability to force them out of the area. Yun Yun trembled because her eyes were set on a monster far greater than the one she just fought. It was the towering centipede, and I was the one getting knocked down by it. I was holding down one of its claws with all my might, but more arms extended from the side and began to pierce me. Yun Yun feared for my life and got distracted from her own fight, as the titanic swarm monster seized the opportunity and grabbed her from behind. He had her pinned so she couldn't move anymore, while the centipede charged at her with full speed, attempting to kill her in one hit. This was going to be a slaughtering mess, as the centipede opened its jaw to take a huge bite out of her. I maneuvered as best I could using shadow tendrils and managed to tackle the creature just in time, deviating its trajectory and making it collapse in a different direction. Yun Yun breathed a sigh of relief watching me save her life, though she was still pinned and told Duan Ya to get ready as she was about to launch a counterstrike. Using her legs, she jumped on top of the monster's knees, before somehow freeing herself and backflipping out of God knows where. Then she kicked the creature down, maintaining control over the fight once more. The centipede monster cursed at us for wielding such immense strength, but before it could focus on me, it ended up getting tackled by one of its own swarm monsters. I used this moment to get out of the rubble, having maintained some injuries. I watched the titanic creatures, while I sensed a clear change in Duanya's energy change. I was extremely proud to see that my woman had reached level 2, but for some strange reason, personally, I felt dizzy. I saw a cut on my hand, while the centipede lashed at me and decided to entertain me one last time. The same insect swarm actually ended up fusing with the centipede, further increasing its size and forcing it so big that even Yun Yun felt short. My only saving grace here would be to rely on blacksmith's Fu to finish the sword. Back at the rooftop, everything was covered in red as the insects surrounded themselves against Wang Song's group. Thanks to his background as an established martial arts successor, Bro was out here doing palm strikes using the ability called Force Breaker to hold them off. Just when Bro was trying to aura farm and act cool, he realized that there was an endless amount of insects he needed to kill. Susu tried to help her grandpa, who had already created a prosthetic to maneuver around for the final process. He was doing just fine and told Susu to focus on her own task, because finally, ladies and gentlemen, Master Fu was about to lock the fuck in. Bro's body grew huge out of nowhere and dude was looking like Yujiro Hanma. It was insane. He grabbed his tool and raised it like he was on some Escanor energy. With the first slam, he began forging the weapon that would defy our fate. The building sent out massive energy fluctuations that even the centipede monster could sense. Realizing that the blacksmith was still alive, it launched itself back to the rooftop in order to kill him first. But before it could, Yun Yun became the first line of defense as it mounted on the creature's back. The centipede wasn't expecting this, while Duanya came in and forced the creature's body down, before surrounding Yun Yun in a pulse of psychic wave energy. I watched the scene as both women struggled, especially Duanya, who lost her grip and actually fell straight down. She was seconds away from being devoured, so she screamed out my name. I became Spider-Man and threw out my webs to catch her just in time, saving my girlfriend unlike Andrew Garfield. Then I personally went down to smack the centipede with so much strength that it actually pulverized it to the ground. Seizing my chance, I began slamming hundreds of punches on top of its head. With so many hits alongside Duanya's psychic wave, we managed to kill the creature at last. Duanya was still falling, but I caught her just in time. Even after those hits, the centipede refused to stay down and tried to bite us down. We couldn't dodge the hit and ended up devoured alive, raising concern for Yun Yun. The centipede laughed. It had finally caught us off guard using a secondary mouth through its tail. The centipede quickly remembered its objective of killing the old man first, so it went back and literally demolished the building to pieces. With everyone killed, now it just needed to kill the Titan woman and things would be over with. Emerging from the debris, Gold pounced away from one stop to another before arriving at the battlefield with its transformed state. The fierce cat confronted the Leviathan, but the centipede merely considered it an annoying prey. Thanks to its tremendous agility, Gold outwitted the centipede and actually managed to rescue us by cutting the creature down. Thanks to Duanya's psychic wave, we were fine inside its belly and burst out without any harm. The centipede realized that it underestimated the cat, while I acquired the blade from Gold's mouth. At long last, the blade had been created, helping Gold to cut through the thick armor. With my weapon now forged, it was time to test it by slaughtering the bug. The centipede was smart enough to know that playtime was over, but I was done wasting time and dashed all across its body with a rendering slash. Every single part of the creature began disintegrating, as Yun Yun realized that things were finally over now. She saw a tiny little insect trying to escape. This was the centipede's final resort to plot revenge someday using its backup plan. However, Yun Yun wasn't messing around and used her Titan form to slap the bug, killing it instantly. Yun Yun's slam finished what was left of it, so she returned back to her normal form in exhaustion. Gold carried us down while she panted. Duanya helped her out, reminding her not to go crazy with gigantification too often because it causes a backlash on her body. What mattered most to her was getting rid of the annoying insect, while Gold and I inspected its corpse. I watched its filthy remains and came to collect what I wanted, letting Gold eat the rest. From the debris, Wang Song lifted up a piece of the building and threw it aside. Luckily, all of them survived, even Blacksmith Fu, who pulled through. Susu watched as it began to snow out of nowhere, while Duanya recalled how winter shouldn't even arrive so soon. The state of the weather was always unpredictable in the apocalypse after all, but Wang Song's confused face was something to note as he told us to look at the clouds. They were the thickest clouds the world had ever seen, completely dark and stopping any rays of the sun from getting past. I knew that these weren't clouds but actual volcanic ash. Remember when volcanoes started erupting right before the apocalypse began? Thanks to that, ash eventually scattered and would make its way around to the entire world. Duanya felt a trickle of snow and realized that there was ash inside too, which means the ash wouldn't just leave right after the snow left. Actually, I knew that the next stage of the apocalypse was going to involve a global winter collapse. A cold wave would take the whole planet down in freezing temperatures. To my annoyance, the stupid bugfucker woke up for the 89th time. Apparently Bro had the ability to respawn through bug swarms, causing concern to everyone's faces. Wang Song felt like we needed to take down the threat together, but I was calm about the situation and extended my hand. The creature felt confused as I expressed interest in taking it down on my own. Thanks to my spatial dimension, I fully transported the half-dead corpse of the monster, warping the very reality around it. This forced transportation agonized the beast until nothing of it remained. Normally this wouldn't happen, but I had successfully weakened the creature to the point it couldn't fight back. I genuinely felt off about storing this ugly bug in my inventory, while the rest of my friends had no idea what I'd just done. Addressing the blacksmith, I told him about the snow's condition, and how we'd have to delay our travel plans to Freedom City. The blacksmith expressed no interest anymore anyway, as we were running short on gear and supplies. Bro knew that we were all gonna have a cruel winter, but suddenly I pulled out a fur puffer jacket for them to use. Again, all three of them were startled because I keep pulling and storing things out of my ass. I also gave them food and medicine to heal up, while Susu began to wonder if I had some kind of Doraemon pouch to perform miracles out of thin air. Shortly after, we used a truck to travel to our next destination. Yunyun's condition was destabilizing because she had overdone gigantification again. I took the Spider Queen's core that I refused to eat out of fear of side effects and intended to feed her instead. It was just natural that the Corpse Queen would arrive with her zombie horde, which is why I needed my women to be even stronger. After eating the corpse, Yunyun's body is ready on its own, longing for my touch. Meanwhile, Duanya explained that they were both still poisoned and needed some immediate detoxification, if you get what I mean. She was really hungry and couldn't contain herself, but Duanya wanted to have her fun first by pouncing from behind. It seemed that she was more of a horn dog, but all I could focus on was how Yunyun had yet to feel the effects of the core. So far, she didn't level up or even heal properly, which meant only one thing. Yunyun's talent was way too high, and she needed to accumulate more power. Duanya climbed on top of her in an effort to feast her body, while I focused on hunting crystal cores for both of them. Both women were the freakiest they had ever been, and they fought each other just to get my attention. I came along and reminded them that I could take them at the same time. It was now time for the detoxification process. Both women felt the poison escape and their bodies satisfied. While this was happening, I suddenly remembered that we forgot about Lady Poison. Some travelers ended up discovering her hanging down from a tree branch. They figured she was dead at first until she opened her eyes and shouted at them in panic. The dude was startled while she collapsed down, threatening them not to touch her. At least the two of them were harmless and only came to check on her. That's when Lady Poison began to remember what happened, how the centipede flew up, and in that moment, Yunyun forced even larger gigantification. Her sudden boost in size was unexpected for Lady Poison, causing her to fall down. And that's how she got knocked out and stuck in a tree. With her condition just fine, the two strangers believed they had done their role and suggested she find warmer clothes fast. Lady Poison knew she couldn't survive the cold and required my assistance, but she also didn't know where she had landed. The same two dudes who walked the other direction suddenly came running back to her, their faces showing panic as they ignored her and ran completely straight ahead. Lady Poison couldn't understand their sudden urgency until two creatures jumped her from behind. These alien-like monsters had located their target and tried to kill Lady Poison. The scene cuts off to a gruesome blood splatter and shows us the escaping brothers who felt really bad for ditching her like that. They were just prioritizing their own survival, when suddenly a whip came out of nowhere and Lady Poison swung her way through. She didn't want to challenge those monsters and ran even faster than them. The two brothers contemplated how she was still alive, but they wasted too much time thinking about that and realized that the real danger was just behind us. Both of them dashed faster than Usain Bolt, annoying Lady Poison. From her previous encounter just now, she'd gotten injured, so she needed to run fast. Luckily, she located our vehicle and quickly tried to get inside, knowing that I was the only one who could save her life. But the moment she opened the door, she found both baddies on top of each other. The same two dudes from earlier wanted to board the vehicle, and Lady Poison knew that they'd be a disturbance to my session. She came out to stop them from going in, and even forced out her whip to scare them off, threatening to kill them if it meant stopping them. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble, as they cried, fearing the worst. Lady Poison figured it was an earthquake, but no, a goddamn corpse mammoth arrived out of nowhere. On top of it was a woman, its master, staring them down. The mammoth slammed its heavy foot, sending them all flying from the impact. Lady Poison knew that they had a zero chance of defeating this monster, so she adopted a different approach and went back to me, explaining how there was a mammoth monster just outside. By then, we'd already begun our little session. I was feeling pissed at her disturbing my sweet time. Frightened with my murderous glare, Lady Poison tried to explain what was going on. The other two dudes watched her tremble, while the mammoth got in its hind teeth for one powerful slam. This one shook the van, and I even began wondering if there was really a mammoth. Yunyun stepped up to the job and wanted Duanya to continue servicing me. This was actually her way of saying that her sister could have the first go with me, but Duanya genuinely felt bad watching her go all by herself. Yunyun went outside, and to her shock, there was actually a damn mammoth waiting for her. She asked Lady Poison what she did to provoke the creature, but that's something the two brothers needed to confess. Watching their stubbornness, she put a whip around their necks, threatening to kill. So they began their little story, how they survived in a zoo, when suddenly strange people entered it as well. These people were odd, didn't require any food or water, and just ventured around for animal bones and remains. Here, after casting a spell, they managed to bring a dead mammoth back to life. It was terrifying to witness, so they tried escaping the zoo, only to get chased after. The mammoth was going crazy and tried to crush Yun Yun, who began to wonder if there was another strange evolution that reshaped the apocalypse. Not that it matters, because she entered her titanic state and dwarfed the little mammoth, stunning all of them. The giant woman extended her palm to grab the mammoth's little trunk for some playtime. She cruelly lifted the beast from a sensitive point and began whipping it around like it was a toy. Yun Yun sat there, literally making a mockery out of a creature so massive to humans. That's when me and Duanya came up to watch the scene. I knew right away that we were dealing with Mountain Corpse soldiers, which were a part of the Corpse Queen's army. The dude realized I was Su Chen and seemed to recognize me from somewhere while I had zero idea on this dude's identity. Apparently the guy's Zhang Ming. He was another classmate of mine at a university. My baddie was happy to take care of the guy if he proved to be annoying, but I remembered him at last. Zhang Ming was just happy that I managed to recall him, because he didn't even attend class that often. He figured buddying up with me could be in their interest, so he tried to act comfy with Duanya and asked for her name. He even thought that Yun Yun was our leader, just thanks to her sheer size and strength alone. Bro wanted to please her to earn her protection, while the giant woman mercilessly tore off the mammoth's trunk in sadness. The mammoth crashed all the way down and was about to crush these guys. They braced for their demise until Duanya came along and annihilated the corpse with a psychic pulse. She'd gotten incredibly powerful and was practically surrounded by psychic energy at that point. Neither one of these dudes could wrap their heads around how I was being protected by these women. Inwardly, Zhang Ming felt jealous of me and wanted to replace my position somehow. After transforming again, Yun Yun felt pangs of hunger and begged for something to eat. So I hurried back to find her a meal, making this clown think that I was their chef or something. If that was my only role, Zhang Ming thought it would be easy to replace me. His other friend wondered what this guy was scheming, while Yun Yun returned back to normal state. Zhang Ming took the beef jerky he stored up and wanted her to eat it. In the apocalypse, finding meat is like a treasure, but to Yun Yun's eyes, this thing looked like ass. Bro even tried to sell it with the excuse of making it with his special recipe, but she couldn't stomach the idea of eating gorilla meat and felt creeped out. I came back and taunted Zhang Ming to keep that shitty meat to himself, as Yun Yun liked only my food. Curious, he wondered what kind of meal I was feeding these women to keep them loyal. Yun Yun had a feast in front of her, while these starving numbskulls watched in shock and confusion. The other dude suggested that they ask me for food too, as we were once classmates. Acting entitled, Zhang Ming asked me to eat and I casually gave him approval. The dude tried dashing in like a freeloader, but I stopped him just then. I had a condition in mind for the food I was going to offer. After all, no one should get stuff for free. Zhang Ming was fine with the condition and revealed interest in joining my team, as well as the fact that he was an able user. This was perfect, so the two guys dashed right in for that hot pot experience. But the moment they went inside, Yun Yun was already feeling bloated after destroying the feast in one go. Only her leftovers remained, and these dudes even fought over them, eating scraps and bones to make it count. Duanya felt uneasy at my decision of letting them join the team, but I couldn't go back on my word. Anyway, Yun Yun came to me with the crystal core of the mammoth, but instead of using it on myself, I asked her to consume it instead. I was already feeling delighted at the drop rate of crystal cores from the Corpse Queen's army. Next, Zhang Ming asked for instructions on their role. The winter's cold was devouring everything in sight. Wang Song and Susu carried the blacksmith around, knowing he was injured and couldn't go on his own. I instructed them to safely head over to the Dawn base, where General Gao could assist them as a friend. The three bid us farewell and left, while my group separated to head off elsewhere. By the way, Zhang Ming and his friend were placed on top of the vehicle at best. This guy was still adamant on seeking protection from both women, and after winning their charm, he thought that he could easily kick me out and seize control. Somewhere close was a settlement area, where an orc had just killed another one of its own. The dominating monster watched the troops tremble as he held their king. He couldn't help but think of how useless their king was, and literally ripped the creature to pieces with just his hands. Now, there was a new line of order with this guy sitting at the top. Seizing his authority, he demanded his new men to declare him king. Meanwhile, some of them decided to show him loyalty. One red orc came up with a blade and began slashing the headless corpse of the old king. His friends were confused while he took charge and told them that the old garbage king was now dead, so they needed to accept the new one and kneel before him. And that's how the army collectively subjected itself to the new king, who laughed and cackled after seizing control, even praising the minion who showed him so much loyalty. Suddenly, one servant came to inform the new king of the arrival of intruders. Just outside, Zhang Ming was waiting with a bazooka launcher ready to shoot. They were given this mission by me, though of course it was impossible for the two of them to take down the whole group. This was a way of proving to me their strength and loyalty. That's why Zhang Ming was adamant about succeeding in earning my trust. The gates began to open, as he waited to blast anyone from the Devourer's tribe with a single hit. The moment this guy saw his chance, he shot out the rocket, which made its way to the gate. Coincidentally, the new king had just come out on his own. The detonation hit him point blank, erupting an explosion. Jiang Ming still knew they were cooked for life, because they were dealing with the Devourers. By the way, the king actually withstood the blow, and got so angry that he ordered his men to rip these humans apart limb to limb. Watching from afar, I was impressed at how well the situation was turning out. Yun Yun wondered if we should intervene and take out the tribe by ourselves, but I wanted to play the waiting game. Pulling the centipede's corpse from my inventory, I exported the creature who begged to be killed. The spatial dimension had torn its body apart to the point even death was an escape. I was happy to grant its wish, but not before I could make a final use out of it. My main interest was in the brainworms that the centipede used, and at its weakest state, the creature didn't even fight back and just told me to take them all. I began to wonder if Duanya could manipulate these worms through her psychic powers somehow. She wanted to give it a shot, but back to the scene of the Devourer King, there was a fun Easter egg. This new king was actually the same little baby demon fucker that Duanya and Gold injured. After that, he started hunting down his own people to grow faster and stronger. That's how he became the king, but it's only one step in his goals for devouring the world. He intended to crush all humans, and especially the ones from that day. As for now, the new king felt it necessary to kill these ants who dared to insult his strength. Enraged, the king ordered its subordinates to rip them to shreds, while Jiang Ming and his friend began to wonder if I had secretly set them up to die. The Devourers pounced all the way to them, and without even getting a chance to escape, Jiang Ming and his buddy were surrounded. The subjects were furious that a bunch of humans tried to hurt their king, and now they were gonna mash them to pieces. As they raised their battle axes and descended them to kill these guys, something happened. Their weapons began to chip and shatter, while the others couldn't get what was going on. The two Devourers were actually manipulated by the use of brainworms. Having changed sides, the two defected creatures attacked their own kind. The Devourers saw a pink swarm of insects, different from the blood-red original swarm of brainworms. Anyway, the swarm quickly swallowed up the group that the new king sent out. The same swarm then came after the Devourer King as well, but this dude happily tossed his most loyal follower into them and made his escape by fleeing on top of a building. The Devourer King had no clue what kind of enemy they were confronting, but the brainworms were impossible to stop. He ran off, sensing doom and despair. As for the two cowards, they ended up being saved by Lady Poison, who even in the icy cold only wore a single jacket as if that was gonna do shit. The Devourer clan was no longer a threat, but rather became part of Duanya's army, an asset we could use. They were loyal to her, and by consequence also me. With the centipede monster unable to control the insects anymore, she could casually manipulate them with ease. Duanya assumed that she could safely handle at least 300 at once, though going overboard might be exhausting to keep the Devourers. I told her to focus on ruthlessness instead of precision, and under those conditions, she was able to completely control the entire army with her psychic ability. Watching the scene from up top, the Devourer King felt enraged that we had spoiled its plans again. The new king was offended that humans were controlling his army, so he waited and plotted the ultimate plan. He headed back to the camp, where a bunch of women were kept as slaves. The Devourers were happy to feast on them, so they quickly grabbed the women for themselves to bring them over to the new king. The rest of the army was at this camp, as the helpless women watched other captives getting used up. These monsters would keep using one of them until she was unconscious, before tossing them to the next one. That's how they took turns, until it was time for the next woman. Like always, she begged for mercy but was forced to kneel. He kept his foot on top of her spine to force her to bend down, emphasizing that this was her only purpose of living. She wept in pain, revealing that she hadn't eaten in days. The Devourer taunted her by saying she was staring at a meal just before her eyes. Horrified, the women couldn't process what he meant. Just then, the new king popped up from behind and literally killed this guy before everyone's eyes. The members of the clan were now his, and he was their new leader. The monster ordered them to grab their weapons and get ready for a little hunting mission. Back to our side, my friends wondered if we were heading in the right direction. I told them about the existence of several Devourer clans around the area. First, I instructed Duanya to use the bugs, who casted her psychic energy to scatter the bugs all around the buildings. To her surprise, there wasn't a single Devourer inside, which meant that my assumption was wrong. But that couldn't be, because I remember this stupid location from a near-death experience in my past life. The new king finally decided to show up from a different location than we thought. He had been expecting our arrival, and had already gathered all his men around several different buildings to corner us from every direction. I didn't know who this guy was at the time, while Duanya tried to remember him from their earlier battle. The monster refreshed our memories, and spoke of exacting revenge by gathering all of the Devourer clans in one place. Shockingly, this woman confessed not even remembering this dude, offending the new king. He sent down his men to kill us, thinking that he had the upper hand. In reality, I felt ecstatic that we didn't have to go hunting different clans when all of them were gathered here. Duanya retracted the bugs upon my order, but was suddenly ambushed by the new king, who wanted to make sure she died first. The new king attempted to slash her, but Duanya clutched the situation by blocking it at the last moment. He mocked her for only having a single trump card by using the brainworms, which was how she controlled the creatures. He could sense that she was truly the manipulator in all of this, which meant that her existence made her an extremely powerful threat in the apocalypse. The new king's strength shattered past her psychic barrier, but that's where I came in to casually grab its limb. I reminded his bitch ass that he wasn't worthy of laying a finger on my woman, but the new king wanted to play, and surprisingly drifted into nothingness. He had a red aura around him as he gestured his forces to target me first. Dozens of devourers jumped me, while Yun was also surrounded. They were planning to take turns with her after this, so she entered her gigantification form to teach them a lesson. Yun was pissed that they even entertained the idea of toying with her. Meanwhile, Lady Poison held her side off too. Jiang Ming and his brother ran, while Duanya used her own devourer army to assist them in the fight. Now, both sides were colliding against each other. I was handling my side with ease, but my main focus was on Duanya, who was cornered by the new king. I told Goldie to act fast, so the little cat pounced over to me. Grabbing it, I tossed its dumbass at incredible speeds to save the cat. The new king ambushed her a second time, expressing interest in acquiring her powers. First, he slashed her and dealt some damage, believing it was a waste of time keeping her alive. Just when he thought he won, Bro realized that a cat absorbed all the damage instead. Goldie took the hit to protect Duanya and was royally pissed, even cursing in meows. Bro locked in and started dominating the orc, pushing it back. The new king thought that he should kill the cat, but little did he know, this tiny thing had a giant-ass second transformation. The creature pushed him down like Godzilla did to Kong in the movie. It asserted dominance, and was moments away from chomping its head off, until Duanya stopped him. She actually wanted to make use of this guy's body instead of just wasting him like this. Using her brainworms, Duanya force-fed a whole swarm of brainworms inside his mouth. Now it was game over. The experience reminded him of his time as an infant, when he would eat anything that would come his way, even rats and mutants. The more he devoured, the more powerful he became. So this is actually a good thing. The brainworms would only end up giving him an immense strength boost. The new king swallowed them all and made them a part of his strength thanks to his second ability, Devour. This wasn't looking good, and I quickly told both of them to get out of the way. The creature evolved and took on a new form, an even more powerful version of the new king. Thanks to its devouring ability, it used Duanya's attack as fuel for power. With this, the first level 3 devourer was born. Just then, Professor Freakshow popped out of my consciousness after sensing the arrival of the Corpse Queen. She was in a similar area opposite to us. The new king now obtained the ability to control the brainworms for himself, and with this power, he wanted to make the humans into his own puppets. He released a heavy swarm of insects through his mouth, while I told Duanya to act immediately. The attack hit us head-on, as the new king took pleasure in our demise, taunting my woman for being his new puppet. Little did he know, he was courting death, as I popped up from the swarm and directly charged at him. My fist flew towards him as the Devourer King mocked me for being a level 2 human, believing nothing would happen to him. The punch landed and dealt a super strong blow, knocking this guy a mile up in the air. The whole level 2 bullshit ended for me a long time ago. I was exceptionally strong now, and even with the brainworms covering my body, I felt indestructible. Duanya was worried for me, while Lady Poison quickly used her skills to kill the bugs. The good thing was that I was untouchable thanks to the woman in my consciousness. The good thing, though, was that I managed to send the Devourer King right towards the Corpse Queen. If both of them teamed up together, it would be the end of us, but both of them wanted control, so it would never happen. As for the Devourer King, he was launched near a coast, offended by underestimating my physical strength. Before he could return, his focus drifted towards the frozen water. Cracks began to appear as the ocean erupted, instilling fear into his body. A gigantic tower of ice stood before him, as he curiously wondered what would come out of it. Standing before him was the Queen of Ice, a woman who brought only death with every step. The most powerful undead leader, the Corpse Queen. The ocean had become her domain and she could summon undead zombies endlessly from it. The horde trudged up towards their target to take him down. The Devourer King was meant to be devoured, but he was now strong enough to eradicate hundreds of these zombies on his own. The Devourer King was arrogant in his advances, thinking he could best the Corpse Queen with ease. With just a touch of her hand, she literally tore him to pieces and watched him get cut up before her eyes. Then she roared at the humans who were hiding around the area, in other words, us. Even from a safe distance, she managed to find us and sent an icicle barrage in our direction. I punched it clear, but it was worrisome that I couldn't even deal much damage to her attacks. From the looks of things, it was clear that she was a level 4 monster. Her mere presence alone instilled the fear of death in Duanya. However, this was our only opportunity to take her out, especially while she was at her weakest. Eventually, the queen would go on to ravage every land, which meant that no one would survive. Duanya felt afraid but knew she had to follow my orders. Jiang Ming had their own complaints thinking they were going to do shit, so Duanya just shut them up by controlling them first. Interestingly, it stopped snowing, stunning the Corpse Queen as she began to wonder if the insects were going to challenge her. She saw a whole army of devourers, but it didn't mean a thing. All she felt was a need to dominate them all. This woman literally summoned the flipping Kraken and Cthulhu by her side, and it felt like we were in the Pacific Rim for a moment. The towering lobster intrigued Yun the most, and she was eager to personally handle the Titans all on her own. Using gigantification, Yun grew up to become a Titan and began rocking the shit out of the sea monsters. Next up was the wave of the undead creatures who needed to be taken care of. Duanya sent out her devourer army to handle them, as a literal war was breaking out. With both sides covered, I told her that I was going to go and personally deal with the Corpse Queen. It was the most dangerous mission, but I had a plan and told her to remain on standby. Propelling forward, I went ahead to challenge the Queen's might. My other brain enlightened me on the spiritual weakness of the Corpse Queen, which means if we can even deplete her by half of her strength, we would survive. But that was still hard. The Corpse Queen mocked me for my bravery in courting death. She struck me with a barrage of ice spikes, causing me to maneuver against and away before relocating my target. She was really powerful, so I couldn't find an opening, but the risk of not being able to succeed was much more devastating. Facing her, I was just a level 2 human at his prime, which meant the gap in our strength was immense. I was going to die turning someone like her into an ally, but then again, someone of her capabilities could be the permanent game changer in this apocalypse. This battle was necessary, and I could not avoid facing the Queen of Death. Both of us glared at each other as I moved forward for our first dance. The Corpse Queen called us ants and identified me as the leader, even taunting me for being so stupid that I couldn't tell the difference in our strengths. Even if we had brought hundreds of thousands of soldiers, none of it would matter. After all, she had the power to use necromancy, so it mattered little even if there were 1,000,000 devourers. Then again, she was impressed with my titanium balls for challenging her, even offering me a chance to become her vanguard. I talked my own trash talk before lunging at her for the first strike. The blade didn't even hit her before she activated the blizzard, releasing a barrage right in my face. I dodged it with my shadow tendrils and noticed her unique touch-based abilities. The Corpse Queen continued to mock me for trying to run away instead of challenging her head-on. I instantly turned up the heat with a berserker state, though I was hit by one of her attacks and nearly died. So far, she's using a single finger, so she wasn't even going all out. The Corpse Queen sent another wall of ice in my way, and though I dodged it, I actually ended up running into the Devourer King, who grabbed me from behind. The bitch called both of us weak despite our abilities, and then activated another blizzard storm to trap us. Desperate for an escape, I used shadow tendrils to force us down, bringing the Devourer King down with me. We descended and plummeted down into the frozen sea. Again, she taunted me for trying to escape underwater, and though she entertained the idea of making me her vanguard, now she was disappointed. Meanwhile, I was down swimming with titanic sea monsters about to become their meal. Instead, the Queen focused her attention on the other humans, wondering if they could serve as her subordinate. She called Lady Poison trash, and didn't like the idea of having a cat. The third type, Duanya's mental abilities, really stood out to her. She was a fitting candidate, but the one that intrigued her the most was actually Yun Yun, who was facing several sea monsters alone. Pointing her finger, the Queen waited. While Yun Yun punched another monster away, she was starting to get overwhelmed by the tentacle monster. I said what I said. The creature opened its jaw, ready to devour her face, but Yun Yun's monstrous strength alone freed her. She forced herself to become even larger, looking like the Cloverfield monster. The Corpse Queen liked this and wanted her to be her servant. To her surprise, the ground beneath her began to shatter. I popped out with rocket speeds after killing all of the monsters underwater. After sticking my superhero landing, I came for round 2, impressing the Corpse Queen with a surge of my new strength. The Queen was baffled with my sudden evolution, while I was happy to show her through combat. She still treated me like an ant, and trash-talked me for thinking I ever stood a chance. I fired back by shooting my sword from a distance, while she swatted it away casually, reminding me that she was holding back her strength just for amusement. To her surprise, I actually managed to hurt her a little. But well, things were going to get more difficult from here as she summoned a spike of ice from every direction. All of them struck me from every direction. This is one of her ultimate abilities called the Eternal Frozen Dome, an attack that literally engulfed the whole city into ice. And I was there too, trapped, completely outclassed with the difference in our strengths. The Corpse Queen pitied me and left me frozen alive for showing her some amusement. After the Eternal Dome went off, Duanya realized that I had lost. But she composed herself, knowing that I had strategized a way to defeat her by collecting crystal cores. Her objective was to farm her army for the cores, and she needed to be quick because even her own devourer numbers were falling fast. Sticking to the plan, Duanya trusted the vision I laid out for her. One zombie met its demise when she crushed it and farmed a crystal core out of it. With this, the tides could shift a little. However, she was ambushed yet again by the corpse devourers. With her pinned down, Yun Yun was the only one left. She believed in my strength even against the formidable Corpse Queen. Yun Yun fought harder than ever, knowing that I would never lie to her. Using the monster, she ripped off its head to farm the crystal core. Yun Yun acquired one as well, because these mutants had 10 times the drop rate compared to average creatures. With the crystal confirmed, she checked up on Duanya, but in her distraction, forgot about another sea monster. A gigantic electric eel burst out of the waters and shocked her entire body. So now it was a grim situation where both women were pinned and couldn't be saved. The eel dragged Yun Yun's body and submerged it slowly into the water. Here, she was at their mercy. At that exact moment, I used my spatial ability to steal the stone from Duanya's grasp, while the Corpse Queen approached her, pitying her as she declared the end of me. The Corpse Queen was moments away from killing both women, but I had already done my part by transporting the crystals into my mouth. With both crystals devoured, I embraced my new evolution, with enough strength to startle even the Corpse Queen. With the spatial jump ability, I physically teleported in front of her with my weapon. My blade descended down and shattered through her ice shield, going as far as to chop her arm off. Then, I kicked her away with a brutal hit to the face. Overall, she was getting rocked and shocked. I threw my sword at the devourer holding Duanya. The weapon killed the creature instantly. After retracting the blade, I severed every single monster around me. This state was godlike. My evolution was now complete as I entered the domain of level 3 humans. I told Duanya to help out Yun Yun, while Goldie and Lady Poison also joined her. Yun Yun was pinned down by the twin-headed eel, so it was going to take them some serious power. As for the Corpse Queen, she had lost her temper after being injured by me. Royally furious, she stopped playing around and used entire palm strikes to send ice spikes in my direction. I was ready for them as I commanded open the spatial gates, absorbing each spike of each from each direction. Just like that, her attack was neutralized. The good thing about my evolution is that the spatial gate ability got buffed to oblivion, allowing me to neutralize such pillars with ease. While she was baffled by what I had just done, the Corpse Queen began to panic and lost her composure, thinking I was tricking her, but something about her body felt off. She couldn't see what was ahead, and yet, it was as if taking even one step guaranteed her demise forever. I was surprised because I laid out a trap for her to walk into the spatial gate, but she sensed it. The Corpse Queen pondered just how many different kinds of abilities I was hiding under my sleeve. She was frustrated and didn't want to take any chances. This confirmed to me that it was through her raw senses alone that she detected danger. To amuse her, I demonstrated the might of the invisible gates by releasing the same towering spikes she sent for me. Now they were going to crush her instead. The impact caged her in the pillars of ice, and thanks to this application, I could personally use them as weapons in the future. Still, the ice spikes began to shatter as the Corpse Queen freed herself. Though she was confused how I managed to do what I did, she wanted to make sure I stayed down this time. As for the Devourer King, Bro got up just behind her ready to team up against. But in a sudden twist of fate, the blade meant for me actually ended up piercing the Corpse Queen. The Devourer King had betrayed her. Processing in shock, she couldn't help but wonder what happened. By the way, this is all thanks to Duanya, who managed to find a way to manipulate the king using the worms he ingested. The queen desperately shot out spikes to send him flying. He wasn't any match for her, but she was done with games. Before she could do anything, I'd already speed blitzed her up front and grabbed her head. That's all I really needed to manipulate the odds in my favor, as this way, the being living in my consciousness could invade her body. She shot out full speed to tap into the Corpse Queen, who was so weak and confused that she couldn't fight back. I began to wonder if we succeeded, until the scary Corpse Queen reminded me that defeating her won't be that easy. So the process didn't work, while she commanded the resurrection of all the fallen bodies. Every single corpse in the battlefield rose up in an army, raging and bursting to assist her. They all jumped me, but I wasn't going to get my ass kicked like Sukuna in that final battle. Back to Yun Yun's side, Duanya and Gold did their best to get rid of the eel, who was rendering so much shock that her entire body convulsed. The same shock made its way to Duanya, who felt a similar kind of electrical experience. Lady Poison comes along knowing they're facing trouble, while the weight of Yun Yun's body crushes the ice bed, submerging her underwater. Duanya calls out her name when suddenly both of the bees are stricken down. Tanks have arrived from the Dawn base to help us in the cause to defeat the Corpse Queen. Captain Bai and the others came with proper reinforcements. Xiaofeng and Wang Song were also part of the group. The goal was to deal with the zombies directly in front of them. They started kicking ass as explosions went off. The Corpse Queen didn't predict this outcome. Her brain started to hurt badly, and she had no idea what was going on. Her hair shifted color to a light pink as her body began to change. Some of the zombies swarmed me only to get severely cut. I knew that the zombies were going to be tough to deal with, so I targeted the Corpse Queen to kill them all together. My eyes drifted to my opponent, who was looking different, claiming that she was the true immortal queen from now on. I stood there taunting her that I'll beat the ever-living crap out of her until she died. I actually didn't know that it was my own friend talking, who exclaimed that we had succeeded at last. Right then, my body began to overreact. I had swallowed 2 crystal cores at once and suppressed the backlash, but it was now weighing down on me really heavily. Exhausted, I fell on her, knowing the battle was over. While I was down, the new immortal Corpse Queen had every opportunity to reclaim her crystal core, but she couldn't find it on my body. The only place left was to check my T-Rex under my pants, so for the sake of her freedom, she started undressing me. Right then, Captain Bai came around looking for me, only to get flustered at the sight. She was embarrassed to watch the Corpse Queen trying to meddle with his body. The immortal queen extended her arm, grabbing her by the throat and lifting her up. But Captain Bai was ferocious and activated her ability. Apparently, a second copy of her hit this woman from behind. This was starting to be really damn confusing. Apparently, Bai has the ability to clone herself. As for me, I had finally awoken from my fallen state. manifesting the crystal core she sought so badly. Even in my condition, I threatened her by manipulating the core and draining her body until she became a tiny little nugget. This was my first time manipulating a crystal core to shrink another person. From this moment onward, I gave her Undying as a short name instead of the Immortal Queen. Humiliated like this, she begged for death, while Bai tended to my condition. She told me how everyone from the Dawn base came to help me, but the fight's nearly finished. Yun is nowhere to be found, but even worse was my condition, backlashing because of absorbing far too many crystal cores. Bai quickly realized that she was talking about the side effects of becoming a monster in bed. Undying left me to the captain to heal, but I reminded her one last time that her betrayal will result in death. She clarified that she never had any interest in betraying in the first place, and casted a wall of ice around the two of us. Here, now it was me and the captain, who was the only person that could help me at the time. I didn't think she would be enough on her own, but she argued otherwise. Remember that little cloning ability? Yep. She made 5 duplicates of herself, just to help heal my condition. Well, I was starstruck to say the least. Bai's clones each had a physical body to use, the best part. They also shared a unique personality of their own. I heard everything, while one of the clones cockily sat down on me, assuring me that Bai had been waiting for this all along. The best part? She felt everything her clones physically felt, so it was going to be 5 times the pain and pleasure. As for Undying, she obtained a physical body at last, only to get squished into a midget. Yun was submerged underwater and there wasn't a way to save her, while sea monsters were actively causing issues. Knowing that the giant was underwater, she needed to act fast. Suddenly, the ground shook and literally shot out from underneath. Yun had become the Attack Titan from the beginning of Attack on Titan. She survived, but she was completely in berserk mode, a size that literally made the sea monsters look tiny in comparison. Pissed off, she shot the ice barrage at the electric eels, destroying them in one hit. The sheer impact was enough for Duanya and Goldie to get knocked. Even the other humans had to block and dodge the debris shooting outward. One large boulder ended up destroying the ice wall as a consequence, while me and Bai were busy doing the deed. I got up to stop the boulder, protecting her at the same time. I gave myself some clothes and told the captain to get out quickly. She worried for me the same. More and more ice fell out of the sky. Everything was in chaos as the people of Dawn Base ran for their lives. The icy sea was shattering apart, making the land their only escape. Yun inevitably exhausted herself, toppling so hard that it raised an enormous tsunami. She was still under the effects of the berserk state, but right now the lives of other people were at stake. Duanya pedaled as fast as she could, hoping to rescue her sister no matter what. She stopped when she saw my arrival. I had saved Yun and brought her here. Her condition was really bad, and we needed to find her something to evolve with immediately. As for the annoying zombies, they were getting slaughtered by the Devourer King, who was still alive and wreaking havoc. The zombies couldn't feel the presence of their master anymore. As for the Devourer King, he decided to act as if he were the envoy of the Queen, which is why he gathered everyone together here. He manipulated them into believing that the Queen would soon summon them for battle. Xiaofeng took charge when it came to his group to block each side of the road, as the zombie tides would soon come after them. They needed to set up as many barricades as humanly possible until they came. General Gao was following my orders here, so it was all planned far ahead. In the meantime, Yun's body was a real broken mess. It had endured several limit-breaking moments, so the same treatments weren't going to work. The best way to fix her would be to evolve her to level 2, except she needed a crap ton of crystal cores for that evolution. I decided to leave on my own and farm those crystals, while Lady Poison came up to me with a little gift she found. It's the same old midget nugget in a cage. She was saved by Lady Poison, and I freed her after that. Both of us traveled together. When this dumbass asked me a question, I straight up kicked her into a wall. I wanted to speak to her other personality, but the nugget couldn't comprehend my request. I knew all along that the actual corpse queen still had some consciousness intact, so I wanted to speak to her. The woman suddenly transformed back to her original state in an effort to ambush me, but this time I already had a spatial gate prepared. She was about to fall in, and sensed danger enough to flip back and escape. It was the same uncomfortable feeling she felt last time, but the gate didn't collapse then, while the corpse queen created a shard of ice to combat it. The people outside had no idea what was going on. A fight was breaking out and the building was coming apart. Lady Poison assured them that I was just doing some business. These guys couldn't get distracted with me because one of Gao's men signaled the arrival of the corpse horde. The undead monsters were ravaging down the streets in unprecedented numbers. Leading them was the cunning Devourer King, who manipulated them by telling them he was following the Queen's orders. Back to the site of the corpse queen, she was cornered and had no idea where to attack. Shooting out bursts of ice, she panicked, while I was casually standing in the corner, taunting her for looking afraid. The game was already over, because the spatial gates surrounded her in a new ability called the Space Prison. Now, she was stuck here for good, and thanks to her, I could now deal with the corpse tide with ease. The ice pillars she happily gave me were now weapons I could use at my disposal. Xiaofeng was about to be jumped when suddenly, giant shards of ice rained down from the sky, impaling many of the zombies and freezing hundreds of them. The Devourer King watched these ice towers summoned before him, while Xiaofuang and his men couldn't find a trace of the corpse tide left. Thanks to her abilities, I wiped out the horde in one go, all part of my plan. Her ability is the perfect area-wide damage skill, and now that the horde was finished, it was time for me to do away with this woman's crystal core. I ordered her to surrender her core, or else I'd torment her endlessly and force her myself. The corpse queen took offense in a position she should have simply obliged. Her ego was getting in the way, and I wasn't going to show her mercy if she wasted more time. She began to wonder what I meant by being ruthless and tormenting her. Of course, she feared being sent to the bottom of the sea all alone. But actually, I enlightened her by emphasizing that my punishment was even harsher than that hell. From the look she saw on my face, she realized I wasn't messing around. Terrified, she accepted surrendering her core. It shot out of her body and went straight into my hand. Thanks to her being compliant, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. I freed the corpse queen who still thought she was indestructible. I assured the woman that I never intended to kill her, especially after working so hard to obtain her. I changed her name to Immortal from now on, something more fitting to her personality. The corpse queen didn't want to forget the humiliation, but it mattered little as she shrunk back to her midget nugget size. The consciousness went back to the other woman, who had no idea what happened just now. When I came back, the woman presented me with a small trunk of crystal cores that we collected from the corpse tide. With this, all of them belonged to me, but it was important to upgrade Yun first and foremost. General Gao wondered about my next plan as the corpses were gone for good, but I declined his offer of staying at Dawn Base. Suddenly, a large shockwave came out of the van. I dashed inside to check on Yun, who had actually woken up. Her body was on fire and she came up to kiss me on the spot. This was bad. Her backlash was actually traveling to my side through the kiss. Duanya then explained that this idiot actually swallowed the cores all in one go. She was now a mess that needed to be taken care of. As for me, the same damn side effects of the cores were now transferred. My body was overflowing again. General Gao didn't want to stay here waiting for us to do the birds and the bees. Bai volunteered to help, knowing it would help with more people. Duanya came as well. All of the ladies were collectively helping me ward off the effects of the cores. As for Gao, Bro literally told his men to seal the area around the truck and make sure no one interrupted our session. There were literal men guarding the place while we were inside. Despite all the help I could get, it wasn't enough. I quickly grabbed Gold, sharing some of the effects with the cat as it wailed in agony. All three women screamed as the people outside began to wonder what was going on. Susu had come to talk to me and was instructed to wait. As for my women, they were panting on the bed after I'd just finished up with them. At last, Yun stabilized and leveled up to 2, the same as Duanya and Bai Chang. Even the little cat evolved to level 3. The part that was bothering me was how I remained the same even after absorbing most of the cores. That made me wonder if I needed a catalyst stronger than a core to advance further. Outside, General Gao was feeling flustered, having waited all this time for this top-secret mission. With the situation wrapped up, they began to leave, but Susu still had a bundle of questions. I didn't tell her a thing and asked her to state her business. Apparently she came here to remind me about the promise that I made to her grandpa to take her to Freedom City. I had almost forgotten about the rumored legendary base, and I intended to visit that place. Susu told me that they needed to hurry as the city had rumored to find something even stronger than crystal cores. It was a fruit filled with odd power. It was time for me to bid the general farewell, though he warned me for my travels and told me Dawn Base would always welcome me. Until an explosion occurs out of nowhere, Yun's running the heck away, and she quickly gets in the car while I had no idea what happened. Apparently Susu accidentally mixed some chemicals together and released an explosion, destroying a gas station. It was time for us to leave, so we just raced off. I reminded Wang Song to find us in Freedom City after his weapon was forged. General Gao told his men to retreat while Lady Poison stuck by his side. She'd even brought the Devourer King alongside her. Meanwhile, the streets were blowing up as we made our way to the city. It's supposed to be a utopia from my past life. My best guess is that it's in the Mangsing Mountain. Susu's grandpa apparently knows about the city because he was a senior engineer for it. He had no idea it was a safeguard for an apocalypse. No one knew about it at the time. In my own past life, the mountain ended up becoming a domain of the beasts, so no one tried to approach it. Since we couldn't drive further, I urged everyone to start walking. First off, I was curious about this mutant fruit that Susu mentioned earlier. Apparently some of the Free City members are level 4 humans, which is literally insane because even in my past life, the strongest humans were at level 3. The thing about the city is that it only takes you in based on how powerful you are, but the good thing is that I've got a ton of supplies. I needed to make sure they looked old, or else they'd suspect something. Yun suddenly realized that we were walking in a loop. We just started walking and were already lost. Susu and I argued, but Duanya believed that we were wasting energy with a mindless approach. She'd also sensed a few people trailing us, but I knew that already. Those people were actually the Beastmen, who were aiming to kill me and steal all the women for themselves. These savages were horn dogs who wanted a piece of all the women, and they got greedier when they saw tents and supplies. Me and the gang cooked some grilled lamb. It was a perfect camping trip after all. That's when these arrogant clowns came out to steal the food, thinking they had all the authority. Hilariously, we all ignored them as if they were flies. Triggered, the caveman raised his weapon to bash some sense into me. but I turned around with a sinister glare, instilling enough fear that he fell down on his own. The boss had realized that I held a power far outclassing his own. I wasn't an average human. Annoyed, I got up to deal with these giants who were at my mercy and didn't want to fight. I directly asked about their identity and purpose, and learned that they're hunters who lived in the mountains. They wanted to trade with me, but I taunted them for not having anything to trade with. Panicking, the hunter reasoned that their tribe was nearby and they could trade supplies that way. Using this as a hook, I took the bait, while he lured me to their base, believing that his plan was going smoothly. I was ready to go with these guys, though Yun felt sad we couldn't finish up our food, so they offered us some boar meat over at the camp. She didn't like it, but ultimately we went to visit the hunter's nest anyway. Treating us like guests, he was eager to show us around the area, but I told him to stop wasting my time and get to the main event. We followed him until we got to the warehouse. Here, I needed to go in and select my resources carefully, so I told them to wait outside. The hunter was okay with that and allowed me freedom. In reality, when I went inside, all I could find was chunks of meat with no end. It's a good thing though, since I could store all of this for my cover in Freedom City. Outside, even Yun smelled something nasty. The hunter offered her some mutant boar meat, only for her to get freaked out by it. Bro assured her that this was the most premium level of meat they could find in the forest. Anyway, I came outside acting like I was uninterested in the meat when I'd actually robbed them of everything. The hunter was annoyed at first before dropping the bombshell that none of us would leave. Persistently, he even asked Yun again to try out his meat, and the girl just had enough of his ranting. She straight up became Luffy and gigantified her arm, smashing this dude with so much force that it destroyed everything in the path. The rest of the hunters were alarmed at the sight of the ability user, while the girls were also shocked at Yun's new utilization of her power. She threatened to do the same to the other hunters, but I reminded her not to act rash. Our job was to maintain a low cover for the city. Even the hunters liked this idea and went back to the excuse of just trading meat. I laughed, mocking these dudes for their pathetic display. While heading back, I explained to my group the difference between a devourer tribe and a hunter specimen. These people actually became this way because they kept alive eating mutant meat. Teasing Yun, I told her that if she could grow her arm, then she could definitely grow other special parts, and I was eager to test them myself. She felt freaked out by my suggestion, but more than us, the hunters back at the tribe were arguing about letting us go. The leader explained that they had no chance against ability users, when suddenly, one of his underlings informed him that all their supplies were gone. It clicked right then that I had secretly stolen the supplies, making them wonder if I had some kind of spatial ability. However, instead of chasing us down, the leader slapped the shit out of his underling for even suggesting that idea. Spatial abilities to them indicated that we were special, and before other clans could take notice of our activity, this hunter tribe wanted to be the first ones to steal all of the supplies I kept in my spatial dimension. Goldie pounced from several parts of the forest on its own, so I called it a stupid cat. It seemed that the forest's environment felt natural to the kitty, but I even joked that the cat was desperate in heat. This made them all wonder about the cat's gender. When I said female, the cat got startled and suddenly ran off on its own again. Duanya saw a trap go off around us, snaring us all to a tree. We were cramped together, and the hunters made sure to let us know that. I was just mildly annoyed, if anything. Even the hunters had no goals of coming after us at first, but he felt that I was the one who went too far by stealing their supplies and revealing my secret. I didn't know what secret of mine got revealed, while this dude mockingly told me he'd give us a quick death. Suddenly one of his own called out the leader's name, and the moment this guy turned around, he saw a predator from the beast taming sect. The creature opened its jaw and literally chopped this man straight off in half. Even though I didn't know what this thing was, it just looked like a fat, ugly lizard. There was a human mounted on its back, and he hit the jackpot discovering women. Before other people could arrive and steal his loot, he instructed his beast to kill us all. The creature lunged upward to bite us in one go while Yun panicked. I couldn't do shit because I was stuck between them. This girl was literally about to get her ass chomped, but to our fortune, came another beast tamer who stopped the lizard from killing us. The first guy felt pissed off by this dude's intervention. The man told Zhu Xiaoke that it's him who's going against the orders of the beast taming sect to kill innocent people. This guy was the squad leader and the only reason we didn't get cooked just now. The man called out my name, and to everyone's surprise, it happened to be Tian Yue. I was ecstatic to find my homeboy alive. Apparently he got lucky and survived the after effects of the serum. First, he freed us and got us down, but I wanted to know all the details of how he survived. Remember when he was cornered by the Devourer tribe and lost the other guy? Tian Yue ran for his life and ended up falling into a river. After that, the people from the beast taming sect nursed him back to life. Though he was surprised I was traveling the mountains with my girls, so I shared my goal of heading to Freedom City. The good thing was that Tian Yue knew about it, but first he urged us to return to the beast taming sect first. All this time, I forgot about one person, that being the immortal queen who was left behind by accident and had no idea a hunter had already discovered her. Immortal turned around and felt startled by the approaching hunter, who really only wanted her to become his bite-sized snack. The poor girl ran for her life all alone. Back to us, Tian Yue explained how hunters have covered the whole forest with their traps. That's why it was important to be cautious of surroundings. Honestly, I knew about the people in the forest tailing us, but I intentionally didn't use my powers to keep a low profile. Yun expressed her shock at Tianyue's evolution for reaching level 2 status. Apparently, he was lucky to find a mutant fruit, and it was crazy how people could jump an entire level just by eating a fruit. That was the distinction that made fruits more powerful than cores, but Tianyue told us not to get too hyped, because finding even one is a pain in the ass. Mutant fruit trees only bore a single fruit, and immediately after, surrounding beasts try to devour it for their personal evolution. If the fruit isn't found, it is spoiled and rotten, so Tianyue was really just lucky in the end. Fruits in the forest are impossible to find, but the city is rumored to have a strange and continuous supply of them. Duanya thought that it was great for us to have already acquired resources, but I knew that resources weren't going to be enough. Missions were the real deal. We arrived at the base of the beast taming sect, and Tianyue had already informed his leader about our arrival. Well, I was busy reflecting on how insane this dude's luck really was, for not only surviving his tragic end, but also making good connections here. More importantly, I was curious about the kind of man the leader was. Tianyue's subordinate brought us some nice rat meat to devour, but these women didn't budge and declined the offer. Suddenly, Susu felt a sharp smack on her ass. She roared at the clown who had the audacity to touch her. It was the same clown from last time, Ju Xiaoke, who wanted a piece of all 3 women for himself. Dude flexed his pack of instant noodles acting like it was a feast, but my attention was focused on his hand. He had no idea what I was about to do next, and instantly I swung my fist, chopping half of his arm clean off. The guy didn't even process what happened, before the pain registered and he screamed in agony. Tianyue came up second and kicked this dude further for messing with his brother. Behind him, a bunch of wasteland wolves popped out of nowhere. They tried to jump him, but Tianyue cut them down with his bare hands. He realized in the distance that this was the work of the vice leader of the sect, who blamed me for hurting members of the clan. The dude didn't even want to hear our opinion and ordered his men to kill us. Tianyue jumped to our rescue by treating us like guests, but this guy just laughed, expressing how the leader wasn't here at the moment, so he had total authority to do whatever he wanted. Also, the vice master didn't like the fact that the leader favored Tianyue on several occasions. He was jealous of him, so he plotted a plan to kill this guy for good. And that's the reason he's hell-bent on getting rid of us. Ju Xiaoqi begged the vice master to take revenge for him, as more wasteland wolves raced to attack Tianyue. This guy felt no fear and eradicated both wolves and men who dared to attack him. The vice master activated Hashirama Senju's wood jutsu from Naruto and began entrapping us through his vines. Tianyue felt it was adequate to use his little friend to help us, so he called for his beast lizard who slipped through and inside the cage. After mounting it, he apologized to me for dragging on this needless affair, even asking me to go on my own. But there was no way I was going to leave my friend alone. Tianyue was happy to hear that I was still loyal to him, but the bald head before us thought he was some kind of god-level villain that couldn't be taken down. Tianyue was ready to throw some hands and thought he himself was enough, while the vice master ordered his minions to kill us. Ju Xiaoqi mounted one of the wolves as the entire pack came to attack us. Tianyue suggested that I protect everyone while he personally went ahead and took down the vice master. He began cutting vines in his path, but the vines weren't the only problem. Man-eating plants sprouted from the vines and bit down on Tianyue's beast, inviting mockery from the vice master who really thought it was reckless for him to attack alone. But to his shock, Duanya had already played her card. She was the one controlling the battlefield with her psychic ability. She killed her side of the monsters, and Yun lunged forth to take down the wolf targeting her. The girl had some mad issues with the ugliness of the wolves and literally sat down on it with her titan form. Now that's called a man's dream. Susu was out here looking like she ate Arnold Schwarzenegger for breakfast. She was hitting some heavy punches and destroying these mutts. Overall, the vice master couldn't believe that a simple team managed to kill all his men. I just looked at him with a mocking gaze, reminding the geezer that he needed to worry about his own health more. Slashing open the flower monster, Tianyue descended with his energy blades. He slashed away half the vines under the old man's control, cornering him far greater than he expected. With no choice left, the vice master intended to use his trump card. His subordinates took out a punch of serums and began drinking them. Their bodies transformed, and suddenly they had an extreme physical amp, to the point even a level 2 human like my friend was overwhelmed. I noticed that this guy fed them a special serum called the Heart-Devouring Serum. It multiplies the speed and strength of the user significantly, but at the cost of burning their lives down until they die. The Vice Master was stunned with my knowledge of his trump card, but more than that, I also knew he was related to the Genesis cult. That cult was a mysterious organization known for infiltrating other clans and brainwashing people so they could create puppets for the Heart-Devouring Serum. The Vice Master didn't care about his secrets being exposed. After all, he was planning on killing us anyway. His men stepped up to attack, but I was done playing around and tarnishing the sect's reputation. With my blade, a single swing cut reality and took down the entire group at the same time. The Vice Master fell to his doom, while I called him the trash of the apocalypse from the Genesis cult who made the apocalypse worse for everyone. At that point, a man returned with a unique beast. This man confronted us and asked what was going on. At last, Tianyue's master had just returned, so he tried to explain the situation and how the vice master was a man from the Genesis cult. He even credited me for dealing with the vermin. The leader had heard enough. He dismounted and approached this guy, who was still trying to explain the situation and manipulate the odds in his favor. Deep down, bro thought he was gonna win if the leader just believed in him. But the leader had already gotten tired of Wei Minghai's pretend play. To the vice master's shock, this dude literally slashed his head off mercilessly. Instantaneous death. Even Yun Yun was terrified how decisive this man was. The leader expressed that he already knew about the vice master's schemes but wanted to wait for the right opportunity. Tianyue thanked him for his help, while I expressed interest in Freedom City. Since we helped take out a traitorous scumbag for him, he wanted to return the favor, but emphasized how dangerous this mission was going to be. Even if Tianyue believed in me, the sect master personally wanted to check. First, he told all of the sect members to return. Then he took off his cloak and helmet, asking me to fulfill one simple request. To defeat her. Yes, you heard that right. Underneath that majestic aura-farming armor was a Mewtwo build baddie. Even more, this girl was actually Tianyue's sister, who wanted to conceal her identity and stumbled her way into the forest. Here she awakened an ability and found the sect, even helping Tiantue. It's unsurprising that she favored him that much and ended the traitor so fast. Anyway, my focus was on Freedom City, but her intention was to pick a fight with me. She launched herself into motion, hurling a punch towards me, so I intentionally handicapped myself by concealing my abilities. Our physical combat continued, and my opponent wasn't an ordinary fighter either, having beat me many times in our university times. She threatened to snap my arm between her legs, but I felt no fear. Tianyue's sister just wanted me to give up on my dreams for Freedom City, but despite her effort, she couldn't snap my arm. In the end, I exerted dominance by sending her flying, using so much force it ripped my own shirt. Is that a bird or a plane? No, that was just the bitch I sent to space, and now she was crashing down fast. I caught her as intended, questioning if this was enough. Flustered, she kept it cool and accepted. Fast forwarding ahead, the two women were greeted by this Neko cat girl, who was surprised to find that a rabbit and raccoon transformed into life-sized humans. Even more, she noticed Gold, who was acting strange. But before that, let's go back to the fight. I put Sister Tian down, and she explained to me the dangers of entering Freedom City. I asked Susu to be with her for the time being, and Sister Tian was delighted to let her stay in the beast taming sect for a while. First, they needed to disguise Duanya and Yun Yun properly. For that purpose, she gave them perfect attire to look like prey. Duanya wasn't really sure how well this disguise was going to be, but I didn't care and told them to step it up. We needed to head into the giant python's nest. The mission here was to obtain the frost python's crystal core, as it is a requirement for entering the city. The second objective was to find a missing scientist. Both qualifications were required for a person to enter the likes of the Freedom City. What boggled my mind was the existence of researchers in an area like this. Our first obstacle came in the form of a three-way fork. Knowing that these tunnels were complicated, I intended to go alone and scout each of them first, leaving the women behind. Yun Yun thought it was going to be dangerous for me, but let's be honest, this is me we were talking about, so Duanya knew I was going to be fine. The two women decided to guard the entrance while I was away, so I made my way inside the first tunnel, which looked way bigger than I thought. Selecting randomly, I went in, and after an hour-long walk of nothing but boredom, I couldn't find shit, wondering where the python even went. My eyes glanced up top. Suddenly, a loud explosion followed, enough for even Duanya and Yun Yun to get startled. The rumbling caused some frost crystals to fall down, and then I heard a slithering sound approach me. First came a few men, who were running for their lives alongside the doctor. The doctor emphasized that they were dealing with a frost python with spatial abilities. Now I heard this important section by hiding close by. Finally, my target came out of hiding as I confronted the python. On the flip side, Gold was currently being taken care of by a beast woman. She sensed that the creature's aura was going chaotic after accidentally eating a mutant fruit. She cared for the cat, and told both Duanya and Yun Yun that the only way to save Gold was to venture inside the python's nest. Yun Yun was shocked that Gold casually sat in this woman's embrace, so she jumped to attack her thinking she was an enemy. The beast woman dodged, while Duanya chimed in with her psychic manipulation to rescue Gold. Casting her own ability in response, the beast woman activated Air Wall, pissed off that these two even dared to challenge her out in the open. The wall formed around both Duanya and Yun Yun, trapping them in a tight space. She told them to stay put here while she took care of the cat for them. They both saw her heading inside the python's nest and feared that I was also in danger because of her. Back to the python, me and the fat snake were having a showdown. This Godzilla-looking snake tried to eat me, but I just jumped up high, causing it to get slammed in the nearest wall. Then I descended with an incredibly powerful punch, knocking the wind out of the creature with a single hit. Even the fleeing doctor heard the sound and suddenly realized that the python stopped chasing them. Hilariously, instead of using this chance to run away, Bro ran back in the opposite direction, like this doctor really wanted to die at that point. Anyway, I ended up killing the creature with one attack, so it was no fun at all. Before I could extract the crystal core, the snake suddenly opened its eyes, and I felt its own version of spatial ability. I couldn't believe it. The snake successfully managed to teleport me away. Even the doctor watched me vanish just like that. However, he focused more on his calculations, because so far, the snake had swallowed more than a dozen men. This meant that the creature's inventory was nearly full. It's also the reason that the snake likely took a job from Freedom City, but even now, it needed at least one more person to fill up its space completely. That person happened to be the Neko girl from earlier, who called this big noodle a worm. Then she put down the cat, wanting to use the python's nest for a bit. However, this thing wasn't accommodating at all. It lashed at her without mercy, even though both of them are supposed to know each other well. The Neko girl ends up becoming a victim of the python's spatial ability too, teleporting her away. Now the doctor's requirements were set. Anyway, the cat girl ended up materializing just in front of me. She quickly realized how she was stuck just like the rest of us, the other humans. The only problem was, the two of us were really close to each other. We kissed even though I was unconscious, and the moment I opened my eyes, I panicked and took my mouth off of her. Just like I thought, we were all teleported, but the shocking part? I was the only person who could move in this dimension.